are questions by Honorable Member for Tiati, Honorable William Kamket, who will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration to consider reviewing the academic and other qualifications for the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs. This is in marginalized areas in the country. The Honorable Member for Tiati also wants the CS for Interior to consider formative action as one of the qualifications for the experienced individuals from the respective locations and sub-locations to be recruited as chiefs and assistant chiefs despite not meeting the set academic requirements. And the CS for Interior is also required to state the measures that the government has put in place to ensure that chiefs and assistant chiefs appointed to administer specific locations and sub-locations are actual residents of those areas. This is according to the Honorable Member, will be enhancing their effectiveness in matters governance and conflict resolutions. The indication of when the scheme of service for chiefs and assistant chiefs who were reviewed after their introduction in 2017, and if not, whether there are plans to reevaluate. This is the reevaluation of chiefs and assistant chiefs to accommodate them with the needs of marginalized communities. These are questions that have been raised by Honorable William Kamket to the Honorable CS for Interior, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen. The CS for Interior will be appearing to Parliament this afternoon, specifically at the National Assembly, pursuant to Standing Orders number 42A, subsection 6B, that require the Cabinet Secretaries to appear before the plenary to answer questions from members of Parliament. Honorable Member for Isiolo County, Honorable Mumina Bonaya, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior to provide an update of the operationalization of newly created administrative units in Isiolo County that were gazetted in March 2022. And could the Cabinet Secretary equally state the measures taken by the Ministry to fast-track the process, including a clear timeline for their operationalization? So these are just some of the questions, but the CS for Interior will be expected to provide answers on. There are a number of questions, as about 5 members of Parliament have questions directed to the Ministry of Interior. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 42, subsection 44, subsection 2C, Honorable Robert Mbui will be requesting for statement. His statement is in regards to the status of the disbursement of capitation funds to schools that will be handled by the Committee on Matters Education. And so is a statement by Honorable Joyce Bensouda on the criteria for the recruitment of deployment of teachers in schools across the country. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, is in the chambers this afternoon. Enjoy your viewing and have a...
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
While the business of the National Assembly has just commenced at 2:30 p.m., being the appointed time for the House to commence business on Wednesday afternoon with a quorum bell directive from the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, who has directed the Sergeant-at-Arms to ring the quorum bell to allow for members of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to necessitate the quoration of the House to proceed with the consideration of business before it. The Honourable Member for Homa Bay, Honourable Dr. Joyce Bensouda, will be requesting for a statement this afternoon. This statement is in regards to the recruitment criteria and deployment of teachers in schools across the country, and this statement, being a request for statement, will be handled by the Committee for Education. The Honourable Member for Gilgil, Honourable Martha Wangari, equally has questions for the Cabinet Secretary for Interior. Honourable Member for Gilgil wants the Cabinet Secretary for Interior to provide a detailed report on the status of investigations into the death of Mr. Justus Omolo, who happens to be a local fisherman whose body was retrieved from Lake Nakuru on the 21st of February 2025. The CS for Interior is also required to outline the steps being taken by the ministry to ensure that the perpetrators are apprehended, including whether any arrests have been made so far. The quorum has been achieved. Allow me to hand you over. Hello? Yes, Paul.
Proceed as follows. After the preliminaries, we'll skip order number 7, put question at order number 8, do first reading at order number 9. I don't see Junet here. Naomi, do you have any brief on order number 10? Order number 10, honorable members, is a very straightforward motion. I don't anticipate any unhelpful debate. It's about extending the time of the selection panel on IEBC for 2 weeks. The request has been approved by PSC. It has been approved by House Business Committee. And I'll hesitate to allow unhelpful debate to interfere with the ongoing recruitment process, because the selection panel is interviewing candidates for chair and commissioners of IEBC, and I know many of us in front of the camera, we go sometimes overboard. I'll encourage that this motion be disposed of in the shortest time possible, because the organs of your house have agreed to extend for 2 weeks for them to finish their work in good time. You will have an opportunity to debate their products when they come to this house. After that, then we'll go to questions, and the Minister for Interior is supposed to be here. So if we can deal with those preliminaries up to 3:30 latest, or 3:15 in fact, then we go to questions. So clerk, you can now call.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
As we do so, those who are able to get the minority whip can call him, or Robert Mbui will be moving the motion on extension. Look for your boss. Who? Oh, Naomi Wako is there? Okay, fine. Honorable members, I have a short communication on the designation of member as the vice chairperson of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. Honorable members, as you may be aware, the National Assembly Committee of Powers and Privileges is constituted under Section 15 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6. In establishing the committee, the Act designates the Speaker as chairperson, but neither provides for the position of vice chairperson to deputize the Speaker, nor the manner of causing a member to take charge of the affairs of the committee in the absence of the Speaker, as is the case for other select committees. Given the nature of the work of the committee vis-à-vis the responsibilities and various hats worn by the hold of the office of the Speaker, it is not feasibly possible for the Speaker to be available to preside over the meetings of the committee on a regular basis. Further, it is not tenable for the Speaker to sit in the liaison committee as the chairperson representing the Committee of Powers and Privileges. In order to strike a fair balance and ensure that the Committee of Powers and Privileges is able to regularly transact its business unhindered and to also have representation in the liaison committee, I hereby designate the Honorable Joseph Lekuton, CBS MP, a member of the committee, as the vice chairperson of the Committee of Powers and Privileges. Further to his role as the vice chairperson, Honorable Lekuton will be the representative of the committee in the liaison committee. Honorable members, in the same vein, I also designate the Honorable Murkomen, CBS MP, as the representative of the House Business Committee in the liaison committee. The designation of the Honorable Lekuton and Honorable Milemba takes effect immediately and shall remain in force until the lapse of the term of their respective committees or such other time as the appointing authority may deem fit. The relevant committees and indeed the House are accordingly guided. I thank you. Next.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Naomi.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 2, 2025, afternoon sitting. Number 1, reports of the Auditor General Financial Statement for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, and the certificates therein in respect of: number 1, Akuisi Secondary School; 2, Alliance Girls High School; 3, Alliance High School; 4, Bridia Girls High School; 5, Chandera Secondary School; 6, Chinga Boys High School; 7, Disoni Secondary School; 8, Galana Boys Secondary School; 9, Gilgil Town Secondary School; 10, Kabasi Secondary School; 11, Kanjuri High School; 12, Kapsabet High School; 13, Karatina Girls High School; 14, Kiomoni Boys Secondary School; 15, Kenyatta High School, Mahiga; 16, Kihome Secondary School; 17, Kiriti Girls Secondary School; 18, Kirobon Girls High School; 19, Kisima Girls High School; 20, Kombeni Girls Secondary School; 21, Komodai Girls High School; 22, Loreto Kiambu Girls High School; 23, Marlyle High School; 24, Mary Mount Secondary School; and 25, Moi Forces Academy. Number 2, approval of the additional funding under Article 223 of the Constitution relating to FY 2024-2025 supplementary estimate number 2 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Number 3, the 4th annual report for the financial year 2023-2024 of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Thank you, Naomi. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, you are supposed to lay a paper on the table, but on your request, I'll defer this to next week, to Tuesday next week.
Just wanted to say something.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate Honorable Speaker. And as earlier indicated, being the sponsor of the bill as the lead of majority, and having had the members' consideration and deliberations, we wanted to have a bit more time so that we can able to reach more consensus on the same. So thank you so much for the consideration.
Thank you. Honorable members, before the next order, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery: Nyambaria High School from Kitutu Masaba, Nyamira. In the public gallery, Nziu Secondary School from Makueni. Isunguluni Comprehensive School from Kibwezi East, Makueni. Chemasis Primary School from Rongai, Nakuru. Kithingiesio Junior School from Kibwezi East, Makueni. I've been requested by the Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba, the Honorable Gisairo, to welcome a school from his constituency. You can do so on behalf of the House of all the other schools.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Nyambaria High School and all the other schools that have come here today. Honorable Speaker, this is a house where the laws, legislation, and legislative work is done that shapes how this country operates. This is a great opportunity for all these students, more so the young men from the school in my constituency, Nyambaria High School, to learn, because we do expect that in the coming years, most of these young people in this house today will be sitting where we are sitting here today as they try to shape the direction of this country in the coming years. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the House and myself, we welcome all these students into this house, and we hope while they live here, they will live with valuable lessons and will carry a lot to take to their colleagues. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kiamba, iko nini? Naona unainua mkono.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you have heard, Makueni is predominant, and we are here present. On behalf of the House, I also wish to welcome all the students of Parliament, and especially the much population from Makueni, including Nziu Secondary, which is one of the largest day school, performing day school. And we want to wish them all the best, all the students, and ask them, make day school work, because it makes education very cheap for us in this country and for our parents. Thank you, and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 8, motion. Public petition on legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel. Question to be put.
Honorable Member for Bumula, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on its consideration of the public petition number 14 of 2024 regarding legal recognition and protection of e-hailing motorcycle riders and delivery personnel laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 20th February 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next.
Order number 9, the Social Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2025, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to provide a framework for the administration of non-contributory social protection interventions, to establish the National Board for Social Protection and for connected purposes. Order number 10, motion, extension of time for the recruitment of persons for appointment as the chairperson and members of the IEBC.
Honorable, yes, yes, Robert?
Speaker, I was wondering that I had a statement and it was scheduled to be.
You came in late?
No, I didn't come in late. I've been with you.
I gave direction
Yes, sir.
that we'll skip order number 7
Oh, sorry.
and dispose of order number 10 before we come back to. You recall I even asked you if you are going to move on behalf of your leader. Okay. Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move
And
the
Honorable
motion.
Junet, I've already given direction in your absence.
Yes.
That this is a very simple procedural motion. Yes. It has been passed through PSC, yes, through the House Business Committee where you sit, and I'll not open debate to start speaking for or against the ongoing process of recruiting IEBC chair and commissioners. You will have an opportunity to debate when the results come to the House. This is pure and simple extension of the time for 2 weeks. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the motion on extension of the time for the recruitment of persons for appointment as the chairperson and members of the IEBC. Aware that panel, and that panel has to be removed. And later, as a country, we agreed upon that we need to relook into that matter because it's a very important matter to every Kenyan. So what happened? A committee called NADCO was constituted. And that NADCO was chaired by the majority leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and the leader of the Wiper Party, who was my leader, also in Azimio, Mr. Speaker, co-chaired with him. And they sat in Bomas of Kenya, I think, for 60 or 90 days. Even that was a parliamentary process, because the secretarial services was being provided by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the NADCO committee came up with a report that was presented to this House, accompanied by bills, amendments to the Elections Act and amendments to the Political Parties Act, Mr. Speaker. And I remember we were told, this is a bipartisan arrangement, we should not amend anything. We should pass the report plus the amendments to the bills as has been presented, Mr. Speaker. And we obliged. After that, the constitution of the panel kicked in, Mr. Speaker, and we got representative as per the amendment that we did to the Act, Mr. Speaker. 2 members from the minority side, 2 members from the majority side, 2 members from the religious society, 1 member from Law Society of Kenya, 1 member from non-parliamentary parties through the Political Parties Liaisons Committee, and 1 member from ISPAC, Mr. Speaker. We had a panel of 9 people, Mr. Speaker. And all of us have representations there. Actually, as the leader of minority here, I can say that we had a problem with the representative from Wiper because, Mr. Speaker, we felt shortchanged. She went to court, I supported her. She went to the High Court, we went to the Court of Appeal, and that delayed the process for 1.5 years, Mr. Speaker. And we were very patient with that process, Mr. Speaker, because I wanted to make sure that Madam Koki Muli, because as Azimio, we agreed that 1 member will come from ODM and the other member will come from Wiper. That's what our internal agreement was. So I had to stick to that agreement, Mr. Speaker, and make sure, because in the election at the Parliamentary Liaison Committee, there was a guy called Muli who said he has been elected by political parties. But I stood firm. I said, no, as Azimio, our representative is Adam Solo from ODM and Koki Muli from Wiper, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when I hear now other political parties coming up and saying this is a partisan process, if we cannot agree on an independent panel, Mr. Speaker, then let every community or every county or every political party produce their own IBC then, so that Kenyans can have different elections where we chagua yako, mimi ni chagua yangu. Mr. Speaker, let us have faith in processes that have been initiated in good faith. And I have told you this process began all the way from NADCO. Before NADCO, there was a panel that sat, even used public resources, Mr. Speaker, at county or through Parliament. But later we agreed that let's disband that panel.
We used 131 million, and you threw it out.
I'm told Parliament spent 131 million shillings on that panel, Mr. Speaker. And they were thrown out because we demanded as Azimio that we have no faith. Now, if we do not have faith in that one, we don't have faith in this one, we can only have faith in God only then. There is no other thing that we'll have faith in. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge Kenyans, and I want to urge my leaders, that let us have faith. These IBC commissioners, Mr. Speaker, might not produce a president. I can tell you, we have seen it before. Presidents are produced by God. Just pray to God. That is the anointing person, Mr. Speaker. I might even put my own brother as the chairman of IBC, Mr. Speaker, and I end up becoming the loser. I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker. It is God who provides it. We have come to terms with that, Mr. Speaker. For us who have been trying all the time and going like this, like that, now we have resorted to God, the Almighty. We have said this now, from henceforth, we are going to pray to God to give us something, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I want to request the Deputy Majority Leader to second the motion. Let us have faith. Let us be people of faith, Mr. Speaker, and all will be well. Don't be bothered about who becomes the chair. We want Kenyans who are credible, who are people who will stand for the rights of Kenyans. Those are the people. And let's give this panel, because you've seen they have all shades of people. Political parties are represented, religious organizations are represented, professional bodies like ISPAC, LSK are represented. Let's give them time. before we bastardize a product that we don't know what is going to be. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I request the majority deputy to second.
Owen.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I stand to second the motion that we extend the time for the recruitment of persons for appointment as chairperson and member of the IBC, as moved by the Honourable Junaid Mohammed. Honourable Speaker, the panel that is doing this process requires more time. Out of abundance of caution, Honourable Speaker, I think as Parliament and as National Assembly, we need to support this process by ensuring that we give them maximum time enough for them to be able to conclude the process in a much better way so that this country is happy with the product that they produce. Honourable Speaker, if we constrain them on time and push them to finish the work, we may not have a good product. Or they may be constrained in such a way that they may not be efficient in the work that they are doing. But to ensure that IEBC selection panel is efficient and does its work without constraint, then it is important that we accord them the 14 days that we have in the motion to be able to finish the work as intended, Honourable Speaker. So, Honourable Speaker, I want to urge members, the IEBC selection panel work is very important. It is in the heart of the nation, the coming election. The coming election is an important election. It must be done by a commission that has been properly selected by the selection committee, Honourable Speaker. We have seen the interviews. It's rigorous. There are many Kenyans, and we would like every Kenyan to be given a fair opportunity to be properly interviewed and vetted without them being hurried through the process. And therefore, Honourable Speaker, just like the minority leader has said, Honourable Junaid, it is important that as Kenyans give this election panel an opportunity to ensure they do a thorough job. Without many words, Honourable Speaker, I second this motion and request the members, because this is a procedural motion, just like any other procedural motion, Honourable Speaker, I request that we vote to pass the 14 days required, and because it is also provided that it is provided in the statute that it is okay to extend. It is okay to give them an extension if so requested. I think we are not breaking the law, we are within the law, and therefore request members to pass this procedural motion without much debate and without much ado, so that we move forward as a nation. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I second.
Order, Honourable Kiamba. You know the rules of the House. I have not even proposed the question. So what is out of order? Honourable members, I now propose the question at order number 10, which is that aware that via the Gazette notices number 1901 and 2643, dated 14th February 2023 and 1st March 2023 respectively, His Excellency the President declared 1 vacancy for the position of the Chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and 6 vacancies for the position of member of the IEBC. Further aware that the Gazette Notice number 715 of 27th January 2025, His Excellency the President appointed members of the selection panel for the recruitment of nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, noting that upon its appointment, the selection panel commenced the recruitment process and long-listed all applicants and subsequently shortlisted qualified applicants for the positions of chairperson and member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, further noting that paragraph 6.1 of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act Cap 7C provides that the selection panel shall finalize the recruitment exercise within 90 days of its appointment and forward the names of the nominees to the President, conscious that the selection panel is currently undertaking the interviews of the shortlisted candidates for the positions of chairperson and members of the IBC, and that given the interview schedule of all shortlisted applicants, the panel has inadequate time to conclude the recruitment process. Further conscious of the need for the selection panel to ensure the recruitment process complies with the constitutional principles of regional balance, representation of the youth, and overall inclusivity, while ensuring that the interviews are conducted as far as is practicable within official working days and hours. Now, therefore, pursuant the provisions of paragraph 6(2) of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act, Cap 7C, the House of Parliament resolves to extend the tenure of the selection panel for the recruitment of persons for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission by a period of 14 days from 28th April 2025. Members, I put the question. I put the question. That is the mood of the House. I put the question that I now put the question. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question at order number 10. Honorable Makalimul, you are here when I gave direction on this matter. Honorable members, aware that Vide Gazette notices order, Honorable Kiamba. Order, Honorable Kiamba. If you are soliciting to be sent out, I will not send you. I will now, order members, I will now put the question. Aware that Vide Gazette notices number 1901 and 2643, dated 14th February 2023 and 1st March 2023, respectively, His Excellency the President declared one vacancy for the position of the chairperson of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and 6 vacancies for the position of member of IEBC. Order, Honorable Masara. Further aware that Vide Gazette Notice number 715 of 27th January 2025, His Excellency the President appointed members of the selection panel for the recruitment of nominees for appointment as the chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, noting that upon its appointment, the selection panel commenced the recruitment process and long-listed all applicants and subsequently shortlisted qualified applicants for the positions of chairperson and member of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, further noting that paragraph 6(1) of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, Cap 7C, provides that the selection panel shall finalize the recruitment exercise within 90 days of its appointment and forward the names of the nominees to the President, conscious that the selection panel is currently undertaking the interviews of the shortlisted candidates for the positions of chairperson and members of the IEBC, and that given the interview schedule of all shortlisted applicants, the panel has inadequate time to conclude the recruitment process. Further conscious of the need for the selection panel to ensure the recruitment process complies with the constitutional principles of regional balance, representation of the youth, and overall inclusivity, while ensuring that the interviews are conducted as far as is practicable within official working days and hours. Now, therefore, pursuant to the provisions of paragraph 6(2) of the first schedule to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Act, Cap 7C, the Houses of Parliament resolved to extend the tenure of the selection panel for the recruitment of persons for appointment as chairperson and members of the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission by a period of 14 days from 28th April 2025. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it. Go back to order number 7.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, will Majority Leader is the minister within the presence of Parliament? Let him hold on, we clear.
to the letter, especially on the issue of consultation with the principle of Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. Mr. Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the status of disbursement of capitation funds to schools. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the status of disbursement of capitation funds to schools. Honorable Speaker, in 2003, the government introduced the Free Primary Education Policy, FPE, in line with international efforts towards education for all. This was followed by the launch of a tuition-free secondary education policy in 2008 with the goal of making secondary school education affordable. Both policies were established to ensure that every child in Kenya has access to education and that schools receive timely financial support. Under these policies, Mr. Speaker, the government allocates 1,420 shillings per primary school pupil and 15,042 shillings per junior secondary school student and 22,244 shillings per secondary school student. The government is expected to disburse 50% of the capitation funds in term 1, 30% in term 2, and 20% in term 3 to enable schools to plan and maintain their operations effectively. Honorable Speaker, in the first term of 2025, public schools had received 14 billion instead of the allocated amount of 28 billion. Therefore, delays in releasing these funds leave many public schools facing severe cash flow challenges, forcing them, Mr. Speaker, to adopt cost-cutting measures that undermine the quality of education, like shortening the school terms. Further, the delay in disbursement of funds has accumulated to 64 billion over a period of 5 years, Mr. Speaker, therefore creating a pending bill that endangers the operational stability of numerous schools across the country. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, a report on the status of disbursement of capitation funds to public schools for the first term of 2025, including the total amount currently owed to the public schools due to delays in disbursement of the funds. 2, the capitation amount allocated per child for examination and activity fees for primary and secondary schools to see if it is adequate for those operations. 3, the measures being taken by the Ministry of Education to ensure that disbursement of capitation funds is timely. And finally, number 4, the existence of any planned review to the amount of capitation funds allocated per child in light of the harsh economic conditions and noting that the money is not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Chair Education, when can you bring a response? Next week?
In 2 weeks' time.
2 weeks.
It needs a comprehensive
answer. Okay, 2 weeks. Dr. Joyce Bensouda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Education regarding the recruitment criteria and deployment of teachers in schools across the country. Honorable Speaker, concerns have been raised about the recruitment and deployment of teachers, particularly cases where schools receive newly recruited teachers who have a year or less to retirement. Schools that receive teachers who are nearing retirement experiences disruption in teaching, and the teachers lack the time to integrate into the school system and from a meaningful relationship with students. This leads to reduced investment in students' welfare, as the teachers may lack sustained commitment in the school, which in turn affects academic performance and management of schools. The International Labour Organization, UNESCO, practices on teachers' management and deployment, emphasizes stability and continuity in the teaching profession in ensuring quality education. However, the current deployment of teachers nearing retirement does not align with these best practices, leading to depreciation, disparities in education, performance among schools. Honorable Speaker, it is against the backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, the procedures used in the recruitment and deployment of teachers to ensure that there is stability and continuity both for the teachers and students. 2, a report on the retirement criteria of teachers based in the school demographics, indicating whether the student population and school needs are a consideration. 3, measures in place to ensure that teachers are absorbed while in their prime age in order to maximize on the long-term reaching expertise. And finally, existing policies on the maximum number of schools per region, ward or area, and how the policies influence teacher recruitment and deployment to ensure equitable distribution of teachers in all schools. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Bensouda. Meli, when can you bring a response to that?
Yes, I'll bring that statement in 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker. 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yes. Bensouda, 2 weeks. The Honorable Member for Kisumu Central. Other members, Karemba, if you want to talk to Osoro, sit next to him and talk to him.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 259D2, I rise to pay a glowing tribute to the late Honorable Reverend Kennedy Nyagudi, the former Member of Parliament.
Hold on, Oron. Let me just acknowledge some schools. I see some of the students are leaving. In the Speaker's Gallery, the St. John's School, Kanunga, Kiambu County. Lona Laboso Secondary School from Sotik, Bomet. And in the public gallery, we have St. John, the 23rd, Gwakaiti School from Bere, North Embu. On my behalf and behalf of the House, we welcome the students and their teachers to the House of Parliament. You may start now, Oron.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 259D2, I rise to pay a glowing tribute to the late Honorable Reverend Kennedy Nyagudi, the former Member of Parliament for the then Kisumu Town West constituency. Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Reverend Nyagudi passed away on the Sunday, 23rd March 2025, while undergoing treatment at the Kenyatta National Hospital. The late Honorable Rev Nyagudi was born on 2nd July 1970 in Kisumu. He began his education at Haria Primary School, Kisumu in 1977, completed his O-level at Kisumu Boys High School in 1984, and later joined Samagongo High School for his A-level, which he completed in 1989. He proceeded to Egerton University in 1990 to pursue Bachelor of Science degree in computer science, but later went to the United States, where he studied theology at Charter University. He authored a book, Light Shed on Darkness, in which he enlightens Christians on spiritual and physical knowledge to overcome spiritual warfare. Honorable Speaker, the late Reverend Nyagudi was a servant of the people who derived satisfaction in community empowerment. He successfully struck a strategic partnership with the Dominion Group of companies from the United States to invest approximately $4 billion in the rehabilitation of Yala Swamp in Siaya County through sustainable rice farming. He later served as the founding director of Dominion Farms, which it took over the management of Yala Swamp. Under his transformative leadership, Dominion Farms posted significant profits, creating employment opportunities for thousands of locals. He also mobilized funds for revitalizing stalled projects. Honorable Speaker, in January 2004, the late Honorable Reverend Nyagudi made his debut in elective politics, joining the 9th Parliament as the member for Kisumu Town West constituency through a by-election triggered by the passing on of the then Member of Parliament Honjob Omino. Although the late Reverend Nyagudi had a short but illustrious parliamentary service, he demonstrated dedication to legislative work and advocacy for the welfare of the people of this country. He will be remembered for pushing for expansion of Kisumu Airport and rehabilitation of its then bumpy runway following the suspension of flights and the establishment of the naval base at Lake Victoria in Kisumu to protect the Kenya's territorial waters shared with Uganda and Tanzania. The late Honorable Reverend Nyagudi also advocated for equality before the law and inclusivity as evidenced through parliamentary questions. Notably, in 2005, he questioned the justification for vetting of Kenyan Muslims as a condition for President to issuance of national ID cards, and also pushed for Kenya National Examination Council to allocate longer examination time to physically challenged students in national examinations. He also dedicatedly served as a member of the Library Committee. Honorable Speaker, after several attempts to recapture his parliamentary seat, he exited active politics and committed his life to political mobilization, community development, and God service. His people-centric leadership approach earned him respect in the community, amongst his peers, and with the political leadership. On this account, in 2016, the Orange Democratic Party, my party, appointed him.
Paraphrase, too long, paraphrase.
Almost.
Go on.
The Orange Democratic Party appointed him the director for e-fundraising resource mobilization in the run-up to 2017 and general elections. He also served as the county director for a Maya group of companies, a gaming and online gambling company headquartered in Toronto, Canada, and founded the Lions Heart Help Group, a non-profit making organization through which he supported widows and orphans, some of whom he assisted to find scholarship in the United States. Honorable Speaker, our departed colleague will be laid to rest on Friday the 11th, April 2025, at Kathomo, Nyagondo in Game constituency. I urge that we support his family to accord him a benefiting send-off on behalf of this House, and may I extend our deepest condolences to the family of the late Reverend Kennedy Nyagudi, his friends, the people of Kisumu County, and the nation at large. May we all find solace in the memories of his remarkable life and be inspired by his example of servant leadership, and I pray that his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Elisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me convey my heartfelt condolence, along with those of the people of Game constituency, following the sudden and untimely demise, passing away of our esteemed constituent, the former member of Kisumu West. During his 3 years in this House, Honorable Nyagudi embraced teamwork, dedication to public service, and the courage to speak the truth to power. He was known for his eloquence, civility in debate, and unwavering commitment to the well-being of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Nyagudi executed his parliamentary oversight role with unwavering integrity, refusing to be counted among those timid souls who neither experience victory or defeat. He engaged both sides of political divide, sometimes achieving success and sometimes facing setbacks, yet he remained steadfast in his determination to build a better future. At this juncture, Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to extend my sincere condolence, as well as those of my family and the entire people of Game constituency, to the family, friends, and loved ones of the Honorable Nyagudi. We stand in solidarity with them and pray for God's grace, comfort during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I urge members to keep the family of our departed brother, as well as the people of Game and Kisumu Town West, in their prayers as we come to terms with this great loss. In line with our culture and tradition, I humbly appeal to honorable members to extend their general support to the family of our late brother, because such assistance will go a long way in providing relief and comfort to the family as they navigate this challenging period. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank you with a lot of gratitude for agreeing to be the guest of honor on Tuesday for the fundraiser for the Honorable Nyagudi. And I invite members to join you on Tuesday. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, honorable members. I did serve with the Honorable Nyagudi in this house in the 9th Parliament. May we be upstanding for a minute's silence in honor of our departed former colleague. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Amen. Majority Leader, can you now bring in the minister? Yes, Millie, what is...
Mr. Speaker, it's not something out of order. I was just requesting, as a minister is coming, if I could just be given a minute to also just give my condolences in relation to the death of Honorable Ken Nyagudi. Of course, I didn't serve with him like you in the 9th Parliament. I only came in the 10th Parliament. Yes. But I knew him, and I knew the family, especially the wife, Winnie. And I just want to say that they've done an excellent work, both of them, especially in scholarship for young people through the Obama Scholarship in the US, where they took a lot of young people there. And Mr. Speaker, because I know that the CS has come in, I'll cut my speech short, but I'm just thanking you also on behalf of the family for agreeing to support them, and also call on the other members, because this might be us in the future. I know Honorable Atandi will be reaching out to you together with Honorable Elisha and Honorable Oron. If you can please support the Honorable member so that he can get a good send-off. And I just want to encourage members that in light of what we were taught in Naivasha, Mr. Speaker, because I can't say everything here, please let us take that issue seriously, of the things we were taught in Naivasha. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To move to questions. I give you 1 minute. Give Honorable Koyo the mic. There's one next to you on the left.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd also wanted to pass my condolences on the demise of Honorable Nyagudi, given that I cut my political teeth in Kisumu town politics. Mr. Nyagudi was the second member of parliament after the sad demise of Dr. Uko, and I understood his work very well. So quickly, I want to pass my condolences on my own behalf, on behalf of my constituents, for the family, and that we pray for God to look after his family that remains behind. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. We'll now go to questions under order number 7. Minister for Interior, welcome to the House of Parliament. You've been a colleague to your colleagues here from the other house. Honorable members, we have several questions. There are 1 or 2 members who saw me with questions that are not on the order paper. So at the end, you can approach the speaker to allow you to raise your questions. Just 1 minute. I have received a letter from the Honorable Kamket of Tiati nominating Bernard Kitur of Nandi Hills to ask his questions. But before we start with question 005, Minister, have been requested by the member for Gilgil to be given an opportunity to have the first shot so that she can go back to her constituency to assist the family that perished on Maimahi Road, losing 7 members of one family early in the week. So, Honorable Wangari, you may rise to ask question 030.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, even for the indulgence, and to the wider Kirubi family. It is quite a loss, losing 3 brothers, one with his 3 children. It is quite a sorry story, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the help that the committee is doing, the House is doing, to myself and to Honorable MP for Limuru, where some of the sons were staying. Mr. Speaker, allow me to ask this question, number 030 of 2025. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a detailed report on the status of investigations into the death of Mr. Justus Ekimomor Omolo, a local fisherman whose body was retrieved from Lake Nakuru on 21st February 2025? Number 2, outline the steps taken by the ministry to ensure that the perpetrator or perpetrators are apprehended, including any arrests that have been made. And 3, state the measures being taken by the government to ensure the safety of fishermen and prevent similar tragic incidents in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear before this august House to respond to questions from honorable members. And as you've guided, Mr. Speaker, I'll go straight to the question asked by the honorable member of Gilgil constituency on the murder of Joseph Othim Amora. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the night of 30th January 2025, unknown individuals gained entry into the house of Joseph Othim Omora, a 43-year-old male residing in Kolondo village, Kadumo East, where he lived alone. The assailants brutally attacked him, inflicting a deep cut on his belly, exposing his intestines, and killing him on the spot. The motive behind the murder is unknown. On 31st of January 2025, I think this is possibly, actually, I have read the one for Karachuonyo. The question is in...
I was wondering.
Yes.
It's question 030.
That is page.
It is the 8th question on the order paper.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Speaker, it was a result of disorientation of the... This is Peter Okello Odawa. Is it?
Justus Ekimomor Omolo is the deceased.
I think. Speaker. Sorry, because you changed the orientation, the flow. I could not be able to trace it quickly within my tablet. But let me read, luckily I have a backup copy. Mr. Speaker, on February 19, 2025, at approximately 12:20 hours, a report was made at Barut Police Station via OB number 7/19/2 of 2025 by Mr. Oyawa, the chief of the Lakeview Shores area. He stated that he had received information regarding a drowning incident at Lake Nakuru. Police officers from Nakuru West proceeded to the scene. They discovered the body of an unidentified male, clad in a life jacket, floating in the lake and entangled in a fishnet. Crime scene investigation personnel processed and documented the scene before transferring the body to Nakuru Annex Hospital mortuary for preservation, identification, and autopsy. On February 27, 2025, the deceased was identified by his family as Justus Ekimomor Purakwor, a 31-year-old Turkana fisherman from Nakuru County. The family confirmed that he had been missing since February 18, 2025. An autopsy was conducted on the same day at Nakuru Annex Hospital mortuary by pathologist Dr. Titus Ngulungu. The postmortem examination determined that the cause of death was hypoxic brain injury resulting from a carbon monoxide poisoning and circumstantial asphyxia. Regarding the steps being taken, Mr. Speaker, investigations are ongoing on the matter under inquest file number 1/2025. Statement has been recorded from 2 witnesses, and efforts are ongoing to identify the deceased colleagues who are reportedly fishing with him on the day of the incident to obtain further information. Samples collected from the body have been submitted to the government chemist for analysis, and the results are still pending. At this stage, no arrests have been made. The case is pending as under investigations. Mr. Speaker, on question number 3, question subsection 3, the National Police Service has implemented several measures to enhance the safety and security of fishermen. The aim is to create a safer environment for fishermen while promoting responsible and sustainable fishing practices. Number 1, Mr. Speaker, is the increased police patrols and visibility, strengthening both foot and mobile patrols along the lakes and other water resources while maintaining a strong police presence in key fishing zones to deter criminal activities. Community engagement in fishing regulations, promote responsible fishing practices and protect marine resources. Regular meetings are held with the local fishing community. These sessions focus on educating fishermen about restricted fishing zones and the standardized nets permitted for use. Additionally, fishermen are encouraged to adhere to designated fishing boundaries to prevent conflict arising from intrusion into other fishing jurisdictions. Number 3, fast tracking of investigations, ensuring timely handling of all reported cases with prompt legal action against the perpetrators to deter future offenses and enhance public confidence in law enforcement. 4th is the establishing collaboration with neighboring countries on security. Mr. Speaker, collaborating with neighboring countries that share common lakes or fishing zones to prevent conflict and competition over fishing resources, ensuring peaceful and sustainable utilization of shared water bodies. Finally, enhancing crime reporting mechanism, Mr. Speaker, by encouraging the fishing community to share critical intelligence anonymously via the Fichua Kwa DCI toll-free number 0800-722-208, guaranteeing confidentiality and the safety of whistleblowers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wangari. Honorable Wangari.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will just say that, of course, this answer is really below par because there is no single arrest that has been made on this death. And Mr. Speaker, this family stays in an area called KCC, just on your way on the highway from Delamere, and they're still wondering who exactly wanted their son killed. But Mr. Speaker, allow me to make a follow-up question, which is, going to be a global question that we have even asked the former CS of Interior. One of the reasons these cases are not solved, the issues of murder, issues of rape, issues of incest, especially in Nakuru, is because even the DNA samples that are collected take forever to get analyzed. Why, Mr. Speaker, we still don't have an analysis center in Nakuru with over 2 million inhabitants, Mr. Speaker. So the question is to the CS, when do you think we can get this center in Nakuru so that DNA samples, Mr. Speaker, for these perpetrators of these crimes.
Minister, are you safe?
Are you okay? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When can we get a center? Because government chemist services are not in Nakuru. Our samples have to be taken to either Kisumu or to Nakuru. Reagents have to be gotten, I don't know, from South Africa.
Nairobi or to Nakuru?
To Nairobi or to Kisumu, Mr. Speaker. So it takes forever to get these DNA samples back. And we are still not able to make a way forward in terms of arrests. So I would want the CS to address that issue, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, hold on, Minister. Millie, I'll only allow 2 joyriders on each question. Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, indeed, it was very unfortunate, the incident that happened to the fisherman in Naivasha. And I want to agree with my sister that we have a lot of gaps in the way that issues that deal with personal incidents of security are being dealt. But, Mr. Speaker, I think in response, the CS has gotten a little confused, maybe because of the mention of fishermen, because he's spoken of cross-border international waters. I don't know what international waters are in Naivasha. But that aside, Mr. Speaker.
He was okay because the last question Wangari is asking about the safety of fishermen generally.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I just said thank you for that clarification. But now, having raised that, Mr. Speaker, there's a very critical issue that affects fishermen. And in Naivasha, this was actually a case of murder. In Suba North and the neighboring, a lot of fishermen are fighting and killing each other because of the space. And I've heard the CS saying, let them go to demarcated areas. On land, we have title deeds. There's no title deed in water. So when you tell people to go to demarcated areas, where do they go to demarcated areas? Could the CS consider setting up a team that would look at emerging issues in the lake? Almost every month, there's a fisherman that is killed because people are fighting over scarce resources, and much more so, especially now, because we have internationalized, we're actually having people that are doing aquaculture from other countries within the water. So the water resource has become extremely small, and unless this is sorted out, we are going to have a major crisis. And so maybe if the CS can tell us what the government is seeking to do in that, before we even talk about Uganda, because we're always attacked by Uganda and Tanzania. But now we are attacking each other because water has become very scarce.
Rueda.
Asante Bwana Spika. Mwanzo nikupongeze wewe kutambua sisi wenye wavuvi wa samaki. Bwana, swali langu kwa waziri. Muna mikakati gani mumepanga ya kusaidia hao wavuvi kuboresha usalama wao? Kwa sababu Bwana Spika, wavuvi hawajazingatiwa hii Kenya. Hivi karibu siku 3 tu Lamu, boti imepata shida hapo mbele ya Mkokoni, wakapiga simu waende wakasaidiwe. Hawakusaidiwa, wakabidi waogelee wao wenyewe, wakafika huku chombo ikabidi imebeba mizigo mingi, mawimbi yakaja ikazamisha. Na ingelikuwa rahisi, ingekuwa wangefikiwa kwa haraka. Na si mbali na station, kuna kambi nyingi za forces ziko hapo karibu. So ni mikakati tu haijapangiliwa. Tafadhali waziri, tuambie hao wavuvi na wao ni wa Kenya na wanachangia pakubwa. Bwana Spika, utanisaidia, sijui niseme ni iko kwao kwa usalama au kwa transport au kwa blue economy, lakini kwa popote hawa ni wa Kenya, watafutiwe njia wasaidike. Asante. Rescues ziweko. Asante.
Yes, so Waziri will take Nabwin, the last one on this. Nabwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Just on the same note, Mr. Speaker, fishermen in Lake Turkana who fish around Sibiloi have either been arrested, killed, or sometimes they disappear in those waters. The reason given, and we brought this, Mr. Speaker, to before this House before. The reason given is that fishermen go fishing in areas that are not supposed to. But the problem is, around Sibiloi, there is no demarcation that has been done. Can the CS tell us when they are going to do the demarcation so that our fishermen will be aware on areas where they are supposed to fish or not to fish? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the very incisive follow-up questions. First is the question of government chemistry and generally the resourcing of the using science to establish or to do research on or investigations on crimes. Mr. Speaker, we have as a ministry established that both the government chemist and the DCI are not resourced enough to carry out for either forensic investigations or to ensure that they deal with these samples that are given to the labs. Why? It's because, like the government chemist is centralized. It's only one lab across the country, based in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, we've made already a request through the Treasury to this House to see if we can decentralize government chemistry so that at least we have regional offices that can assist in expediting investigations, because this one lab is dealing with all samples from across the country. That is the same with the DCI, Mr. Speaker. When they do ballistics and other investigations, the laboratory that is there is not resourced enough. So that request for resources, Mr. Speaker, and in a resource like, if this House put even $1 billion only, Mr. Speaker, to these two important institutions, it's going to make a big difference in terms of expediting investigations, and we can be able to do this very fast. So, Mr. Speaker, we need both the equipment, the decentralization of these institutions, but also we need the human resource, Mr. Speaker, to be hired and specialized human resource and other costs that can be retained. Mr. Speaker, when I visited the DCI office, for example, the DCI lab, they told me that the struggle they have is that the scheme of service that is given to the DCI to retain these specialists, Mr. Speaker, is so low that they are unable to maintain their salary and allowances and keep them with this government. And every time they get opportunity in the private sector, we lose them. Mr. Speaker, there is need for support to these two institutions to hire and retain investigators of high caliber, Mr. Speaker, for purpose of most of our fishing waters, Mr. Speaker, are generally international, especially the ones that have proper fish that are good for human consumption. That is Lake Turkana, Lake Victoria, and the sea. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that as we deal with these issues, it is very critical that we work together with the neighboring countries. Just the other day, I was with Honorable Nabwin in Todonyang, and part of the problems the people of Turkana in Todonyang are facing is because of these shared borders and the fact that the fish resources do not understand that they belong to which country, and they keep moving from one corner to the other, especially when you deal with the fresh waters, where the fresh waters and better breeding grounds are. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue working with, as I have indicated in my statement, to have good working relationship with our neighbors. On the question of zoning, it is the responsibility of the Ministry of blue economy, working together with the county governments to establish the proper zones, Mr. Speaker, where the fishing happens. Because this designation has been done in some areas, it's not been done in others. And it is important for this House, and also as a ministry will work together with the Blue Economy Ministry to make sure that the designation is clear. In fact, the associations that deal with fishing in different parts of the country, in the lakes and the sea, Mr. Speaker, already know the areas that has been designated for different groups, including the cooperatives that work within these lakes. And it is important that they keep observing those regulations. But we need perhaps the greater involvement of county governments because they understand the local economy and the people who are working in this area to make sure that there is a harmonious relationship and there is better management of these people. I agree with Honorable Minority Whip that, Mr. Speaker, fishing and fighting over fish resources is one of the greatest cause of death in these water bodies, including, as I said, when I went to Todonyang, the conflict that is there within the water is around fishing between us and our neighbors. And it has caused a lot of suffering to a number of fishermen because they are fighting over resources, the nets, the fishing boats, the fishing areas. And there are also problems of cartels. In all these businesses, you have cartels in different places. You have cartels that want to control the economy, or fishing economy. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, as I said, to work with the county governments that these issues are thrashed out and we deal with these issues. On the issue of Honorable Rueda and the problem of rescue in the sea, Mr. Speaker, I agree that there is an established Kenya Coast Guard that is based in the Ministry of Interior. And Mr. Speaker, and this is the other area that even when I visited the Turkana, the biggest problem was that there was only one boat with about 8 officers manning the lake. Mr. Speaker, with such an expansive lake, there were no enough human resource. In our next hiring of a contingent of police officers, Mr. Speaker, which working together with this House, we are finding the resources to make sure that we do it before the end of this financial year. We'll make sure that a number of officers, those officers shall be Coast Guards. Number 2 is that we have also planning in the next financial year to increase the number of boats that will be bought to help in rescue, but also patrol and security issues within our inland and international waters. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, I think I have summed up together this question with the one for Honorable Nabuin on the question of our waters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did so, Mr. Speaker. I have responded to Honorable Rueda.
Thank you. Question 005 and 006, Minister, will be asked together. They are all from the Honorable Kamket. David Kitur, you are permitted to ask on his behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bernard Kitur.
Bernard, sorry.
And thank you for accepting that I talk over this question on behalf of my colleague, Honorable William Kamket, MP for Tiati, who was not able to be here because of some official duties out of town. However, I hope I'll be able to prosecute the way he wanted it to be. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary, one, consider reviewing the academic and other qualifications for the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs in marginalized areas in the country? Secondly, could you also consider affirmative action as one of the qualifications for experienced individuals from respective locations and sub-locations to be recruited as chiefs and assistant chiefs despite not meeting the set academic requirements? Third, state the measures put in place to ensure that chiefs and assistant chiefs appointed to administer specific locations and sub-locations are actual residents of those areas to ensure their effectiveness in governance and conflict resolutions.
Fourth, indicate when the schemes of service for chiefs and assistant chiefs were reviewed after their introduction in 2017. And if not, state whether there are plans to reevaluate them to accommodate the needs of marginalized communities. That is question number 005. So I take on with 006. The second question, Mr. Speaker, said to the Cabinet Secretary, provide a detailed explanation on the circumstances that caused police officers from Karenge Choto Operation Camp to indiscriminately shoot and kill cows belonging to Mr. Tesio Chepanda of ID number 34184906 in Lemuyet Village, Chemuro sublocation, which was reported as OB number 08/30/01/2025. Secondly, state the action the ministry is taking against the officers involved in the incident, particularly given their alleged misuse of an armored personnel carrier to carry out these acts. Lastly, could you consider compensating Mr. Tesio Chepanda, given their significant loss he suffered following the shooting of his cattle, valued at approximately 2 million shillings, and clarify whether there is a framework for restitution in such cases? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. CS, you can answer those two.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will go straight to part one of that question, whether the ministry has considered reviewing the academic and other qualifications for chiefs and assistant chiefs. Mr. Speaker, the appointment of chiefs and assistant chiefs is guided by the revised scheme of service for national government administrative officers of October 2015 that explicitly sets the minimum qualification for appointment as follows. For assistant chief 2, for appointment to this entry grade, a candidate must have the following qualifications. Have Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, which is a mean grade of a C- or its equivalent from a recognized body, be not less than 30 years of age, be a resident of the particular sublocation, police clearance certificate, have good communication skills, and have a certificate in computer application skills from a recognized institution. For the chief, Mr. Speaker, Chief 2, for appointment to this entry grade, a candidate must have the following qualifications: have Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, mean grade of C-plane, or its equivalent from a recognized examination body, diploma in any of the following disciplines: public administration, management, social work, community development, education, governance, conflict management, or its equivalent from a recognized institution, be not less than 35 years of age, be a resident of a particular location, and have police clearance certificate, have good communication skills, and have a certificate in computer application skills from a recognized institution. However, in specific circumstances where the advertised position do not attract qualified candidates, the ministry, on a need basis, requests the Public Service Commission for academic waivers to fill the vacancies in marginalized areas. Whereas a review of the current scheme of service may be necessary, it is important to note that the Public Service Commission always grants academic waivers upon request by the ministry. On part 2, Mr. Speaker, on whether the ministry can consider affirmative action, Mr. Speaker, whereas possession of experience in socio-political, economic, and cultural aspects of communities is important in public administration at the grassroots, all cadres and all positions in public service are subject to particular minimum academic requirements during recruitment and selection process. Currently, academic waivers of particular qualification are granted to attract experienced applicants in special circumstances. This affirmative action ensures that citizens in the marginalized areas are not discriminated against, but have equal access to the chiefs and assistant chiefs positions. Mr. Speaker, question 3 is regarding the measures in place to ensure that chiefs and assistant chiefs appointed to administer specific locations and sub-locations are actual residents. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is a requirement in the scheme of service that the prospective applicants for the positions of chiefs and assistant chiefs should be resident of particular locations or sub-locations. The deputy county commissioners, as chairpersons of sub-county recruitment and selection panels, have been guided through circulars to conduct due diligence and vetting of all the applicants' places of residence to ensure that candidates recommended for appointments are bona fide residents and of good standing in society. Besides, the National Intelligence Service usually conducts comprehensive background checks and vetting of all shortlisted candidates before interviews. The vetting reports of candidates include known place of residence, personal details, marital status, education and professional qualification, present and previous employment history, character, ability, and public relations, relationship with the community, clan dynamics in the respective administrative units, and involvement in any criminal activities. Regarding the time the scheme of service for chiefs and assistant chiefs was reviewed after the introduction in 2017, Mr. Speaker, the current scheme of service for chiefs and assistant chiefs were reviewed in 2015 and implemented in effect from 29th of October 2015. Previous other schemes of service for chiefs and assistant chiefs existed and have been reviewed over time to establish the required standards of recruitment and selection. The revised scheme of service for national government administration officers, October 2015, is currently undergoing review and will explore the possibility of appreciating the academic needs of the marginalized communities. On question 2, Mr. Speaker, I will respond as follows. First, on the explanation of circumstances that led police officers from Karenge Choto operation camp to indiscriminately shoot and kill cows. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 29th of January 2024, Assistant Chief Chemuro, sublocation of Loruk location, reported via number 0830/1 of 25 that an armored personnel carrier belonging to one of the Form W units stationed in Ngaratuko allegedly fired at cattle belonging to Mr. Yalokel Tesio Chepanda, a resident of Chemuro sublocation. The sequence of events occurred during routine patrol of a multi-agency security team in volatile Ngaratuko area, where officers came under fire from suspected bandits. The assailants positioned themselves behind herd of cattle, using the animals as shield while engaging security officers in shootout. In response, the officers returned fire, eventually overpowering the bandits, who then fled to the nearby thickets. As a result, 4 cows were confirmed dead, 9 sustained critical injuries, and 6 others suffered minor injuries. Due to the intensity of the exchange of gunfire, it remains unclear whether the deaths and injuries of the animals resulted from the police gunfire or from the rounds fired by the bandits. A comprehensive investigation is currently underway to establish the facts under the file number 1 of 2025, case pending under investigation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is the action that the ministry is taking. Mr. Speaker, sir, a thorough investigation into the matter is currently underway, and upon its conclusion, any individual found responsible, whether a police officer or otherwise, will be arraigned before the court of law to face appropriate charges. Number 3, compensation of Mr. Tesho Chepanda. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is not in a position to compensate the victim, as there is no scheme of service for compensation of victims of banditry or in the situation of such attack. Mr. Speaker, on question 7, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that's the end of the question from Honorable Kamket, Mr. Speaker.
To ask any supplementary?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So first of all, Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the fact that the Cabinet Secretary has indicated indeed that in 005, in specific cases, they may be able to do academic waivers, particularly for regions that are marginalized in our country, because many times to get qualified individuals is a challenge. And there was a case in that particular constituency where I think it was hard for them to have been able to get those who could qualify to be the chief. So I would wish that now that the CS, you've made that commitment, I hope that will be action, because there was a challenge indeed in the past about the same. I appreciate the fact that you've indicated that residents from a particular region should be nominated or selected to be the chiefs and assistant chiefs to cover particular areas because they understand those particular areas. Finally, that is in 005, that there is currently a review on scheme of service, particularly for marginalized regions or communities, because of the circumstances of the regions where they come from, the challenges that happens in those particular places. So in all of those, you've been positive about the questions that we've asked. But then now, on 006, Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the answer of the Cabinet Secretary. First, it is now 2 months, and you indicate that investigation is still ongoing. You've also indicated that there was a there was a shootout between bandits who are hiding, and you've not indicated to us how many of those bandits may have actually gotten they were shot, because Tesio Chepanda, as you might have gotten the information, is one of the leaders in that region who has been spearheading the peaceful coexistence and has been one of the support systems in that community to bring in the peace and to also weed off the bandits in that particular area. So I don't think 2 months down the line, you've not been able to establish if indeed there were in the shootout, the cows that were shot, you're still saying they are still doing some bit of investigation. I don't think it's extremely satisfactory. So I still wish that if indeed the investigation is still going on, CS, can it be expedited so that Chepanda can be able to get his due justice? Thank you.
Posing. Posing.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And by extension, I also thank Honorable Kitur from Nandi. I think he has prosecuted that question from Pokot very successfully. And I think this is how we should move as a country, that this country is one. I have two further clarifications to seek from the Minister, Honorable Speaker. One, there is an issue which is very recent. Last week, a chief was killed in a place around, in that constituency, a place called around Loruk. And Honorable Kamket, as we speak, Honorable Speaker, is actually undertaking that burial as we speak now. He's actually doing the burial of that chief. And I'm certain that the minister knows or he has heard about it. I wanted the minister to clarify and tell us what is going on in terms of whether there's anybody who has been arrested. Because the assumption or allegation on the ground, Honorable Speaker, is that that chief was killed by security agencies, NPR, from a neighboring community. And that might cause a spillover or a ripple effect in terms of retaliation and so on and so forth, because you know that enclave, Honorable Speaker, is very insecure and sensitive. And I'm sure the minister knows that. I want the minister to be able to clarify whether he arrested people, so that even the people in Chemolingot, as we speak now, who are watching, can be able to listen to the minister addressing the most current issues. Secondly and last, is that issue of chiefs, waivers, and chiefs recruited outside the sub-location, Honorable Speaker. Those are related. And that's why Honorable Kamket brought that question, because it's very rampant in the places where we come from. That a sub-location, there's no chief that qualifies or assistant chief. So people who apply come from different locations, and then they claim that they come from these locations. When they get the jobs, they live in towns, live in the places and administer, Honorable Speaker. So that is a comment to the minister, that the minister should pay attention and know that that question of waiver and chiefs recruited outside locations is actually interlinked or married, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Last on that, Kangogo. Give Bowen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to ask the minister, which is part of these security issues, what the government is doing to stamp out the banditry in Kerio Valley. Mr. Speaker, some 2 weeks ago, two students.
In Kerio Valley?
Yes. There are two primary school students, together with the together with their uncle. They were killed by bandits, Mr. Speaker. Their cows were taken away. And it is a repeat, Mr. Speaker, because we have even called some sessions in this house where we have said, let's have a discussion for banditry. But what is the government doing generally in the entire Kerio Valley belt, in the entire North Rift, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that the killings and banditry, which is frequent every other time in Kerio Valley and the North Rift, is happening? Mr. Speaker, in our order paper today, there is the state of security in West Pokot, Elgeyo Marakwet, and 6 counties. It is there in our order paper today. It is still about security and insecurity in the northern part, in Kerio Valley and the North Rift. What is the government doing, Mr. Speaker? Because even the military who are there, they are not helping us. We have thousands of GSU officers. We have thousands of police officers who are there. They are not helping. We are not seeing, we are just seeing a very little difference. So because the Speaker is new in the office, and the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the CS, Mr. Speaker, he was a senator there. So he understands very well those issues. So if he can tell us so that we don't come here again and ask these questions many times, what the government is doing to make sure that there is a peace and tranquility in Kerio Valley, I think it will solve many of our questions.
Malechei, take another one. Give her the mic. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll be brief because yesterday we were discussing on the issue of security in the 6 counties of the Kerio Valley. Before this house, I want the CS to tell us in this house, when are they going to do a proper and a thorough disarmament in the Kerio Valley? Since we've had these issues since the previous years, none of the government agencies have done a thorough disarmament. All that we need in the Kerio Valley is disarmament, Mr. Speaker. Number 2, I'd wish also the CS to brief this house because every time we go there to the villages, the village elders are keen to know when they are going to be paid, if they are going to be paid, so the CS to brief us if there is a budget for that, and if indeed they are going to do that. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, it is true that Honorable William Kamket is attending the funeral of our Chief Victor Sebe, who was unfortunately killed, Mr. Speaker, during an incident of recovery of livestock in Loruk area. I was in Loruk and I sent my condolences to the family. I sent the MP today to the funeral. But, Mr. Speaker, it was really a very unfortunate situation because the chiefs have done a very good job along the Kerio Valley region in recovery of livestock and partnering with the operation team to recover livestock. In this incident, there is an investigation that is ongoing to establish, was the chief really killed by bandits or was it a case of a police officer or police reservist, as had been alleged, who shot the chief. That investigation, DCI officers from Nairobi were sent to the ground. They have interviewed a number of people from Baringo North constituency. And remember, Mr. Speaker, this is a border area between Baringo North and Tiati constituency. And they're also carrying out investigation by interviewing people in Tiati constituency. Those who will be found culpable, Mr. Speaker, will be charged in a court of law. And if they are security officers, they will be dismissed. and the process is ongoing. I have requested, as I went there, the IG to make sure that these investigations are expedited, because we do not want the peace between the two constituencies to be jeopardized by retaliatory acts as a result of that incident. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very much aware of the situation of the late Chief Victor Sebe. Mr. Speaker, on the question of waiver, I agree also with Honorable Kosing that in the absence of qualified professionals from locations and sub-locations, some residents of, or would have been residents of that area, maybe historically, or they are ancestrally coming from that constituency, end up getting jobs, but they have already migrated to other parts. If it is Sigor constituency, for example, they have migrated to Kapenguria town, and because of the absence of a qualified person, perhaps then that person comes back to serve in that constituency. As I had indicated earlier, we will take this into consideration. I have even received requests from Samburu where they really think that the person who can be a very good chief, and the leaders have been able to make this petition, the very good chief in one of the sub-locations, is actually doesn't meet the threshold of the academic qualification, and their case is under review, and that case is also going on in a few places in the country. On the question raised by Honorable Kangogo, Mr. Speaker, for the last 2 years, as a result of Operation Malisa Walivu in the Kerio Valley region, a lot of progress has been made. Even early last year, the situation was not good because of the attacks in various parts of the valley. Mr. Speaker, a lot of progress has been made. Leaders who are here will agree with me that in the border of West Pokot and Turkana County, we now have relative calm, especially around Kainuk, which had become a terribly perennial area. In the Kachaliba constituency and Loima, yes, there has been also a lot of good progress in terms of peace. Although we still have 1 or 2 incidences happening there, including a case that it is suspected to be bandits against themselves in that area, in that border. But, Mr. Speaker, in Baringo, for example, we have made great progress. The border between Marakwet and Baringo, especially Baringo South, Baringo North, is now peaceful, and most parts of Kerio Valley between Baringo and Elgeyo Marakwet is peaceful. If you go to Baringo South, we have really a very great example, Mr. Speaker, of what Operation Malisa Walivu has done. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the problem we have, if you go to Laikipia, most parts of Laikipia, Mr. Speaker, are now peaceful, except a few areas of stealing of livestock here, but we've never had the situation we've had in the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, we have troubled areas in this valley. Number one is in the border between the Marakwet East constituency and Tiaty constituency, the 2 locations of Kaben and Endo in Marakwet East, and Mr. Speaker, in Tiaty constituency in Ngoron, Mr. Speaker, location. Those 3 areas are really very troublesome, and as a result of their trouble, they cause problems in Sigor constituency, Mr. Speaker, on the other side. And Mr. Speaker, we have asked the security officers to up their game around that area. And there are other issues that I'm going to say in general. And in the Samburu area, Mr. Speaker, we have a big problem within Samburu, especially Samburu East and some parts, Samburu West, Samburu East, and Mr. Speaker, Samburu North, particularly certain troublesome areas in those places. Mr. Speaker, because of that, a week ago, I was in Laikipia North, in Kirimon area. We have established a new operation base for Operation Malisa Walivu that will only focus in Samburu, Laikipia, and, Mr. Speaker, some parts of Isiolo and Meru, to get rid of these bandits who are hiding, especially, Mr. Speaker, in some parts of Tiaty constituency and Mukokodo Forest, Mr. Speaker, which has become a safe haven for many of these criminals that are attacking communities around this belt. And as a result of that, you've seen our police officers are preparing for a massive operation, and we are working together to make sure that we open up also roads, in particular the Tiaty constituency, and again, as I said, Samburu East, so that we can access the areas where these criminals are hiding. On the case of Elgeyo Marakwet East especially, and Tiaty, we have a problem, Mr. Speaker, with our NPR there. Their mode of operation is wanting. The people who have been recruited are wanting. Mr. Speaker, we are going to do a massive review. We will perhaps remove all of the NPR officers who are there so that we can have room to hire better NPR officers who can work together with the police officers to get rid of those problems. We also have a plan, Mr. Speaker, in these areas, and let me say generally, including even Loruk area, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we carry out another massive operation. We are in the process of procuring drones, Mr. Speaker, that will be used for surveillance. We have realized that, Mr. Speaker, where drones have been used, especially in Laikipia, there has been great success. We are going to be procuring a number of drones, Mr. Speaker, with higher capability of durability, Mr. Speaker, not the ones we have been using in the past. And we are going also to make sure that they will have night vision so that we can do proper surveillance. We have realized, Mr. Speaker, a new phenomenon this year, where the bandits are now attacking people at night. In the past, they would come during the day, but there is a new phenomenon where these attacks are happening at night. What request I would make, because my colleagues here, members of parliament, we have suffered looking for peace in this valley, is that where leadership is required, I would really love to see most of the members of National Assembly, Mr. Speaker, participating in making sure they help us sort this problem. And I want to thank them for what they have done so far and the fact that they have been on the ground. And I want to thank specifically the Member of Parliament of Baringo South, because, Mr. Speaker, as a result of his innovative way of working with both the Pokots, the Njems, and the Tugen in his own constituency, they have been able to really make Baringo South a model, Mr. Speaker, of a peace in terms of fighting this issue of banditry. Mr. Speaker, I now go to the question of Honorable Ngaleche. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we would like to do disarmament. Disarmament will carry out massive resources. It will require a lot of human resource, but also collateral damage in a big way. Mr. Speaker, but despite doing this disarmament cannot just happen in one area. With the porous borders that we have with our neighbors, both from Uganda to South Sudan to Ethiopia to Somalia, Mr. Speaker, there is easy proliferation of small arms. Mr. Speaker, even as government plans to do this disarmament in the future or in the long run, we need to deal, Mr. Speaker, with supply of ammunitions, which we have discovered, Mr. Speaker, that most of the ammunitions used to attack people in the valley and many parts of this country, it comes from our own police officers, either procured from out of the country or from our own factory in Eldoret. Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with the National Intelligence Service to establish the people within the police service, Mr. Speaker, who are selling these bullets to bandits, Mr. Speaker, to kill our people. If we manage to deal with the ammunitions first, Mr. Speaker, we will have curtailed the use of that gun. We can reduce the gun to be a mere stick, Mr. Speaker, and we will be able to do a lot of work to make sure that this issue is done. But eventually, we must make sure that, Mr. Speaker, we deal also with the long-term plans. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of this House and the country, Kenyans need to know that the people we call bandits are very young boys, between 14 years and 19 years. Mr. Speaker, the question we need to ask ourselves, by the time a 15, 16, 17, 18, 19-year-old is terrorizing us in this valley, we need to ask ourselves a more fundamental question. Where were we when these kids were growing, unable to go to school, unable to access opportunities for education? Mr. Speaker, there is a big problem in Tiaty constituency. There is also a big problem in some parts of Samburu constituency, Mr. Speaker. We have established that, one, in Tiaty constituency, there is even a whole division that doesn't have a single road. You have a whole division that has one school, expecting small children to go all the way to go to class. If we need to get rid of banditry, we must also get rid of the cause, the main cause, which is marginalization, Mr. Speaker. This marginalization, if we bring everybody to the field, to reach a stage where they have water, they have schools, they have roads, Mr. Speaker, each one of them will feel, Mr. Speaker, that it is unnecessary for us to engage in this kind of violence. And Mr. Speaker, this House, Mr. Speaker, must make meaningful use of the resources that have otherwise been called marginalization fund. Mr. Speaker, we have said we need a major plan to open up these regions. And if we do not do this, Mr. Speaker, we will continue coming here, spending resources on operations. There is a reason why when the bandits reach, Mr. Speaker, Laikipia, it stops from there to, Mr. Speaker, and they do not progress to Nyeri or to Murang'a or to Nairobi, because this is a civilized part of the country. We need to make those parts of the country as civilized as the other parts of the country, so that, Mr. Speaker, people will not see the need to engage in violence. And I know that there have been some plans for roads infrastructure. I know that because I was in that ministry. Mr. Speaker, that plan must continue. We must open that area. We must see the road from Maralal to Baragoi, Mr. Speaker, tarmacked. We must see all those roads in those parts of the country tarmacked. We must even see good all-weather roads that can help us even do operations, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, when we met recently with the Ministry of Defense, we made a proposal. That proposal is coming to the Budget Committee. We want to make sure that in the next financial year, there is real resources that is going to answer to the historical problem of marginalization. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bumula.
Sorry, I forgot to answer the last question of Honorable Ngeleche on the village elders. Mr. Speaker, on the question of the village elders, I would like to say in brief that we have drafted a policy on village elders. It is now going through public participation. When it is done, Mr. Speaker, not just policy but regulations, it will be brought to this House. Then we can collectively decide how we are going to take care of our village elders, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps give them some honoraria that will make them proud, Mr. Speaker, as they also continue supporting us in conflict resolution and peace building, Mr. Speaker, and security operations. I will be coming back to this House, and I want to thank Honorable Ngaleche. She's a member of the committee. They have done a fantastic report on the question of banditry. That report I watched yesterday. It was debated in this House. Mr. Speaker, we are going to take all the proposals that have come from this House, we are going to take into consideration when we are dealing with issues of banditry across the country. I thank the chair who was here, our chair of the Security Committee, for a good job. Thank you.
I said 2 joy riders to each question. We must manage our time. Member for Bumula. The minister has made a lot of elaborate general statements on security. You should be satisfied with that.
Thank you.
Member for Bumula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
007.
One, could the Cabinet Secretary indicate how much money the government has spent to acquire and implement the electronic travel authorization system? 2, provide the certified list of the technical service providers responsible for the system's operations and state whether the platform is hosted and managed within the country. And 3, explain how ETA system has impacted Kenya's tourism and business travel, particularly in comparison to the previous visa policy. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will respond as follows. On part 1, on the amount of money that the government has spent to acquire and implement the electronic travel authorization system, ETA system, otherwise known as ETA system. Mr. Speaker, following the presidential directive of making Kenya a visa-free country with effect from 1st of January 2024, the State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services introduced the electronic travel authorization system, ETA. ETA provides advanced security screening of the travelers before they arrive in the country. The State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services engaged a consortium of MES, Trivisory Border Security, SA, and Convergence Network Solutions to undertake the implementation of ETA and a self-financing public-private partnership piloting framework. For the standard ETA, which cost $30, the service provider was paid $8.5, while for the United States multiple ETA, which costs USD 160, the service provider was paid $15. As of 25th of February 2025, total number of ETAs applied were 1,596,799, generating amount of US dollar 50,568,810, out of which the service provider is entitled to US dollar 12,255,013. This was a pilot project as the State Department explored ways of localization of the ETA solution. On 9th of March 2025, Mr. Speaker, under my stewardship, the e-Citizen ETA solution was rolled out. As at 25th March, the e-Citizen ETA solution, which is a local solution and the ministry solution, was rolled out. As of 25th of March 2025, at 1 p.m., at 1300 hours, 38,634 ETAs had been applied and paid through the e-Citizen platform. Mr. Speaker, regarding the certified list of technical service providers, Mr. Speaker, sir, during this piloting phase of January 4th, 2024 to 8th of March 2025, the State Department of Immigration and Citizen Services engaged a consortium of Advisory, Border Security, SA, and Convergence Network Solutions. However, from March 9th, 2025, as I have already indicated, for sustainability purposes, ETA solution, which is localized and hosted as e-Citizen platform, was launched. Mr. Speaker, on question number 3, how the ETA system impacted Kenya's tourism and business travel. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the Kenya Tourism Board Annual Report of 2024, Kenya tourism sector reported record growth with 2.4 million international visitors, a 15% increase from the 2023, and inbound tourism earning rising by 19.79% to 452.2 billion shillings. This is an independent and objective appraisal of the positive impact of ETA on the tourism sector, among other factors that influence the rise in numbers of tourists and corresponding increase in business earnings. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bumula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for answering most of these questions. Now, one, when you started this program, were there any local companies on the project? And what was the criteria of onboarding them? Then two, now that in Kenya we have data protection laws through the Data Protection Act, what steps have you put in place to comply with the Kenya's Data Protection Act and the global data security standards? Now, Mr. Minister, before the ETA, there were those countries that enjoyed the visa-free access to this country. With the introduction of ETA, it meant that everybody has to pay some money. Are you disenfranchising them? And to what level does that speak to a foreign policy? Honorable Speaker,
Minister,
can he deal with that? Then I add two.
No, you have only a second bite, which you are already exhausting.
Okay, finally, Honorable Minister, when you started the ETA, you spoken of some companies, some of which are foreign companies. Where was the servers of these companies hosted? Were it in Kenya or in any other country? And how much in total revenue has been generated out of this since you started?
Yes, cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm as to Kenyans as to when the process of recruiting the chiefs and sub-chiefs of the new identified locations and sub-locations that has been done more than 5 years. It has been gazetted, and up to now it has not been resourced. We also have a sub-county, or a division called Kondo. The structures have been put in place, office has been built more than 4 years. It has not been resourced with the ACC.
On
Yes,
what in law
because
we
he was discussing on the issue of chiefs.
Use them generis.
But Mr. Speaker, he is discussing on the issues of chiefs, and I don't know how would that one be different from.
There are some questions about chiefs that are still pending.
All right, okay.
Let's exhaust the ETA first.
Okay, thank you.
Rweda.
Bwana Spika, Lamu inajulikana kwamba tunategemea sana utalii. Na eneo bunge langu, Lamu Mashariki, sisi tunauza samaki sana. Kwa hivyo watalii wakiathirika kidogo tu, sisi tunaathirika. Nataka waziri aiambie hili bunge ni kitu gani ilitokea Mangai. Mangai kuna chief alitafutwa na Al-Shabaab. Na kuna governor ambaye alisema kwa issue ya hizi vitambulisho ID. Akasema watu wa Lamu hawafai kupawa ni vibaya wasifanywe vetting kwa sababu Al-Shabaab ni hao wanaingia. So mimi nina wasiwasi na watu wangu wana wasiwasi isije hao watu wamefanya kusudi to justify their point. Kwa hivyo waziri tuambie nani anahusika alikuja kumtafuta chifu Mangai. Kama ni Al-Shabaab tuambie, manake vile walivyokuja this time wamekuja tofauti kabisa. Ati Al-Shabaab wamekuja waongeleshe watu, wapeane watu tende kisha waondoke. Tuambie ni kina nani walofanya hivyo, na ujue inatuathiri sana sisi, uchumi umeharibika Lamu. Leo tuambie kinaga ubwaga ni kina nani, kwa sababu sisi tuna suspect hao magavana ambao hawataki sisi tupate vitambulisho, pengine wao ndo walifanya kusudi si ku justify their point. Asante.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwanza nikupongeze waziri, ulivyokuwa katika transport ulifanya kazi safi sana. Na niweze kuuliza Mheshimiwa Spika, utaniruhusu kwa sababu ni swali ambalo limenisumbua sana. Ndani ya Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Waziri, tumekuwa na ukosefu wa usalama. Na vijana wadogo kama ulivyosema miaka yao ni 14 mpaka 19, wameshika vipanga wanakatakata watu. Juzi waliingilia watu pale Makadara ground wakati wa Ramadhani, na kisha tumepata hata cruise ship ya watalii. Watalii wamekuja ndani ya Mombasa, wametuletea pesa Kenya. Wale vijana walienda wakawaibia vipochi vyao, wakawapiga, mpaka watalii waliamua kugeuza meli imerudi kwao nyumbani. Kwa hiyo hapo mtaji tumeukosa ndani ya taifa hili. Na juzi pia umeona kule Likoni wajukuu wa bibi wako wengi wanakatakata watu mapanga, yani inakuwa hata mchana huwezi kutembea, usiku huwezi kutembea. Waziri, nataka utusaidie ama utuelezee Mombasa utatusaidia namna gani ili tuweze kuwatoa hapa. Nimeona Kwale mmeshika watoto paka na wazazi wao. Je, Mombasa mmetupangia kitu gani, manake imekuwa donda sugu? Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Minister, yes, Mama Kwale. Patia Mama Masito.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii ili na mimi niweze kutoa hisia zangu, nimuulize Mheshimiwa Waziri. Kwanza nikupatie kongole Mheshimiwa Waziri kwa kupata wizara hii, na mimi najua wewe ni mtendakazi na utawatendea watu wa Kenya kazi hii. Kila wizara unayopewa una perform au unawajibika, unafanya kazi yako. Mheshimiwa Waziri, kuna hili swala la zile location ambazo zilikuwa gazetted. Kwale kuna location ambazo zilikuwa gazetted tangu mwaka 2017. Lakini mpaka wa leo hii iko Msambweni, Matuga, Kinango na Lungalunga. Kuna zile location ambazo zilikuwa gazetted Mheshimiwa Waziri. Lakini mpaka sasa hivi bado hatujapata machief, hatujapata wale wa chini wa machifu. Serikali ina mikakati gani ya kuhakikisha watu hawa wameweza kuajiriwa ili kuweza kuwajibika na kuwafanyia kazi watu wa Kwale County? Pili Mheshimiwa Speaker, pia nizidi kutilia pondo lile swala la vijana wa vipanga ambalo limekithiri pale Kwale County sehemu ya Ukunda. Wanajaribu askari kuweza kudhibiti, lakini we need more enforcement, au tunahitaji nguvu zaidi ya kuweza kukabiliana na swala hili. Tunajua ni swala ambalo litaathiri pakubwa.
Kuna hoja ya nidhamu hapa. Yes, mbunge wa Bumula.
Honorable Speaker, the intention of having joyriding questions is that we remain relevant so that we can dig deeper into the issue that a question a member has raised. So I would indulge you, Honorable Speaker, that if we went that direction, we would expand this and make it easier for the minister, because a lot of members are introducing new questions that the minister would definitely require to go and research so that he brings substantive answers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I have said many times, a joyrider must ride on a running horse. You can't just joyride on nothing. Questions that are supplementary to the primary question should be based on that question. Yes, yes, Bashir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want to, at the foremost, appreciate and thank the Waziri for coming up. Waziri, mine is related to the issues of gazetted units. And I'm sure the people of Sabito are waiting for you for the launch of the Sabito sub-county. And I'm sure they're eagerly waiting for...
Bashir, the question at hand is about the ETA. I said joyriders must ride the running horse. Now you are bringing to the track your own horse. Go on if it's about the ETA.
Honorable Speaker, I have heard the members talking about gazetted units and locations.
Yes.
So I just want to take this opportunity to also remind the Waziri that Mandera North has gazetted units in 2020, 2021. And I will actually appreciate that those units are operationalized. And as I said, we have a date with him. The people at Sabito are waiting for him for the launch of the Sabito sub-county. He has a date with us, and you are most welcome, Honorable Waziri, to our Sabito sub-county. Thank you.
Minister, try and separate the wheat from the chaff.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission,
I'm sure you can, all these are questions relevant to your ministry. Concentrate on Wamboka's question, but then as an orbiter, deal with those issues.
Because, Mr. Speaker, there is a specific question on the other administrative units.
Yes.
If you allow me, I will respond at this point on ETA, and then when I am answering the other question, I then...
you will then respond to...
I have noted all the questions raised by the honorable members.
To Keses, you respond to Bashir, and
Fatuma,
Mama Masito, yes, those who have asked about
Zamzam and Rueda.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, watu ya Mapanga, Mombasa, Pia, you'll deal with that at some point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, I'll deal with that. So let me just focus now on the ETA. Mr. Speaker, the local company, as indicated in the answer I gave, is Convergence. Convergence is a local company which partnered with Trivasory to provide ETA on PPP on pilot terms. Mr. Speaker, when it was now time to determine whether we should sign a contract, a long-term contract with the consortium of Trivasory and Convergence, Mr. Speaker, we made a decision in the ministry that it was better that ETA reverts back to the ministry itself and be run under ETA. This was negotiated with the consortium, and since they had been paid their dues for the 1 year they were doing piloting, and we appreciate the data they collected. At that point in time, I know the honorable member was asking where was the data hosted. It was hosted by the Trivasory itself, initially out of the country. But because of our data protection issues, because it was a pilot, and because of our data protection issues, we made sure that all data is returned back to our ministry, and now it's being hosted at Nyayo House, Mr. Speaker, and that is the data that is helping us to implement the ETA. Also, for the benefit of the Republic, they have been, in the last 2-3 weeks, 3 weeks ago, there were many complaints from the public that ETA is slow, ETA is down. It was because we had taken over and we are now ourselves perfecting the system. So we apologize to the public for the challenges we faced when now the ministry itself took it. But the process is now smoother, and we saw it is fit and better that it is hosted by government. And if we want to upgrade ETA later to integrated border management system, we will then invite in a competitive process service provider as we progress, but the service provision now is done internally within the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we are certified data protection agency. The e-citizen is certified for data protection, and we are also certified data processors, and therefore the data is safe within our hands under the data protection law. Mr. Speaker, on the question of ETA, yes, that was the situation in the past. It was realized that countries that were not paying any visa, you just jump into, go to the airport and travel, whether you are in Ethiopia or East Africa, a number of East Africa countries, or some other countries that we have partnership, you came to the country without paying anything because it was visa free. But with the convenience fee of ETA, people felt like those who are coming for free are now being forced to pay. Mr. Speaker, as a result, a decision was made in the cabinet, Mr. Speaker, that we remove completely from countries that reciprocate with our country on visa free, we remove ETA payment, any fee, and therefore they travel ETA free. And Mr. Speaker, that was also extended to all African countries, that they will travel to the country ETA free, except where situations we need to deal with security issues or so forth. Everybody travels ETA free to the country. Mr. Speaker, yes, I've answered the question on where the visa,
the last one is about revenue collected.
I already indicated in the statement itself the revenue located. Unless you want me to refer again to the statement, already it's an answer, Mr. Speaker, the revenue collected in the last 1 year in relation to that, and the money that has gone to, Mr. Speaker, the partner, which is about $12 million. Mr. Speaker, has indicated in the statement, and Mr. Speaker, the money collected for the country is $50 million, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you. Zambia. Now, the next questions all relate to operationalization of administrative units. Question 026, Zambia, you'll ask. After you, question 027, Joseph Tunoi will ask. After Tunoi, we'll have Honorable Mumina Bonaya. All these are about operationalizing administrative units. So can all those three be asked? Start with Zambia. Yes, Roida, what's the issue?
My question is not answered. It is about your ATA, because it's affecting tourism. The issue of Al-Shabaab in Mangai, which is affecting tourism in Kenya, not only Lamu. We are really affected. We want to know the root cause of this. Who is involved? Is it Al-Shabaab or who is it?
Minister, have you gotten
Mr. Speaker, the question was specific to the chief of Manga. And Mr. Speaker, I promised earlier that when I'm answering this question of operationalizing administrative units, I will ride on it to respond to Honorable Rueida's question on the threat of the chief. The right place to have answered this question would have been when we were discussing banditry. But I can, Mr. Speaker,
okay, hold your horses,
together
we'll come
with
to it.
This question.
Okay, Zambia.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We'll take three in a row.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the National Administration. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the criteria used to gazette Nzai sub-location in Murkomen constituency, Fight Kenya Gazette Notice number 17 of 2024, contrary to the agreement made in a meeting during public participation held on 11th of May 2023 in the office of the Assistant Chief, Sultan Ahmud, which is in Mukah sub-count, between the area of administration and the residents of Nzai village to retain Nzai sub-location in Kilome constituency. Honorable Speaker, 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider the regazettement of Nzai sub-location to be within the boundaries of Kilome constituency to enable the residents of Nzai sub-location to remain in Mukah sub-count in Kilome constituency?
Thank you. Joseph Tonui, Kuresoi South.
Thank you.
Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the status report on the operationalization of the administrative units in Kuresoi South constituency, including Tinet and Kiptakich, Sotiki, Pararget, and Kabongoi locations, in line with the Gazette notice of 21st July 2017. Number 2, state the measures put in place by the ministry to ensure these administrative units are fully operational, enabling the local population to access essential national government services conveniently and efficiently. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Momina Bonaya, give her the mic. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary provide an update on operationalization of newly created administrative units in Isiolo County that were gazetted in March 2022? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures taken by the Ministry to fast-track the process, including a clear timeline for their operationalization? Thank you.
Minister, those are very short questions. When are you operationalizing? And Zambia seems to be disputing the manner in which the location is created and so on. So let's save time. And then you can combine with the Mama Wala or Kwale and those who ask questions earlier about operationalizing the areas, cases, and so on.
Mr. Speaker.
Let him answer this, then I'll allow a few joyriders.
Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the individual questions, it is worth noting that 4 of the 11 questions that were brought here today relate to the establishment and operationalization of the new administrative units. This is of great interest to majority of the members, and rightfully so, because many administrative units, some dating back to 2017, have been gazetted and not operationalized. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to bring before the House the current status of administrative units as follows, before I go to the specific question. The current number of operational administrative units in the country is as follows. We have 8 regions, we have 47 counties, which are administrative units for national government. We have 409, Mr. Speaker, sub-counties. That, of course, should clearly show that sub-counties are not equivalent to constituencies. Some constituencies have more than 1 sub-counties. We have 988 divisions, which, Mr. Speaker, just to mention, is less than the number of wards, because we have 450 wards, yet we have 988 divisions. And then we have 4,003 locations, and we have 4,003 locations, and 9,112 sub-locations. The gazetted and not operationalized administrative units, which are subject of most of these questions, are as follows. We have 45 sub-counties, we have 291 divisions, we have 1,439 locations, and we have 2,693 sub-locations. So that, Mr. Speaker, as every member here will be asking why not here, why not in this county, why not in this constituency, it's important to indicate, to know that These are the ones that are not operationalized across the country. The number of administrative units that have been prioritized for operationalization in this financial year of 2024-2025 is 24 sub-counties, 88 divisions, 318 locations, and sub-locations, which are 675. As you can deduce from the above figures, Mr. Speaker, there are 21 sub-counties, 203 divisions, 1,121 locations, 2,018 sub-locations that will be pending operationalization even after this financial year. Owing to the acute budgetary constraints, the ministry has been hard put to operationalize all the gazetted units, opting instead to face the operationalization based on the following criteria: areas prone to insecurity, vastness and terrain of the area, population pressure and demand for government services, promotion of inclusivity and minority representation, anomalous administrative units, a situation, for example, where we have sub-county having only one division, implying that an assistant county commissioner and a deputy county commissioner cover the same jurisdiction. And finally, available infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the budget for operationalization of new units was not allocated this financial year, and the ministry has been utilizing budgetary allocation for development and recurrent expenditure to ensure services are delivered. Mr. Speaker, to prevent future gazettement of administrative units that are not budgeted for, the ministry is currently developing regulations that will guide the establishment of the new administrative units. The said regulations will be subjected to public participation and thereafter forwarded to this House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, if I may emphasize here, we have a problem where why it is 2017, Mr. Speaker, is just before elections. And before every elections, most of the requests here are either 2017 or 2021, 2022. And there will be the same problem in 2026, 2027. So, Mr. Speaker, to avoid a situation where promises are made either by the cabinet secretary or even the MPs who are motto to their voters, Mr. Speaker, because of the pressure of elections, Mr. Speaker, these regulations are extremely important to defend and prevent all of us from making promises that perhaps we cannot fulfill, Mr. Speaker, and particularly a promise that is not accompanied by budget, so that then, Mr. Speaker, the pressure that we have at the moment does not ensue. Mr. Speaker, let me appreciate members of the National Assembly for utilizing the national government CDF to put up infrastructure for new administrative units. This has greatly complemented our operationalization efforts. Mr. Speaker, at the risk of sounding political, Mr. Speaker, many people who are opposed, including courts who are opposed to CDF, I find it very ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, because in the absence of these resources, we can't build classes, but, Mr. Speaker, we cannot build police stations, we cannot build chief's offices, and so forth, Mr. Speaker. It should be common sense and practical that these resources have changed the face of Kenya across the country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Hold, Minister, there's a point of order. What's out of order?
Honorable Speaker, keenly following the answer from the Minister seems to imply that most of the units he has done very well may not be deservingly created. He has to come out clear on that because they did come up only in 2017 and 2021. He seems not to believe that they are deservingly created, but were only created for political reasons. Could he clear that particular point so that when the Kenyans and the people are listening to this, they know that they either deserve those divisions or they don't deserve them? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think you misunderstood him. He didn't say they don't deserve. He said the pressure to create those units seemed to heighten around election time. That's the way I understood him. That doesn't mean that they are not deserving. It is just the timing and the amount of pressure put on the establishment to do so. I don't know, Minister, that's how I understood you. Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, when you listen to it with your third ear, you notice that he's even now making a regulation that will control creation. So there's that implication. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, politics is not a bad thing. So I would like to inform the honorable member that making decisions based on political pressure is not a bad thing. It is the very reason why we are all occupied in these offices, including as a cabinet secretary. So it's politics that governs the country. And if people are going to make a decision, it's just because of that. The only problem is that around the election period, the urge to say no is very difficult, even when the budget is not there. And it is rather obvious. It is a matter of public notoriety. So it is important to have the regulations in place so that the promise is accompanied by, Mr. Speaker, clarity on possibility of implementing that promise, Mr. Speaker, and visibility of that promise, Mr. Speaker, can be accounted for. Just the same way when you do contracts for roads and other things, the law says you cannot contract if you don't have a budget for it. The same way we should be able to do this. And then, Mr. Speaker, the criteria and the process of public participation, because in some areas, it takes shorter time, in others, it comes very fast, Mr. Speaker, so that it avoids favoritism and standardize the process. It's important to have the regulations so that everybody is covered across the country. Now, let me go to the specific answers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the question by Honorable Zambia, Part 1, on the criteria used to gazette Zai sublocation in Makueni constituency. Mr. Speaker, it's as part of the ministry's mandate to enhance service delivery and bring government service closer to the people. The Cabinet Secretary for Interior National Administration, through the Gazette Notice number 17 of 2024, gazetted several administrative units across the country, including Zai sublocation. However, the gazettement of Zai sublocation has since raised concerns regarding its correct placement and administrative alignment, specifically, whether it falls under Zai sub-county or Mukah sub-county. Upon verification, both the County Commissioner of Makueni and the Deputy County Commissioner of Nzai have confirmed that the location on Zai sublocation remains contentious and requires further administrative clarification. Mr. Speaker, on whether the ministry will consider regazetting the Nzai sublocation, Mr. Speaker, in light of the concerns raised by the Member of Parliament, the ministry acknowledges the importance of aligning administrative units with public consensus and existing frameworks. To this end, the ministry upholds the principle of engaging in the consultative public participation with a view to develop a proposal for amendment if necessary. Once consensus is achieved and a proposal is submitted, the ministry will proceed to table appropriate action, thereby ensuring that the administrative structure accurately reflects the will and the needs of the affected residents. The ministry remains committed to ensuring that administrative units are created and aligned in a manner that promotes efficient service delivery, reflect public participation, and reflect aspirations of the public served. We welcome constructive engagement and submission from this committee, from this House, Mr. Speaker, from the relevant committees and local leadership to resolve such matters amicably. And Mr. Speaker, we shall be seeking the support of the Honourable Member to make sure that this also is achieved amicably. Mr. Speaker, on the question by Honourable Member of Kuresoi, Honourable Tonui, Mr. Speaker, Part 1 is the status of operationalization of the administrative units in Kuresoi South constituency. Mr. Speaker, under the powers conferred under Section 14(1) and 3 of the National Government Coordination Act 2013, and in line with the ministry commitment to enhance governance, government presence, and improving service delivery at the grassroots level, the Cabinet Secretary of Interior National Administration gazetted several administrative units through the Gazette Notice number 5853 dated 21st of June 2017. Tinet and Kiblagich were gazetted as divisions but have not been operationalized. On the other hand, the Sotiki and Kabongoi locations were operationalized in 2020. As such, only the Bararget location is pending operationalization and among the administrative units referenced. The delay in fully operationalizing these units is primarily attributed to the logistical and financial constraints. The minister has yet to receive the necessary budgetary allocation to operationalize all the gazetted administrative units. Once funds are appropriated, the ministry is committed to proceeding with full operationalization of these units. Mr. Speaker, regarding the measures in place to ensure the units are fully operational, Mr. Speaker, the ministry has initiated engagement with the National Treasury to secure the required funding for the operationalization of the gazetted administrative units. Once resources are allocated, the ministry will prioritize the implementation and deployment of personnel and infrastructure to ensure these units are fully functional. In conclusion, the ministry remains fully committed to ensuring that all gazetted administrative units are operationalized to strengthen government presence and improve service delivery, particularly underserved areas. We acknowledge the importance of these units in enhancing public administration and reiterate that their functionality is a priority to us. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Mumina, I would like to respond as follows. On the status update of the operationalization of the newly created administrative units in Isiolo, Mr. Speaker, in exercise of the powers conferred under Section 14(1) and 3 of the National Government Coordination Act 2013, and as part of the ministry's ongoing efforts to enhance government presence and improve coordination month. 2, infrastructure development and office setup between April to June 2025, identification and preparation of office facilities including land, procurement of essential equipment to support administrative functions is ongoing in priority sub-counties, sub-locations, and locations. Mr. Speaker, on the human resource deployment between May and June 2025, the ministry is working with the Public Service Commission and relevant ministries to fast-track the deployment of the necessary staff. This is on the prioritized counties for this year, administrative units for this year. Mr. Speaker, official launch and operationalization between June to July 2025, formal inauguration ceremonies will be held in the newly operationalized units. Fully administrative functionalities of the sub-counties expected by July 2025 of the ones who are earmarked for this financial year. Mr. Speaker, that answers the question of Honorable Bashir. Mr. Speaker, and I think I have a date with him also in terms of visiting Mandera County and particularly his constituency. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Sir, and honorable members, I wish to state that the ministry remains fully committed to strengthening national government coordination and improving access to services through timely operationalization of these administrative units. We recognize the importance of these structures in enhancing security, public service delivery, and citizen participation. Mr. Speaker, and I truly request the House, this House, Mr. Speaker, that when the budget for 2025-2026 is being considered, Mr. Speaker, the 2.5 billion we requested for operationalizing these administrative units be duly considered. Mr. Speaker, we would really love as a ministry to be up to date in terms of all the gazetted administrative units, Mr. Speaker, before we can go ahead and promise for and plan and promise for the next financial year and beyond. If we can do this together, I know we have resource constraints, but if we can, through the budget process, find resources to operationalize all these sub-counties, then myself and yourselves can go to the ground and make sure that the people can enjoy closer service delivery in various parts of the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in line with your direction, let me then respond to the various questions that have been asked by members. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Rueda had asked a question about the Mangai, the situation of 15th of March this year, of sighting of some elements, Mr. Speaker, that came to Mangai location, and Mr. Speaker threatened the chief. Mr. Speaker, I will not say much because of the security situation that always obtains in our border country, but Mr. Speaker, the security forces are fully seized of that matter, Mr. Speaker, and they have already done the needful to make sure that, Mr. Speaker, order is restored in Lamu County. Mr. Speaker, as you know, we have a long-standing security operation in our border counties, including Lamu, Tana River, Wajir, Mandera, all the way, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, that issue has been, we are seized of, and our security officers have handled it very well. Mr. Speaker, I do not expect any problem as has been broadcasted. Mr. Speaker, it's also important for me to say here to our media houses to stop sensational reporting on security issues. Mr. Speaker, every country in the world, they put security reporting at a different, Mr. Speaker, plane from any other political reporting. And the sensationalization of the security situation across our borders is not warranted. Mr. Speaker, there has to be a proper following of protocols, just like other countries in the world do, especially when they are at war continuously with an enemy that is intended to harm our country. But our security officers have done exceptional work. And Honorable Rueda, I can take this with you also offline. And the committee of, when the Committee of National Security invites me to discuss this subject, we can do it in camera so that I can give more details of the work that has been done. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish, and maybe let me take advantage of this opportunity also myself to say, I do not wish to do any political sport on security issues, and I do not seek popularity, Mr. Speaker, and I will not be seeking to be clapped for on these issues. But I want to say this. Our security forces, Mr. Speaker, are doing every day a lot of work to avert any possibility of this enemy who is roaming around our border to get into many other parts of the country and cause harm as it has done before. And many of these things that the security officers do go unreported. And even when we are provoked by irresponsible media to try to defend ourselves, we refuse, Mr. Speaker, because it is not in our place to try to reveal the things we have done and how we have thwarted certain things. But I want to thank especially MPs in border counties, all those border counties, for the work we do together, and the citizens of the border counties for the work they do to help us prevent resurgence of any acts of terrorism or actors in that sense to keep our country safe. And I want to thank our security officers for the sacrifice they make. Even when sometimes we get casualties, it's because they make the greatest sacrifice to deal with this enemy that is intended to cause harm in our country. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Mombasa and the Panga boys, as asked by Honorable Zamzam, I went to Mzambweni and I sat with the security forces because of the early this year, as soon as I was appointed, to deal with questions of Mr. Speaker across the country of gangs. And I made a public pronouncement, and we embarked on operations, Mr. Speaker, to deal with all criminal gangs, from Panga boys in Coast, Mr. Speaker, to confirm, Mr. Speaker, and Watizedi in Nakuru, to the all characters, Mr. Speaker, in Matungu, to all these other characters like Chingororo in Kisii. Mr. Speaker, we are on top of this. And Mr. Speaker, you remember the politicians had tried to use gangs in Matungu constituency and caused havoc. Mr. Speaker, you must have seen that in the last few weeks, as a result of our security operations, there is calm in that part of the country. There was also resurgence of these gangs in Trans Nzoia, where heightened political activities, Mr. Speaker, by local politicians were trying to recruit young boys to also being gangs, Mr. Speaker, to these gangs. Mr. Speaker, specifically in the Coast Province and the Panga boys, I want to thank the regional police commander, Mr. Nuno, and the security team, regional commissioner, and the team for the work they have done to round up all these boys that are engaging in criminal activities, wielding pangas in both Mombasa and Kwale counties. Mr. Speaker, in Mombasa, just 2 days ago, we arrested 120 of them. And Mr. Speaker, a good number have been arrested also in Kwale. I will be going to, in my tour to the coast region from Monday next week, Mr. Speaker. One of the top in our security agenda is complete eradication of these panga boys who have actually terrorized residents for many years, Mr. Speaker. And this is an issue that we will give greater priority. In the meetings we will have, we will also have local leaders. I want to acknowledge the elected leaders of these both counties because they are really cooperating with us. And Mr. Speaker, without their cooperation, we could not have dealt with a number of these issues. Mr. Speaker, I'll be meeting the chiefs and the assistant chiefs and all the security people in the 6 counties for the next 6 days next week. And this issue will be of great priority. And I will be inviting directly all the leaders to attend these meetings in their county headquarters. Mr. Speaker, and I saw also the cruise ship issue that was reported today in the news, and Honorable Zamsam has raised that issue. Mr. Speaker, we have a department called a diplomatic police unit that usually works together with, not diplomatic, but tourist police unit that works with the tourists to make sure that they are safely escorted in different parts of the country. Particularly this cruise ship, Mr. Speaker, there was a lapse of operational procedure because the county security team were not informed of the team leaving the port to come to town. And it was during Eid, Mr. Speaker, at the time when the security team were covering various parts of the coast region during Eid because of the bigger population. And some of these boys, when food was being distributed in Mombasa, they came to various parts of Mombasa. And on their way, Mr. Speaker, one tourist was attacked and the phone was stolen and the tourist was bruised. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, none of them was seriously injured, and investigations are ongoing to make sure that we arrest those people. Mr. Speaker, in the last 3 months, we have had 3 cruise ships that have docked in Mombasa, and the tourists were properly facilitated and no incident occurred. In this situation, there was a relapse of procedure, and we want to ask our colleagues in the other departments of government that we work together that we maintain that procedure so that proper security and escort for tourists, especially when they're coming in large number to town, especially cruise ships. It's important that that procedure is followed, and so that no other incident will occur in the future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also did police changes as a result of this Panga Boys issue. A number of changes were done by National Police Service, by the Inspector General of Police, and you can see a lot of activity going on in these counties, Mr. Speaker. We will, during our consultative meeting next week, if we realize that there are still areas of weakness, we will make sure that, Mr. Speaker, those areas are addressed and changes are made accordingly. We want to keep our country safe, but also we want to work as a team, so that it is not the person of the IG being seen in everywhere so that the work can be done. We want to make sure that in the security sector, we will be working as a team and make sure that everybody from the junior to the IG is accountable. Honorable Fatuma had asked the question of unoperated gazetted but not operationalized administrative units. I'm sure my answer has already responded to that. And she also asked on behalf of Kwale County on the question of Panga Boys. And I think also I have responded accordingly. Mr. Speaker, finally, I think that was the case of Honorable Bashir. That's all, Mr. Speaker, I wish to respond. Thank you.
These hands are all on operationalization of units.
It's a big problem. It's a big
issue. Zambia, take your seat. It's out of order to be upstanding with your hands in the air. Yes, Basil. Let's see how much we can do on this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And don't make speeches, just ask your question. And one
Okay,
each.
I'm going direct to the question. So could the CS explain to the Parliament why the Yatta sub-county administrative units were omitted from Gazette notice 1766, dated 14th February 2024, despite timely submissions from the people of Yatta. Thank you.
Thank you. Ferdinand? One question, no speeches.
CS, I just want to ask you, with the authorization of these units, it's very important that we reorganize ourselves on KPRs, which were not there. They were there those days, but now they're not there. Now the new units, what are you doing about it? Because KPRs actually are very important units in terms of security, because they are localized people. What have you done about it?
Thank you. Kwenya?
Thank you, Speaker. My question goes again to, I want to ride on the established questions. And I had the Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary say that they have a list of the administrative units that are going to operationalize. And the priority is based on one, security, insecurity, population, and the like. And Mr. Speaker, I have administrative units in Kinangop that were gazetted, and I happen to represent one of the biggest constituencies in East and Central Africa. Among the 7 constituencies that are very big, huge in the Republic, Kinangop is one. I only have 2 sub-counties. The population is deserving. They have been gazetted, but have not been operationalized for a long time. I would wish to know, Mr. Speaker, whether engineer, sub-county, and the units that follow are part of what the CS is proposing to have operationalized.
Thank you. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my question will be a follow-up to what Honorable Basila said. Generally, in the Eastern region, Honorable Speaker, a number of the proposed administrative units were not catered for as they were considering other areas. I would want to know already what happened. And Honorable Speaker, in my own constituency, just to give an example, in my own constituency, Honorable Speaker, I have 2 locations where the geographical area being served by the chief and the assistant chief are the same. And I've been wondering how do you even, in terms of service delivery, how effective that is. I would want to hear what policy is there for areas where the chief and the assistant chief are serving the same geographical area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Give the mic. You're wasting
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Cabinet Secretary has indicated that there are some administrative units that are not going to be operationalized because of a lack of funds. And there are some factors that he has given us that will ensure that those administrative units are not going to be operational. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the CS, can he provide for us some of those units that will not be operationalized in this the coming financial year? Because Narok County is affected. We have a Malo sub-county that was created. We have Narok North sub-county, which was created also and has only a DCC and an ACC serving because there are no divisions. So, Honorable Speaker, if you could provide for us a list, then we'll be in a better position to answer our constituents. Thank you.
Sarah. Minister, you are noting all those? Yes. Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I have just some 2 issues.
Only one.
Mr. Speaker, I was around and you were around when chiefs and sub-chiefs in security, high security areas used to be given paramilitary training and used to be given guns in APTCU. The chiefs who were abducted the other day in Mandera, if they had the guns, would have defended themselves, would have had a chance of fighting back. Will the government consider arming chiefs and sub-chiefs and giving them the paramilitary training so that they're able also to become the first line of defense of our people? Mr. Speaker, there are 2 areas in Garissa County where Al-Shabaab has just taken roots in Fafi constituency and on the periphery of my constituency. And I remember when the late Ogle was leading a paramilitary force those days called Anti-Shifta. These people cannot be fought by using vehicles and running around with it. Why don't we create that special force that tracks them on foot?
Point made. Nicholas.
Mr. Speaker, my question goes to the CS on the issues of NPR and also the issue of the special forces. On a CS, the issue of creation of the special units in this country to address insecurity issues in some areas. But areas like Turkana, West Pokot, Baringo, and Samburu, when are we going to have a special unit to address the issue of insecurity in those areas of the North Rift?
Thank you. Naisula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the issue of operationalization of administrative units, I wanted to find out from the CS whether security can be prioritized. Areas where we have insecurity, for example, Samburu West sub-county that has been gazetted because it's a matter of life and death. Yes, population is important, the service is to reach to the people, but where we are discussing about life and death, whether those areas can be prioritized.
You already said those are critical areas for prioritization. Did you say so, Speaker? Yes. The Minister? You did. Cherarot?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine, Mr. Speaker, is about the issue of village managers. We've been discussing here in this parliament, Mr. Speaker, but up to date, I know it has not been
village managers or village elders?
Village elders. Yes. They are called managers, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The current,
okay.
That is a new title, Mr. Speaker.
Go on.
So I want to ask the CS that if possible, you should set a timeline so that they can be able to be considered, Mr. Speaker. The other time we said...
you have a bill pending before this House.
Yes, we said they have to be given some, Stephen.
Malulu Njendi.
Yes.
So fast track the bill, then he creates regulations and you operationalize.
You see, Mr. Speaker, what the CS... What the CS mentioned, Mr. Speaker, is that he's going to work on it. So I want to ask him if he can set some timelines so that they can be paid, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Zambia, I thought people are riding on your question. You want to ride on your own question?
Oh, thank you,
Members are riding on your question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to be a bit specific to the CS.
Order, McLeod, who do you want to inform? I want to inform the Minister. Who? The Minister is not a participant in debate in this House, so you can't inform him. Under what standing order? Yes. He is not a participant in the debate. Take your seat. You cannot, he's not a participant in the debate of this House. Zambia?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief and specific to the Cabinet Secretary. I thought this matter was just very straightforward because this is a location within my constituency which was just subdivided to create another location.
But he said consultations are going on to harmonize the issues so that we...
That's why I'm saying I want to be a bit specific.
Isn't that what you said, Minister?
What I'm trying to say is that, Honorable Speaker, the time this gazettement...
You want a timeline?
Yes.
Okay. He will give you any answers? Mandazi? You want timeline, Minister? You'll give him when you answer? Yes. Give Zambia the mic again.
Honorable Speaker, I'm very specific because the time this gazettement was being done, the county commissioner is now the secretary to the interior and she's seated here. Honorable Speaker, these are just a straightforward matter which I thought it would be sorted right here, not talking about public participation and all that.
The minister will
because
respond right now.
We cannot keep on spending public money when we have straight answers, Honorable Speaker. I think I should get direct answer that the gazettement should be done henceforth.
Point made. Mandazi.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, based on the fact that he knows Nyongores very well, Nyongores ward is a ward that is at the border of Bomet East, Bomet Central, and Chepalungu. Normally, Bwana CS, when there is recruitment for any kind of employment, the young men that goes to Sigor are told that they are not in Chepalungu, simply because part of the constituency that I represent is politically within Chepalungu and administratively outside Chepalungu. Some part of it is in Bomet Central and part of it is in Bomet East. Specifically, Itembe location and Kyogong locations. Those are the most affected.
Them to be realigned, right?
Yes, I would ask the Minister if there is a way we can realign them so that the young men who are seeking for employment, whenever they go for recruitment, are not told to go back.
Thank you, Mandazi Omulher. You'll have an opportunity, everybody. Omulher, quickly, one question each.
Thank you, Speaker. Mine is just a comment from the Cabinet Secretary regarding the incident that happened in Fafi, where 6 NPR reservists were left dead following an attack that happened last week during Ramadan, where the reserve unit was attacked and it left 6 people dead and 4 are still injured. I would like a comment on that. Thank you.
Yes, Parashina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've seen that a lot of members have a lot of queries concerning the gazetted ones. Can the Waziri, whom I love and I know he can do a good job, can he please submit to us the way the distribution is being done, even if there is a constraint on that in terms of the budget? Because I have the gazetted division called Amboseli, I have a gazetted location called Langata Nkema, I have 2 sub-locations called Engi or Soit, so that member can be able to appreciate his great work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Pukoze. One question each.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, you know, he said he made a statement on the Panga gangs in Transoya, but they were eliminated, similar gangs in Transoya. Yes. They are eliminated from one corner, but they have now moved into a corner known as Nawiyapong and Napeki. And the OCS, I spoke to him in the morning, he has challenges in terms of moving from one corner to the other because he has only one police vehicle. When are you able to provide a police vehicle to OCS Chepchoina so that he can deal with the 2 gangs, one which is terrorizing the village of next to Napeki, which is and also Nawiyapong area. It's terrorizing Kashaber, and now people are not even sleeping in their houses, similar to Nawiyapong.
Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I just wanted to raise one particular question, but in that context, there has been a growing insecurity in the Majengo area of Pumwani in Kamkunji. And on the 5th of...
Raise your voice.
On the 5th, there has been a growing insecurity in the Majengo Pumwani area of Kamkunji. On the 5th of March, a policeman shot dead a young person from that neighborhood, Ibrahim Rabadan. And following the shooting, there was a protest that led to the killing of another young person, Dennis Mudui. And what happened in that particular day was that all businesses closed down, the schools were closed down, and there is a particular feeling that there was a failure of leadership the Ngau and the police leadership in the constituency. On that particular day, they were not able to resolve those issues through reconciliation. I'm sure, I hope that you have reviewed the particular incidents and the leadership deficit that we have noticed. What action are you taking to address this particular failure? Or are we waiting for another disaster? Is it business as usual?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, are you able to absorb more? Or you deal with those? Mama Kericho.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to ask a question to the CS concerning the security or the police officers. Knowing that their duty is to protect our people, we have a case, Honorable Speaker, where a police officer shot Mr. Amos Langat of Pureti, Cheplanget Ward, on 23rd of March, because they were playing pool, and then I think this Amos must have defeated the police officer. He shot him 6 times on the stomach, Honorable Speaker.
For losing a game of pool?
Yes.
Go on and ask.
Stomach, abdomen, all of it he was shot. Honorable Speaker, we buried him yesterday.
Yes.
And I want to say that the case was reported in police station, but up to date, nothing has been done, no communication to the family. And Honorable Speaker, the government on this case have not done anything. A young widow, 23 years, was left with a 6-month-old child. I want to ask what support or compensation is given to this family, and what is to be done to these police officers, Honorable Speaker, who shoot indiscriminately. It is not fair. It is not fair to misuse the firearms, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to ask 1 or 2 questions.
Only one.
One question dealing with the administrative units, Honorable Speaker. When are the people of Kochua sublocation in Navajo sub-county getting their sub-chief who applied and was interviewed 2 years ago? And what are you doing on the Gazette notice dated 2018? I might not be able to quote the exact date, but it's 2018, allowing the 4 sublocations to be listed for the sub-chiefs. What are you doing about it? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is also in terms of operationalization, and I was wondering why we understand that for sub-locations and locations you require to recruit chiefs and sub-chiefs, and therefore there is a process. Why is it not possible for the divisions to deploy SECs who are working in the national government doing different duties to the ground? Because you can operationalize by just deploying existing SECs, and then the other things will follow later. Because if it is a matter of vehicles, we also know that there are SECs on the ground who do not have vehicles, and therefore you may just require to deploy as we wait for other things to accompany.
Okello.
Honorable Speaker, indulge and pardon my peripheral question, but this regards the hardship classification.
You will come to that later.
We'll come to that later. Right. Thank you.
Yes, Kikaria. We are dealing with operationalizing units.
Nothing else.
Nothing
I have a
else.
very honorable Speaker. Mine is to ask Waziri what he's doing to the KWS officers who are refusing DCI to go and do investigation concerning the disappearance of one Brian Odhiambo in Lake Nakuru National Park, because the wardens are not allowing investigation to go on. Actually, every time the DCI wants to move in, they are denied access to the park. And it is a big concern, Honorable Speaker.
Maklap. Then Minister, after that.
Thank you.
You
Thank you,
answer
Mr.
them
Speaker.
as quickly as they were asked.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to to ask the Minister what is going to do so that the people of Baringo North, Saimosoi Ward, and Bartapa Ward can even have peace for 5 hours in a day, because we are being raided. Even this afternoon, why I came late, Mr. Speaker, there was raid at 3 o'clock. Up to now, I sit down here. The security forces have managed to recover the animals, and they are still pursuing 13 other cows left. What is the minister going to do so that the people of Baringo North can even have peace for 5 hours and the intimidation of our NBRs? So, Speaker, can the minister do that, because he's been on the ground?
Members, can the minister respond to those? Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I'll try as fast as possible as requested. Honorable Robert Ngui Basil asked about the omitted constituencies in Yatta, and I wish to state as follows, Mr. Speaker. In the year 2017, the ministry gazetted the following administrative units in Yatta sub-county, which is locations are Kua, Shiokisinga, Mekilingi, Matingau, Kideuni, and sub-locations were Kua, Itidini, Kwandolo, Liani, Kaliani, Ngumbulu, Ngangani, Kikesan, and Kidito. Honorable Speaker, I'm aware that the residents had initiated the process of creation of administrative units in Yatta sub-county. However, the ministry received a petition from section of the residents of Ikombe division on 29th of January 2024, challenging the process of subdivision of administrative units. The petitioners alleged that the process was not participatory and not inclusive. As a result, Mr. Speaker, that issue is being dealt with, and as soon as we dispense with the petition, we will embark on operationalization. Mr. Speaker, on the Honorable Ferdinand Waititu, Ferdinand Wanyonyi.
Waititu is somewhere else.
Mr. Speaker, both are my friends.
Actually, Waititu is your guest elsewhere.
Both are my friends.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, on my neighbor, Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi, has asked a question that requires its own session for us to engage. The short answer to him is this, that as soon as I came to the ministry, one of the decisions I made was that we are going to reorganize the Kenya Police Reservists. Mr. Speaker, with a proper scheme of service, with defined payments. Mr. Speaker, the stipend should be properly determined with, Mr. Speaker, command structure, because the problem we have, if you heard me when I was answering Honorable Kangogo, is that some of the NPR officers are actually misbehaving and they are loads on to themselves because they are not reporting to anybody, including, Mr. Speaker, when can you qualify to be an NPR, and at what stage can you retire from being an NPR? And, Mr. Speaker, getting them uniform. Mr. Speaker, in the areas where the NPRs are properly organized, Mr. Speaker, they're doing a fantastic job. We want to borrow from the rangers in some of the conservancies in the country, where they have properly organized rangers. In my visit to Laikipia last week, I visited a few of the conservancies, and I learned something about how they are properly organizing the rangers, Mr. Speaker, because they are part of NPR. And we would like to extend that to our NPR, Mr. Speaker. This will be a very important policy framework established by this administration that, Mr. Speaker, should take care of our NPR. And if we organize them well, I have no doubt in my mind that, Mr. Speaker, we will have better results from the NPRs operating across the country, including creating a camp for them. So I will be seeking, once I'm ready to come back, either to the committee, and I want to thank the committee because of their report again, the chair is here, on the issue of banditry, because that issue was also captured so that we make sure we deal with it. Mr. Speaker, on the Kenya Police, Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Kwenya, again, let me say in brief, Mr. Speaker, because there are other members who have asked where is the list, who is coming first, based on the criteria I had announced earlier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that we will provide that list maybe perhaps to you or through the committee so that we can all of us track it. And I hope the interest that has been shown here on the administrative units, Mr. Speaker, will cause the entire House in consensus to get us resources to operationalize once and for all, so that there is no queue. There will be no someone being preferred or a constituency being preferred than the other. But, Mr. Speaker, you will realize that areas where we have the worst security situation, even if they were cassetted late, Mr. Speaker, we quickly operationalize those ones because, Mr. Speaker, we need them immediately to deal with the security issues. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Makali Mulu had asked the question of chief and sub-chiefs of those areas. I think it falls within the same issue.
Chief,
oh, yes, one chief and one
chief.
sub-chief. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that is the part of the various constituencies has given the criteria earlier that where there is such an anomaly, you quickly operationalize those ones so that you don't have two people doing the same job in the same area. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Tongei also asked the same question, who is coming first? And again, I think that list can be provided. Honorable Farah Maalim, Mr. Speaker, spoken to the question of, Mr. Speaker, strategy, security strategy in the north, insofar as dealing with the, Mr. Speaker, the enemy across. Mr. Speaker, I do not wish to say we are not doing what he's saying, Mr. Speaker, because this is not the right forum to announce the strategies, our security strategies. But I will say his comments are noted, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure it will be incorporated in the security strategies because we also work together with the elected leaders in the local area. Mr. Speaker, I agreed in dealing with the NPR issue. We are also in the policy asking ourselves whether some of the chiefs cannot be also licensed as NPR, so that, Mr. Speaker, they can carry, they can be able to carry guns. Some of them already do so in some parts of the country that I don't need to mention. But the problem also sometimes when you give the chief these guns in some serious security areas, unfortunately they become a subject of target, particularly for the sake of the gun itself. So there's a flip side of the same argument. But we will be dealing with this. Already the chiefs are already trained. They have paramilitary training, but we will be announcing this. The policy also talks to the question of NPR. Can you train them once, give them ammunition, and then leave them? Or they should undergo refresher training after so often a certain period of time that can be established again. That will also apply to the chiefs once we decide that these are the chiefs that will be licensed gun carriers. In any case, other civilians carry guns. So that's not a unique thing, including members of parliament, those who have been licensed to carry a firearm. So it's not a unique thing to say a chief is licensed to carry a firearm. Mr. Speaker, another issue that I'd like to say is Honorable Nicholas Ngikor Nixon Ngikolong has asked a question, Mr. Speaker, about special forces to fight banditry. Mr. Speaker, when the need arises, Mr. Speaker, for that, you wonder if you were to create a special force to deal with banditry, Mr. Speaker, or cattle rustling, which affects more than half of the country, as you all know, from Lamu to Entebbe, Mr. Speaker, that is more than half of the nation in terms of land size. If you were to create another special force, Mr. Speaker, then what will the police be doing? So I think already we have other special forces like the one for livestock, that is us too. Mr. Speaker, you have the GSU, we have all these formations. I think, Mr. Speaker, we should spend our time now to resource the police. And Mr. Speaker, I request that we continue supporting the National Police Service in the modernization program. What was done in the last 1.5 years in modernization, getting the MRAPs, giving them protective gear and so forth, has really borne results. But this plan was to go on for 4 years. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, because of financial constraint, that plan has slowed. I would like to request that we support the plan to resource the police officers. As I promised here, we are going to also use modern technology, particularly the drones, Mr. Speaker, that will help us in surveillance and will answer the question of Honorable McClub as to what else can we do in the affected areas like Loruk and other places. If we can enhance by having better surveillance using drones, I think we are going to be to use fewer police officers, but greater response when technology is applied. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Naisula had asked also why we cannot prioritize the question of security considerations when operationalizing these, Mr. Speaker, administrative units. Again, as I said, that is our consideration number one. And Mr. Speaker, considering what's going on in Samburu at the moment, Mr. Speaker, that remains our priority number one, to do as much as we can to take government closer to the people and make sure that, Mr. Speaker, and that should be done as well for TRT constituency, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that government is closer to where the source of some of this banditry, both in Samburu, TRT, Turkana, Elgeyo Marakwet, West Pokot, and other parts. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cherorot mentioned something very important here. Maybe as very few people know that there is an administrative structure in the counties, and you know this very well, Mr. Speaker, because we drafted this law while we were in the Senate to create village councils for the counties. As a result of that law, very few counties have operationalized the village council. It's only Samburu that I know that they have the village council. And Mr. Speaker, in the national government, we are trying to propose the village elder and see how that village elder can work together with the administrative units, while at the same time, there is the village council that is in county governments. And because of resource constraints, counties are unable to create the village council because it's more than 10 people who are called to establish this village council. During this process of looking at this village elders issue, that issue needs to be harmonized, and that law, together with the village elders issue, needs to be harmonized so that we can benefit from the resource. It also needs to be harmonized with the Nyumba Kumi strategy, so that we know where the village elder will be in the structure of the Nyumba Kumi, so that this can work properly to provide resources. So I look forward also to all of us providing this solution, both in terms of our friend, the late Honorable Malulu Injendi's proposal, which shall be progressed by members of this House in the way you will guide, Mr. Speaker, and also in the regulations we are still working on the rest of the administrative units to see if that can be achieved. Mr. Speaker, I think this covers the same question of Honorable Amuha Mohammed she was asking on the NPR attack of the NPR. Again, Mr. Speaker, you know that these criminals from neighboring country target the NPR because they are targeting the guns and the ammunitions, Mr. Speaker. And they know that the NPR have been very, very instrumental in dealing with this crime, Mr. Speaker. And they know that the NPR know the local routes that they are using. So unfortunately, our NPR were attacked this period. You know, Mr. Speaker, how these terrorist groups operate. They look for significant period of time for them to do something that is significant. And Mr. Speaker, why there was heightened activity around Ramadan is because the intelligence report was already there that they wanted to take advantage of Ramadan period. And we are always alert in anniversaries that other attacks have happened in the past, because we know they would like to use those opportunities to make a statement and instill fear in the country. And as I said earlier, our security forces are up to the task. Unfortunately, because of these targeted chiefs and the NPR, we have lost some of them, and a few of them also have found themselves in the other part in Somalia. And Mr. Speaker, everything is being done to address this issue. On the question of my friend Honorable Parashina, it's the same. I think he wanted transparency on the distribution of the ones that are being operationalized now and those that will come after. And the question is still the same. As I said, the information will be given. This is another issue that Honorable Pukose has raised. And I will revisit it down here, and maybe I combine it together with, maybe I'll revisit that. We have a problem with, Mr. Speaker, police vehicles and administrative units, vehicles for our administrators across the country. And at the moment, there is an acute shortage, because as we continue operationalizing, there are chiefs that don't have motorbikes. There are SCCs that don't have a vehicle. They don't even have a motorbike. There are sub-county DCCs who don't have also vehicles, and so forth. Mr. Speaker, in the leasing program for the police, this applies also to the police officers. There are many police stations that don't have vehicles because either the leasing period ended or their vehicles were destroyed. For example, the case of Laikipia. The police commander's vehicle was burned by some people pretending to be protesting and making a statement that they are of a particular generation. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, they burned the vehicle of the county commander. The county commander now doesn't have a vehicle even to respond to issues of banditry because of that. There is a leasing program that we are working on with the Ministry of Treasury, and again we will bring this proposal to Parliament for the next financial year. Part of it needs to be supported to make sure that we increase the number of vehicles. We are targeting 5,000, so that some are given to our Ngao officers and some are given to the police stations. Again, we would like to see these police stations properly operating and having proper vehicles for proper response. With this equipment, as I said earlier, we will have greater response. So, Honorable Pukose, we were hoping that by July, August, this leasing program would have worked and the vehicles be delivered, and I hope we will be able to do so that we increase mobility of our security forces. Honorable Hassan, I'm aware, and I'm sure we discussed with you the question of Majengo insecurity. Unfortunately, during an operation that was meant to flush out gangs that were dealing with drugs, that operation went wrong at some point, and 2 people lost their lives. The investigations are ongoing. Since I did not know you were going to ask this question now, I'd like to go back to the NPS, National Police Service, to find out exactly how far the investigation is and what has been done so far. But I was aware, and I'm still aware, that there was that incident of Kamkunji, and we want to work on it. But I want to thank Honorable Hassan for one thing, that in his constituency, one of the things we enjoy from his constituency is the Nyumba Kumi system, and the business community especially. They work closely with the security team. The IG was there for Iftar the other day, and we work closely with the local community. And because of that, the local community work with National Police, security has been improved in general in Kamkunji and a number of the constituencies in Nairobi. We would like to work closer with the people. We not want to have this kind of acrimony with the citizens, even if we are doing police operations. And we'll be becoming more, ensuring that our officers are well versed with the operational procedure that protect the rights of the people. Again, on Honorable Kemei's question, since I did not know whether it was going to be raised now, it's important again to know that that is a known case. The police officer is known. The person who was shot is known. The police officer is a bodyguard to one of the citizens. I think I will give you perhaps a proper response as to how far the investigations are going and when the officer will be charged, if that will be the direction we'll go. Unfortunately, we have no compensation scheme for victims of that kind of attack. But we advise that once an officer has been found culpable, the family can institute civil suit to institute compensation for the citizen that has been attacked. I think Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe was also asking administrative units that were gazetted in 2018. That applies to the 2017, 2021, 2022. It falls for all of them. Again, as I said earlier in the general question, that we have a phased out operationalization, and that's why members are asking which is coming first this year. And we hope that in the budget, we're asking about 2.5 billion to operationalize everything. And I think at that point, I can combine that question with the question from my friend, Honorable Mutuse, that the reason why we are unable to post deputy county commissioners in some places and the assistant county commissioner is because, one, it is not just enough that the officer has already been hired and they are earning salary elsewhere. You need resources for operational resources, operational budget that allows them to move, to do meetings and so forth. But also, you need the AIE. The other thing is that they need offices. So in some instances, the divisions were gazetted, but there's no office. So you need to work together. And some members of parliament have come to us and said, I am going to use CDF to build the offices, and we appreciate that partnership that we have. Some have even said they use money from their pocket to hire an office for the ACC just for them to start the work because of security concerns. And some of these counties like Baringo and others are having acute security needs. And the members of parliament have been of great support, including Honorable McLeod here. And then we have the question of vehicles. So that I said they may not also have the vehicles for movement. So it's not enough just to gazette. You have to provide a budget for this operationalization. Finally, Honorable Kikaria, before I come to, yes, I think that was Honorable Kikaria and McLeod. The second last question is Honorable Kikaria. I was in Nakuru with Honorable Kikaria for a function on mobile registration and free issuance of IDs to first people who are taking their IDs for the first time. And Mr. Speaker, the mother of Brian Odhiambo confronted me on the question as to investigation related to her husband. It's a very unfortunate case. I do not want to jeopardize investigations, Mr. Speaker, or prejudice the prosecution that will follow. But it is true, Mr. Speaker, that investigation was done. The KWS officers created inordinate delay, denied the DCI officers proper access in time to enter the park. I do not know why they were protecting them and what was happening to the life of Brian Odhiambo. But Mr. Speaker, the good news is that the DCI, at the stage of which he had reached with his report, was convinced that it was enough for the DPP to take action. The file is already with DPP, and Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that's an independent office. I cannot order the DPP on what to do with the file, but I have been assured by the office of the DPP that prosecution is in the offing, and therefore we shall be able to fulfill our promise to the mother of Brian Odhiambo that justice will be done in this very case, Mr. Speaker, and other similar cases where citizens are facing such kind of attack. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, Honorable McLeod was here, but just for me to repeat that the troubling areas, including what I talked about, Kaben and Endo, location in Marakwet, Moron in Tiatich, that part, the border, and your constituency, the only very troubling place is Soy Mosoi division, location, Mr. Speaker, in Loruk. And Mr. Speaker, this is not a fight for livestock only. Mr. Speaker, as I tell you, there is a combination of factors. If you go even to Samburu, Mr. Speaker, the issues of disguised as cattle rustling is not only for stealing livestock, it's also for pushing administrative boundaries between communities, Mr. Speaker. And that is the case, as a matter of fact, in Loruk, Mr. Speaker. In Loruk, there is a conflict between communities as to where they want to sort out the question of administrative boundaries. In the process, Mr. Speaker, they disguise this as stealing of livestock. That is why that attack has been going on. We have a strategy of dealing with it, Mr. Speaker. We know that the NPR, some of whom were subjected to investigation, their arms were taken, Mr. Speaker, but we promise that before the end of this week, it will be returned. It was taken for ballistic investigations. But I want to thank the NPR for doing a fantastic job together with the police. Mr. Speaker, I promise the Member of Parliament that I have a strategy on what we need to deal with there. We have a strategy as a ministry on what to do there. National Police have a strategy. We will deal with that corner and the other corner in the border of Marakwet and Tiatich. And also now Samburu, which is the troubling place, Mr. Speaker, at the moment. Mr. Speaker, on the same issue, the Member of Parliament is asking whether we are doing recovery. Mr. Speaker, you must thank. You know, in all these reports that we get, people don't thank our police officers because we are doing more than 90% of recovery. More than 90% in all the attacks that have happened in the recent past. In all these cases, whether it is in Samburu, whether it is in Baringo, whether it is in Elgeyo Marakwet or West Pokot, there has been nearly 90%, and like Kipia as well, there's been nearly 90% of recovery. In some instances, in some cases, 100%. And we said that as long as you continue making these recoveries and facing these bandits, Mr. Speaker, we will make it very painful for them because, Mr. Speaker, they do not benefit from their acts. Unfortunately, in that area of Loruk, we have lost two lives, Mr. Speaker, the chief and a resident of Loruk also who was attacked. But we want to make sure that we work so hard to minimize loss of life, Mr. Speaker. But thieves will always be there, here and there. But if our police officers are going to be as alert as they have been, we can make it painful for them and eventually either arrest or, Mr. Speaker, they die in line of duty, because what will the police do when they're facing a person who has a gun?
That will do.
I think, Mr. Speaker, I think that is all.
Minister,
Mr.
you may
Speaker,
take,
including today, we are going to recover all the livestock. Thank you.
take your seat. Members, order Mandazi. Order.
Sorry, I didn't answer the Honorable Mandasi's question. No wonder.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think that's the only.
Yes, Mandazi.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
we are
Speaker.
going to that.
Mr. Speaker, he had asked about the overlap of his constituency. Part of his constituency is in Bomet Central. Mr. Speaker,
He wants you to realign the
I think it
boundaries.
is what is important is to get in constituencies and counties like Bomet, where they don't face the challenge that Honorable Maklap and Honorable Kamket have in Loruk and other places, where there is a consensus between the two constituencies and they know their constituency boundaries. There is no reason why we should not align them to either side. So if I can get, we can get specific petition on this area, Mr. Speaker, we can send our officers to the ground to make sure that this issue is sorted in Bomet County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, you know we have division of revenue bill pending. I want to very quickly take 029, 031, 032, and 33 in quick succession. Minister, be ready to answer them in the shortest time possible. Yes, Tongoyo. You are the chairman of the Committee on Security.
Yeah, just going to take a minute, actually. Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform the House. It has actually been, of course, Honorable Speaker, it has been confirmed that the issue of sub-counties or administrative unit generally is a big thing to almost every member here. You remember it has been a question that keeps coming every other time, and immediately we break for recess, we had the opportunity to interrogate the ministry. In fact, we took almost an hour and a half just singling out on this subject. Honorable Speaker, from the own minister statement and his own words, the whole big problem is about money. And I think he made it very clear that the ministry needs about 2.5 billion to operationalize the already pending units. And Honorable Speaker, you know we had already had the BPS. And I want to confirm, actually not contradicting the minister, that as it is, we may not still have the money. So we may lament this year, another year, because until we get the money to do this, and this is the house that appropriate the money. You know that was the play Honorable Speaker was making. So what I'm saying,
you are in the new budget cycle, so you should focus on the
yeah,
next
what I'm saying is, unless we look something like a Kamkunji, the way we prioritize CDF, we will still having the same problem every other time. No, I'm Honorable Speaker, employing to this house. We should look away, even if it means we have a Kamkunji a bit, look away, we mobilize resources so that we sort this problem once and for all.
Minister, what you will probably do is send to my office send to my office a complete list of all the gazetted administrative units at all levels, and you can do a matrix where you indicate those that are operationalized recently, those that are not, and the expected time of operationalization, those that have a long haul to wait, so that when we now engage the budget committee, we can see how best we can be able to assist. Because seeing the mood in the House, everybody has an issue about administration units, literally everybody. And going forward, Minister, as a matter administration reforms that you need to undertake. Under Article 6 of the Constitution, dependence and interdependence of the various levels of government, the layers of administration units out there. You have a village administrator, you have an ACC, you have counties, you sub-county administrator, the county, you have the sub-county commissioners. You'll find you have layers of county administrators and national government administrators doing the same thing, drawing money from the same purse. So you need also to engage COG and county units to see how to harmonize, cut down on costs, and be more effective in having administrative units work. Because I've never quite understood why you have a chief and a village administrator doing the same thing in the same area of jurisdiction. Ward admins and ACCs and all those. Maybe part of your reforms, you can also look at that so that you can be able to assist. Ivo Bara, ask your question. After Ivo Bara, we have Daniel Manduku. After Manduku, Peter Mbogo, then Peter Nablindo. If we can be done by 6:30 so that we go to the next order. After that, I'll give Jared Okello to prosecute his pet subject of hardship areas. Okay. 1 minute only. Go on, Eve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42A, 6B, I wish to ask the following question. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the measures taken by the Ministry to enhance safety and security of residents in Atela location in Kabondo Kasipul constituency, particularly in light of the recent surges of violence incidents, including the murder of Mr. Kennedy Odhiambo, a resident of Kolal village, who was fatally shot in the chest by an arrow while on patrol near Sondu Old Bridge on the 30th of January 2025. Number two, Mr. Joseph Othim Amora, age 43, who was murdered at his home in Kolondo village on the 30th of January 2025. The other one is Mr. Peter Okello Odao, age 60 years, who was attacked and killed in his home over a boundary dispute on the 3rd of February 2025, and attempted stock theft, which was reported in Kawere village, where two individuals, Ms. Milka Owio and Mr. Tony Owio, were injured by arrows during the incident on the 2nd of January 2025. Mr. Speaker, could the CS provide an update on investigations into the murders and steps being taken to apprehend the suspects involved? Two, would the CS state the steps taken to address the underlying issues contributing to violence and conflict in the region, particularly concerning land and boundary disputes? And three, could the CS outline the collaborative efforts being made with community leaders and local organizations to foster peace and security in the affected areas? Thank you.
The next question.
Thank you. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the status of gazettement and deployment of security personnel to Ichuni Police Station in Ichuni Ward, Nyaribari Masava constituency, which is in Masava South sub-county? Two, could the Cabinet Secretary please state the steps taken by the ministry to address the operationalization of the police station, considering that residents have to travel long distances up to Ramasha Police Station, which is at the end of the constituency, to access police services, leading to delays in addressing security concerns. Thank you very much.
Question number 32. The Honorable Peter Mbogo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide a report on the status of investigation into the instances of insecurity, such as Mrs. Mariana Shali Chow of ID number 278-97833, who was found dead at a satellite site around Rianchore hillside with multiple cut wounds? 2. Mr. Silas Silo Mengo Mwachanga, a border rider who was found dead on 28th May 2024, and Mr. Sylvans Mwanjala Mvoi of ID number 370-23429, who was attacked and severely injured on 2nd September 2024 within Sagala Ward in Taita Taveta County. Could the CS state the actions being taken to ensure the perpetrators of the crimes are arrested and prosecuted without delay? 2. Could the CS outline measures put in place to curb insecurity in the region? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question number 33 of 2025. The Member of Parliament for Matungu. Is Honorable Peter Nabulindo there?
I'm here.
I give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration whether he could provide a report on the status of investigations into the insecurity incidents which occurred in Koyonzo Market, where 2 security guards were brutally murdered and assorted goods stolen, raiding of several shops in Matungu Township, and a trader killed in the process, attack on the residents of Namalasire and Namamari areas, and incidences of robberies in the market centers reported in Matungu constituency. Secondly, whether the minister could expound on actions being taken to ensure that the perpetrators of the crimes in the constituency are arrested and prosecuted. 3, whether the Cabinet Secretary could state the immediate steps being taken by the government to address insecurity in the constituency, including provision of additional facilities and equipment to the police stations. 4, whether the Cabinet Secretary could outline the long-term strategies being put in place to curb insecurity in the constituency. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
CS, we have moved that way because we have some urgent business to transact after this one. You may now respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to respond as follows to the question number 29 of 2025 by Honorable Ivo Bara. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. On the measures taken by the Ministry to enhance the safety and security of residents, Mr. Speaker, the government has implemented the following measures to enhance security in Kabondo Kasipul constituency. Increased police patrols and visibility, strengthening both foot and mobile patrols to deter criminal activities while maintaining a strong police presence in key areas such as residential estates, marketplaces, and transport hubs. Fast tracking of investigations, ensuring that timely handling of all reported cases would prompt legal action against the perpetrators to deter future offenses and enhance public confidence in law enforcement. Enhanced crime reporting mechanism, encouraging the communities to share critical intelligence anonymously via Fichua DCI toll-free hotline 0800-722-203, guaranteeing confidentiality and safety of all the whistleblowers. Mr. Speaker, number 4, revitalization of community policing committees, revitalizing inactive community police committees to strengthen collaboration between the police and the local community, promoting real-time information sharing and early detection of security threats. Cross-border community collaboration. The National Police Service has strengthened the cross-border community engagement to combat cattle rustling in the region that is a source of insecurity. This initiative enhances intelligence sharing and promotes peaceful coexistence between communities. Mr. Speaker, I have had this conversation with the governor of that county before, and I told him I don't understand why people who are residing and living together and everybody having a title deed should engage in cattle rustling. It's a practice that is found in corners, marginalized areas. I think this is something that really we need to deal with, because Kisumu is at the heart of areas that are fairly developed in the country. This is really an issue that still bothers me, and I'll be going with the honorable member to the ground to find out exactly why neighboring communities still steal livestock from themselves. And I hope the county governments can change also the breeds, so that, Mr. Speaker, we should not be having those ones that are running very fast and can easily be stolen and hidden there. Mr. Speaker, we have also community engagement. There is regular public forums, barazas, and this is where also community members, local leaders, elected leaders can help us in conflict resolution, and this is where I promise that we should have a baraza together among the communities. Regarding an update on the investigation into the reported murder cases, I wish to respond as follows. On the case of Mr. Kennedy Odhiambo, Mr. Speaker, sir, on 28 January 2025, at approximately 23 hours, Kennedy Owino Odhiambo, a 45-year-old male, was near his homestead in Gangondo village, Kadumos East sublocation, in the company of others, when unknown assailants launched an arrow at the group. The arrow struck Kennedy Odhiambo on the right side of his chest, fatally injuring him. The attackers fled the scene and their identities remain unknown. For the following day, on 21st of January 2025, at 0211 hours, the incident was reported to Othoro Police Station by Peris Muga, chief of Atela location, and booked vide OB number 032101 of 2025 in the same station. The officer commanding the station in Othoro, along with DCI personnel from Rachuonyo East County, sub-county, found the deceased lying lifeless with an arrow still lodged in his chest. DCI officers from Rachuonyo East sub-county processed and documented the crime scene before transferring the body to Bethlehem Morgue for further examination. A post-mortem examination confirmed that the cause of death was injury sustained from the arrow attack. The suspect remained at large. The investigations are ongoing with efforts to apprehend those who are responsible. Mr. Speaker, on the murder of Mr. Peter Okello Odawa, on 3rd February 2025, at approximately 1840 hours, Peter Okello Odawa, a 60-year-old male, was slashing grass within his compound in Kamwagi village, Kodumu West sublocation, when he was attacked by two individuals, namely Eric Okoth alias Mzee and Ibrahim Jacob Onyango. The suspects, who are the deceased's nephews, fatally injured him due to family land boundary dispute. The attack left the deceased with 2 deep cuts on the head and chin, as well as fractures on both wrists. Joseph Ndege, chief of Ramba location, reported the murder incident to the OCS, Othoro Police Station. Detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Rachuonyo East, to process the scene. The incident was officially booked via OB number 30/3/2 of 2025 at Othoro Police Station. The body was transferred to Jawabu Funeral Home for a post-mortem examination. The post-mortem examination was performed at the Jawabu Funeral Home, confirming that the cause of death was directly linked to the injuries sustained during the attack. Police successfully arrested one of the suspects, Eric Okoth Odera, alias Mzee, on 6th February 2025, while his accomplice, Ibrahim Jacob Onyango, remains at large. Eric Okoth Odera was arraigned in Homa Bay High Court and charged with murder under criminal case number 688/7/225 and High Court criminal case 07/2025. Efforts to locate and arrest the second suspect, Ibrahim Jacob Onyango, continue, with police actively tracking his whereabouts to ensure he faces murder charges in court. The murder of Joseph Othim Amora. The Speaker, on the night of 30th January 2025, unknown individuals gained entry into the house of Joseph Othim Amora, a 43-year-old male residing in Kolondo village, Kodumo East, where he lived alone. The assailants brutally attacked him, inflicting deep cuts on his belly, exposing his intestines, and killing him on the spot. The motive behind the murder remains unknown. On the 31st of January 2025, at 0550 hours, Peris Muka, chief of Atela location, reported the murder to Othoro Police Station and booked via OB number 033001-2025. Police officers from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation, Rachonyo East, visited the scene, processed and documented the evidence, and initiated investigations. The body was later transferred to Bethlehem Morgue for a post-mortem examination, which confirmed that he succumbed to his injuries resulting from the attack. No arrests have been made so far, and the case remains under active investigation as the police work to establish the motive and the identity of the attackers. Attack of Mitka Odhiambo in Sondu area. On that January 2025, at 0120 hours, the police officers, while on mobile patrol within Sondu area, received information that a group of unknown youth suspect to have crossed over from Kericho and entered Kisumu County with the intent to steal livestock. They passed by the house of Milka Odhiambo, a 53-year-old female, where they launched violent attack. Milka was shot in the mouth with an arrow, while her 22-year-old son, Tony Owiyo, was shot in the lower abdomen, with the arrow remaining lodged in his body. Upon the victims raising an alarm, the attackers fled the scene without stealing anything. Following the distress call, police responded and the victims were rushed to Nyabondo Mission Hospital, where they were admitted in fair condition. The incident was booked OB number 23/1 of 225 in Ogoro Police Station. An investigation commenced, which led to the arrest of 3 suspects: Dennis Kipruto, Kemboy, Jeremiah Kipkorir Kosgei, Elias Kiptangus, and Geoffrey Kibet Chirchir. The suspects were arraigned in Oyugi's law court under CR 662125, court file number MCCR E109-2025, and CR 68822/22/2025, court file number MCCR EL10/2025. The police continue to investigate the matter, and efforts are ongoing to determine whether other suspects were involved in the attack. On the strategies put in place to address underlying issues, Mr. Speaker, the following strategies have been employed to address underlying issues contributing to violence and conflict in the region. Mr. Speaker, the peace initiatives are ongoing in the region. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, is making appeals to the National Land Commission to resolve historical land injustices, which is a major cause of conflict in some of the in part of the areas, including that are caused murder of communities, people from these communities. The collaborative efforts being made within the community, Mr. Speaker, the following collaborative efforts have been employed to foster peace and security in the affected areas. Security agencies and the county government are collaborating in conducting a security intelligence committee within the county with county leadership representation, dealing with the county challenges and to have effective strategies. There is also community partnership and involvement, and also working together with non-governmental organizations in the area to do for humanitarian assistance, and also economic empowerment programs together with peace initiatives. Mr. Speaker, on the question number 31, which is by Member of Parliament of Nyaribari Masaba, Honorable Manduku. The Speaker, part 1 is on the status of gazettement and deployment of security personnel to Ichuni Police Station in Ichuni Ward. Mr. Speaker, Ichuni Police Station is a community-driven initiative developed in collaboration with the area Member of Parliament to address security concerns in the area. The local police commander has been directed to submit their logistical and personnel requirement to facilitate the operationalization and gazettement of the station, so that the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, cannot be accused like another citizen who built his own police station. Mr. Speaker, whereas we appreciate the good initiative, we are now working to make sure that that is also operationalized, because that is on a light note. This is a community initiative together with the Member of Parliament. Number two, Mr. Speaker, regarding the steps being taken to address operationalization of the police station, Mr. Speaker, the National Police Service will be considering the following requirements for the establishment and operationalization of the police station. One, land ownership, confirmation of whether land ownership has been transferred to the service to avoid ownership dispute in the future. Two, personnel requirement. The local police commander has been directed to forward the number of personnel needed for the operationalization of the police station for consideration and deployment. Number three, utilities, confirmation on the availability of essential services such as water, electricity supply to support daily operation effectively. Four, accommodation, confirm availability of housing for the police officers. Five, furniture, confirm that the station has been furnished. And six, infrastructural design, confirmation that the station structure meets the standard design stipulated in the service standing order, which includes reception area, valuable exhibit store, radio room, OCS office, deputy OCT office, petty crimes office, record office, OC traffic office, general office, petty crime office, interrogation office, cell with a proper sanitation, exhibit store, and sufficient ablution facilities, among others. Mr. Speaker, the question from the Member of Parliament of Mwatate, Honorable Mbogo. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to respond as follows. Regarding a report on the status of investigation into the incidences of a murder of Marian Onsarigo. Mr. Speaker, on April 29 of 2024, Ms. Marian Onsarigo, aged 34, was reported missing by her husband, police officer number 255611, Police Constable PC Stephen Onsarigo Mokwa of Kamachira Police Station, Madioya Sub-County. She was last seen in the evening hours of Rice Trading Center in Sameta Sub-County in Kisii County. On May 1st, 2024, at 17 hours, the Assistant Chief of Rogo Location, Mr. Latif Oyoro, reported the discovery of a dead body in Kwari within Rigo Location, approximately 10 kilometers south of the police station. Officers from Sameta Police Station, including the officer commanding station and the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, visited the scene and discovered a body of a female victim identified as Ms. Marian Onsarigo, lodged between large rocks in Deep Valley Quarry. The body had visible injuries, including deep open wound under the armpit, both lower legs fractured, and a deep cut on the left elbow. Later, the husband and the deceased PC Stephen Onsarigo Mokwa, Police Constable Stephen Onsarigo Mokwa, arrived at the scene and confirmed the identity of his wife. He stated that she had been missing since April 29, 2024, and he was only informed that afternoon about her death. The crime scene officers processed and documented the scene before moving the body to Lenmek Hospital morgue for further examination. The case is currently under investigation via the inquest file number 6 of 2025 by the Sameta Sub-County Criminal Investigation Officer, with no arrests made at the attempt. Murder of Ms. Silas Silo Mengo Mwachango. Mr. Speaker, on May 21st, 2024, Ms. Silas Silo Mengo Mwachango, a border rider, was found dead. The incident was reported at Voi Police Station via OB number 15/1/5 of 2024 by a member of the public at approximately 5 p.m. The report indicated that lifeless body has been discovered at a sisal farm along Voi Mwatate Road, about 5 kilometers from the police station. Police officers responded to the scene, which was processed and documented. Preliminary investigation revealed that the victim had been hired by an unidentified individual who later attacked and fatally injured him before stealing his motorcycle. No arrests made at the moment in connection to the incident. The case remains under active investigation. Mr. Speaker, on the murder of Mr. Silas Sylvans Mwajala Mvoi, on September 3, 2024, a report was made at Voi Police Station under OB number 15/3/9/2024 regarding an attack on the Sylvans Mwajala Mvoi, ID number 370234429. The incident occurred on September 2, 2024 within Sagala Ward, Taita Taveta County. The report was filed by the victim brother who stated that Mr. Mvoi, border rider, had been found unconscious by the roadside along the Mombasa-Nairobi highway. A good Samaritan rushed him to Moi County Referral Hospital in critical condition. Medical assessment revealed that he had sustained a deep cut on the head and chest injuries. Due to the severity of his injuries, he was later referred to Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center in Tanzania for intensive care. Police officers from Voi Police Station responded to the scene, conducted documentation, and established that the victim had been robbed of his motorcycle registration number KMGN09G. The victim later succumbed to his injuries on September 9, 2024, while undergoing treatment in the same facility. No arrests had been made in relation to the murder, but, Mr. Speaker, the case remains very active and under investigation by our police officers. On the actions being taken to ensure perpetrators are arrested and prosecuted, Mr. Speaker, the above murder cases remain under active investigation, with witness statements recorded to aid further inquiries. Members of the public who may have crucial information that could assist in identifying and apprehending the suspects have been encouraged to voluntarily report to the police. To ensure their safety, they may also provide information anonymously at the police station. Regarding the measures being put in place to curb insecurity in the region, Mr. Speaker, the following measures have been put in place. Again, increased police patrols and visibility, sustained the crackdown on the re-emergence of criminal gangs in the region. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, in the All Coast region, we are doing massive operations to deal with gangs, resurgence of those gangs. Enhanced crime reporting mechanism, encouraging the community to share critical intelligence anonymously via Fichua Kwa DCI, hotline number 0800-722-203, while maintaining confidentiality and protecting whistleblowers. Mr. Speaker, revitalization of community policing committees is also one of the strategies, and community engagement. Finally, Mr. Speaker, is the question from Member of Parliament of Matungu, Honorable Peter Nabulindo. Mr. Speaker, on part one of his question regarding a report on the status of investigation into the security incident on murder of 2 security guards, Mr. Speaker, at the night of March 30, 2024, 2 security guards, John Nyabola, 62-year-old, and Humphrey Muyomi, 55 years old, both employees of Major Oduk Security Firm, reported for duty to guard shops within Kanyonzo Market in Matungu Sub-County. That night, they were brutally attacked and murdered by unknown assailants who dragged their bodies into a market store to conceal the crime. The criminals then broke into a shop owned by Charles Opondo and stole assorted goods of an unknown value. The next day, on March 31st, 2024, Trader discovered the bodies and reported the incident to Kayonso Police Station, which was booked via OB number 4/31/3 of 2024. Police officers responded immediately and visited the scene. However, upon learning of the gruesome murder, members of the public became rowdy and stormed the police station, pelting stones. In the chaos that they partially burned a police vehicle, a Toyota Land Cruiser registration number GK056V, broke into the police officer house and stole property of an unknown value. Some of the stolen property was later set ablaze on the main highway to Busia. To restore order, reinforcement was called in, allowing police officers to document the scene and transport the bodies to Bungoma Hospital mortuary for preservation. A postmortem was conducted on 5th of April, where the pathologist confirmed that both victims had died due to the excessive hemorrhage caused by blunt force trauma. Following the investigation, the police file was forwarded to the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, Western Region, for perusal and advice. On November 12, 2024, the ODPP returned the file via letter reference ODPP KK/CAM/2/000/2013, highlighting certain gaps that needed to be addressed. Subsequently, on December 5, 2024, 2 robbery suspects were fatally shot after engaging in a series of robberies in Matungu and neighboring sub-counties. On an AK-47 rifle with 13 rounds of 7.6mm special ammunition was recovered, along with motorcycle that had previously been stolen from police officer in Butere sub-county who had been seriously injured during the robbery. Upon identification, the deceased suspects were confirmed to be Jack Machanja, 25-year-old, and Dan Philemon Anguch, 24 years old, both residents of Butere sub-county. Further investigation revealed that they were the same individual responsible for the murder of the 2 security guards at Kayonzo Market on March 31st, 2024. The recovered AK-47 rifle and ammunition have since been forwarded to the Director of Criminal Investigation, Forensic Ballistic Examiner for analysis. The case remains under investigation. The murder of Charles Mukwana. Mr. Speaker, on February 26, 2025, on approximately 21 hours, a robbery and shooting incident at Matungu Shopping Center was reported by Collins Okumu and recorded in the occurrence book OP of Matungu Police Station entry number 35/26/2 of 2025. The officer commanding station OCS Matungu, along with his team, responded to the scene. The first victim, Kevin Chitai, reported that he had been robbed of the day sales amount to 50,000 shillings. The second victim, Boniface Miswaki, was also robbed at gunpoint but declined to disclose the exact amount stolen. The third victim, Charles Mukwana, resisted the robbers, prompting them to use violence. He was struck in the face with a sharp object and shot in the right thigh. He later succumbed to his injuries while receiving treatment at St. Mary's Mission Hospital, Mumias, and his body was subsequently taken to hospital mortuary, where an autopsy was later conducted. On March 9, 2025, Hussein Sharif Moshen was arrested in connection with the fatal shooting of the trader and robberies that occurred on February 26, 2025 in Matungu, and was subsequently booked at Shianda Police Station. He was taken to court the following day, March 10, 2025, to answer the charges of robbery with violence. The case is pending before court. On the actions being taken to ensure the perpetrators of crime in their constituency are arrested and prosecuted, as you can notice, Mr. Speaker, and a good number of them have been arrested. In response to the escalating security in the region, a series of operations were launched aimed at identifying and dismantling the criminal syndicate responsible for terrorizing residents and business owners. These efforts led to the arrest and arraigning in court of key suspects. On March 10, 2025, a multi-agency security team apprehended 6 individuals linked to robberies in the area. Yusuf Ekumba Hashio, Sharif Musungu Chebi, Jafar Odongo Kirato, Muksin Okwalo, Gerald Joseph Khadima, and Abdallah Kubasu Nandai. During investigation, it was determined that Gerald Joseph Kadima was implicated in the murder of Simon Owoi Toloi, a case already pending before High Court in Kakamega. He was subsequently presented before court for a plea hearing on 20th March. You can notice, Mr. Speaker, these are people who are out on bail and then went again to commit murder a second time, robberies a second time. An identification parade was conducted on March 19, 2025, during which a witness, Linet Ingaisum Beach, positively identified Yusuf Ekumba Hachio, also known as Farouk, as the individual who had dispossessed her of her mobile phone. On March 25, 2025, Yusuf Ekumba Hachio was formally charged with robbery with violence under Section 29, as read in Section 296, together with Section 2962 of the Penal Code. The case remains pending before court. Regarding the immediate steps being taken to address insecurity in the constituency, it is the same, Mr. Speaker, to the other incidences I have read, which include issues to do with patrols and visibility, fast-tracking investigation, enhanced crime reporting mechanism through Fichua DCI, engaging the community. These are common across areas that we want to enhance matters of safety, Mr. Speaker. Regarding a long-term strategy being put in place to curb insecurity within the constituency, again the same. We want to work on the revitalization of community policing committees, sustain the crackdown on the emergence of criminal gangs in the region. Mr. Speaker, Matungu is the constituency I talked about, Mr. Speaker, where some criminals are roaming around with elected and aspiring politicians, pretending to provide political support and cover. Mr. Speaker, we will sustain the operation. This is part of the operation. You saw the results is to deal with the robberies, but other, Mr. Speaker, is to deal with these gangs that are hiding behind political action and political support. And Mr. Speaker, Matungu and a few of other places in Western Butere, in Kakamega counties, and a part of Bungoma, and as I said earlier, spilling over to also Trans Nzoia. Mr. Speaker, there are notorious political actors who, Mr. Speaker, are hiring young people and inducing them to commit crimes and violence, especially in funerals. and we are not going to condone this behavior, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, if it leads to any elected or aspiring politicians, we will not hesitate to charge them in a court of law. Mr. Speaker, and let me use this opportunity to thank our police officers, because from the time I requested them to take this issue seriously. A lot has been done in that region, and we will sustain the operations, Mr. Speaker. Security agents and county government collaboration is also extremely important, and regional and cross-county cooperation working together to make sure that we deal with these issues in our country. So, Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, CS. Yes, I allowed you to proceed that way because there was satisfaction on the part of all the members who raised the questions as matters of concern. I have never seen any intervention from anybody. The Honorable Ivo Barra, you want to register your satisfaction or a clarification?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, CS, for your response. But I'd expected that you'd come up with a consideration for a stock theft special unit within the area. This particular area, Atela region, is the infamous, the Sondu, the Sondu issues that have been going on almost every other year. This is the area that we have Nyakach, which is Kisumu. We have Homa Bay, and we also have Kericho. And stock theft is just too much. And so please, can we have this special unit? And also, if possible, if you can have a patrol vehicle running around these three regions. This area is notorious, Mr. CS, and we need to do something to rein in the insecurity. Thank you. But otherwise, thank you very much for your response.
That one does not require your further response, CS. The Honorable Peter Nabulindo.
Mr. Speaker, first I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Cabinet Secretary for that detailed response. But as he had said earlier, he had already talked about Matungu even before I had put the question before the House. That means that Matungu has a problem that needs to be given a special consideration in terms of security interventions. But Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned about something that the minister actually said to the House, that he has sent some officers to the ground, that's in Matungu, to do some investigations. But I would like to bring to the attention of the Cabinet Secretary that the people, he could confirm, the people he sent on the ground, they have been doing what we call selective investigation, in that they have deliberately been targeting certain groups, and or, if I can be quite open in this House, Cabinet Secretary Waziri, the people you sent, I don't know if they are the ones doing this, the people you sent on the ground, they have been targeting actually my family members, my relatives, and my supporters. And the people have been wondering, why are these people targeting certain people, or who is using police officers to settle political scores? So, Minister, as far much as we appreciate that something is happening, but there is a lot of biasness and skewedness in those investigations. They have now turned to political investigations. Nevertheless, I am very appreciative that the minister is actually doing something for us as Matungu. But the biggest problem, please make sure that Matungu police stations get a vehicle. Matungu is too vast. we don't have a vehicle. Even the OCPD, even the OCS uses a motorbike to go for patrols at night. That is something that the minister needs to do. And we have not had a vehicle for years and years. We need a solution right now, Bwana Waziri. Thank you very much.
Honorable Nabulindo.
Quickly, let me say for Honorable Obara, we agree that we need to do something in Sondu, and we will, once we visit the ground and see the need for anti-stock theft unit, we will make the necessary recommendation, Mr. Speaker. And then on the Honorable Nabulindo, I speak here, Mheshimiwa, on behalf of the IG, but the operational command of the IG is not subject to my direction to say that you target this person or the other. The main thing is to target the criminals. And the people of Kenya have expected us to sort out the issue of Matungu. You know very well that that place had become ungovernable, even during funerals. And it was becoming a monument of shame. If it happens that the people who have been arrested are known to you, family members, supporters, for as long as they're not involved in crime, there is no issue. They will not be harmed. They will not be charged. But if they are involved, they will all be rounded and charged, notwithstanding the fact that they are your family members or they are your supporters. And Mr. Speaker, I thank the MP for his positive approach to this issue, because he is appreciating of the efforts to deal with both robbers and these gangs that are operating and roaming across the country. I have no doubt in my mind that next time I visit Matungu, I will be going to a peaceful meeting together with the MP, and the place will have been properly in order and people will be operating freely. On the police cars, I had answered earlier while responding to the other questions that we have a problem across the country, and the police leasing program that we are working together with Treasury should be able to answer this problem, hopefully, by the beginning of next financial year, latest August. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Honorable Daniel Manduku is satisfied with your response to question number 031, 2025. No, there is no further question or clarification. So is the Honorable Peter Mbogo to your response, with your response to question number 032 of 2025. Honorable members, these particular questions were specific to individual Kenyans. And as confirmed by the CS, most of them are either under investigations or with the courts. We are done with the questions. Are we saying you have matters you want to raise with the minister around the questions? I will allow only 3 of you 1 minute each because of the next business you have to transact. The Honorable Nzambia. Cabinet Secretary, you will indulge us. You can take the questions straight away so that they're addressed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I had raised my concern a few minutes ago, and because the CS is here, my matter is not to be postponed. I think I need an instant answer. Honorable Speaker, I think Honorable CS, with your secretary there, you have my answer in your fingertips. I think I should leave home when I'm already satisfied, because it has been a wait matter. And this issue I raised last year, and it has taken more than 6 months, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Your matter was under which question?
Honorable Speaker, question number 026, Honorable Speaker.
You want to respond to it now, or we can create a forum for you and the member? Let us.
Yes, I think the member is seeking further consultations, if I may, because I've answered it 3 times. To be very specific, this is a question of overlapping administrative units. The question is whether it is in Muka or Nzawi. sub-county. So it's very specific and requires specific consultations. So I think we can take it up with the MP out of this chamber, because this is the 3 or 4 time he's asking the same question.
Honorable Zambia, there can be no better solution in terms of addressing that matter, knowing how that committee operates, than what the Cabinet Secretary is offering. When the Cabinet Secretary is discharged, please follow him and get arrangements in terms of how you can better address it. If it is not so addressed, bring it back to the Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs. And I can assure you, your speaker sits there, we will satisfactorily help you pursue it on behalf of, those other Kenyans. The Honorable Jared Okello.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and for giving me the opportunity. The substantive speaker actually made an undertaking that I will be given an opportunity to prosecute a matter that is not directly linked to the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination, but under the spirit of complementarity and collective responsibility, the minister sits in a vantage position to answer or to lend a helping hand where necessary. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that the issue of classification of areas patterned along hardship and non-hardship areas has become my pet project. The last 3 months, we have been haggling with the majority leadership to have a report that was done by the government through a multi-agency committee, which was headed by one Mr. Sylvester Bolo in the Ministry of Public Service. They went across the country, and Ngao played a pivotal role towards that. And a report was actually done. The report is dubbed Review of Hardship Areas and Payment of Hardship Allowances. The report was ready by the year 2022. Now, the last 3 months, the substantive speaker has given directives, times more than number, to the majority leadership just to walk here at the office of the president and bring the report here. And I acknowledge now that we do not have a substantive minister for public service and a substantive principal secretary who has since been promoted. But as I said, it is a collective responsibility. Our very good minister, who is a very dear friend to me, Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, a man known to this House, has the capacity to direct that particular department to just bring the report here. The report has categorized those areas that are needed, that are to be added onto the list of those that attract hardship allowances, Honorable Speaker. Without belaboring very much on this subject, my place is disenfranchised in many fronts. I have civil servants who report and immediately seek for transfers to other areas, because I sit in an area where my 2 neighbors, Nyakach and Muhoroni, are benefiting from hardship allowance. Nyando constituency is the only place known for its perennial flooding. In fact, we are known for Serikali Saidia mantra, but we have been sidelined up to this very moment. And a report, I believe, which I have not put my eyes on, has captured this very well. So let the minister help us get this report. And let me repeat for the record, it is dubbed Review of Hardship Areas and Payment of Hardship Allowances. The report is here with public service. The guy who headed the team, called Mr. Sylvester Bolo, has since retired, but he did not retire with the file. So let the file be brought before this House, be debated upon, and appropriate actions will ensue. I thank you. And I thank the Minister for braving the long hours today. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, does that fall within your mandate, and are you ready to respond to the question now?
Mr. Speaker, I understand the struggle that Honorable Member is going through, my friend, Honorable Okello, and I sympathize with his position. And because we were involved in the report as a part of GAO, and because of the principle of collective responsibility, and considering that the next CS is still sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker, I would offer, under that principle of collective responsibility, to push for the release of that report. Part of the reason is because, Mr. Speaker, I have received also petitions from across the country, from teachers especially, who are posted to certain areas that they consider it hardship, yet they do not benefit from the hardship allowance. So I think I will speak to the relevant officers within the government to make sure that this is pushed in good time. And we can also take up this conversation with Jared out of this place. I hasten to warn him that should the report require heavy budgetary expenditure, then it may require again a relooking. There is no problem releasing the report, but in terms of implementation, it will require everybody now to come in to support budgetary allocation. Sometimes, you know, in government, you know really that you need to expand certain benefit to different areas. But the challenge you have is that you make this expansion, then you ask yourself, where is the budgetary allocation to support the expansion? So all those considerations will be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That response cannot elicit further questions. The Honorable Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I have, Mr. Speaker, I take, the honorable member is a very close friend of mine. But on the issue of hardship allowances, I just want to tell this House one thing, Mr. Speaker. African Americans or black Americans were enslaved for 408 years. And then after the Civil War, they had again a continuous marginalization for 100 years. When the civil rights movement started in 1960, the white folks, in their own wisdom and their trickery and deceit, said this is for minorities and sneaked in LGBTQ people and I don't know, all sorts of minorities, including the Jews who are the best, and called them now this is minorities. What to do? To easily submerge and take away the rights that the African American was fighting for. This hardship allowance was given specifically to the areas that were left out during the colonial time and subsequent Kenya government as a result of the sessional paper number 10 of 1965. We also had an equalization fund. Our good friends from other parts of the country who had education as far back as the turn of the last century, now are trying to come and share with us the little that used to be given to the genuine hardship areas so that teachers can get a certain incentive to go and work in those areas. Now you want to expand on that. The same way they want to change the criteria for the CDF, they want to change the criteria for equalization fund, they want to change all these things. This is, can you, Yamaza? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my position, this is my friend, but my position is that Luo Nyanza had teachers as far back as 1911, 1905. We have never had teachers ourselves until 1964. The first full primary school was in northern Kenya in 1966. And we have not had any development budget set out to be given to us.
Honorable Farah Malim.
Can you just give me as a
Honorable Farah Malim.
Let me just finish.
No, order.
Order.
That report you are debating, and I like the matters you are raising. It's not before the House. And the order. The promise the Cabinet Secretary has made is that he's going to help, though it is not falling within the mandate of his ministry, the collective responsibility, and to help the House resolve that issue of concern to the people, to get the report wherever it is and facilitate its coming to the House. And it is when that report comes, it is when that report comes, honorable members, that based on its contents, we can debate it. You could be addressing matters. I know how passionate you are on this matter, but you could be addressing matters which are not issues in the report. So, order honorable Farah Malim. Honorable Barongo, what did you say was out of order?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Mine is different. I just wanted to strongly associate with the work that CS Murkomen is doing. As you may be aware, CS Murkomen and his team were able to visit us recently along the Narok and Kisii County borders that had become prone to skirmishes. And I just wanted to say, thank you to him and his team for paying very close attention to that area. I wanted to specifically thank him for...
Order! Please, honorable members, it is not out of order for the honorable member to register his gratitude to the Cabinet Secretary for work well done. Honorable Barongo will be heard in silence. You have 1 minute to go, Honorable Barongo.
So, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to thank CS Murkomen, especially for giving us a patrol base at Kiango, not later than 7 days after he had visited the area. I also wanted to raise the issue, as much as he's pursuing a budget of 2.5 billion to operationalize administrative units, I wanted to bring to his attention the fact that there are other areas that are actually larger than even the gazetted administrative units. So I wanted that for him to note that there was need for him to prioritize these large areas that may not be gazetted, so that we are able to administratively manage the country. Finally, I just wanted to thank the Maasai people and the Kisii people for keeping the peace. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, Honorable CS, for all members who wanted to mention something about hardship, the directions I've given will stand in respect of all contributions you wanted to make thereon. Honorable CS, you see the interest the members have in raising matters with you when you are in the House. I think, one, because of the sensitivity of the ministry you are in charge of. Number two, as also a former member of the House, I want to give you a minute or two to make any last comments if you have. Then we can discharge you to be able to transact other business.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you and the House for the very robust interaction. And I promise that, Mr. Speaker, working together with you, especially in sourcing for resources, we should together be able to operationalize the administrative units. We should also make sure that we organize the National Police Reservists in the right way so that they can serve us better. And we should also be able, Mr. Speaker, to resource our administrators and the police officers with proper vehicles so that, Mr. Speaker, together we can respond to security well, including the equipment that is required to ensure that our officers are doing a good job. I appreciate also the interaction we have. It is by doing this that helps me to ensure that I do my job better. And, Mr. Speaker, from next week, I will be starting county security fora in every county, in all the 47 counties, and you will be receiving invitation from my office to attend when it's your own county. I request that we go together so that we can look at issues at a grassroots level and find solutions. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank also my year mate at the University of Nairobi, Honorable Obadia, Engineer Borongo. Mr. Speaker, who though looks young, he must acknowledge that we are age mates and for appreciating the work we are doing together. and working together with elected leaders, we are able to make sure that our communities live in peace. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration, for coming to the House upon being requested by the House to come and address those matters of concern to the people. You are now discharged in the manner we usually do. If there is any member who would still want to pursue any matters with you in the full manner, I know your doors are open, but you are discharged for now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may take leave. Next order.
Order number 11, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, second reading.
Is there the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, to move?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move that the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2025 be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, before I go into the contents of the bill, which is before the House, let me begin by acknowledging and appreciating the support that we have received as a committee from the leadership of the House, led by the Speaker and our very able clerk, Mr. Samuel Njoroge. Honorable Speaker, also that this is the first substantive agenda that I handle as the new chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, following my nomination and subsequent election. I also would like to thank the leadership of the House and the leadership of my coalition who had faith in me to be able to handle this matter. Honorable Speaker, budget making is a very long and tedious process that involves many stakeholders. The stakeholders start from the ministry to Parliament through committees. And Honorable Speaker, I wanted to give the House an assurance because, Honorable Speaker, we are taking over this leadership at a time when most members have expressed concerns about the way the committee has been run in the past. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to assure members that under my leadership, the committee is going to engage in thorough consultations with members, and that the outcome of the report that we'll be able to bring before this House for budget making will be a report that most members will be happy with. And Honorable Speaker, because budget making is done in committees, different committees, I also would like to urge members that they be very vigilant in their committees to ensure that they fully participate in the process of budget making. Honorable Speaker, as you can see, I'm now operating from the right side. And this is also something that I want to emphasize, that this is really the reality of the broad-based government. Honorable Speaker, in ordinary sense, I would not be in this side. Then, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell Kenyans, and especially members of my party, who are still doubting the reality of broad-based government, that the broad-based government is real, it is working, Kenya is one united country, and lawmaking, budget making, and running of the country is now a business of all Kenyans. Nobody is going to be discriminated, especially in resource sharing, because the opportunity to work for Kenyans is going to be given, has been given to all of us. Honorable Speaker, before I discuss the substance of the bill, let me say, Honorable Speaker, that we are discussing this bill at a time when fundamentally our economy is recovering. This has been buttressed by very fundamental macroeconomic factors that point to the fact that we are doing very well as an economy. Honorable Speaker, if I just highlight a few of those macroeconomic factors, one of them is inflation, Honorable Speaker. Inflation over the past 1 year has been coming down from a high rate of 5.7% to now, as at February, a rate of 3.5%. Honorable, this has not just happened. There are global factors that have helped us to tame inflation. Also, there are domestic factors. Honorable Speaker, some of the global factors that have assisted us to tame inflation include easing of monetary policy by the Federal Reserve, Honorable Speaker, over the last 1 year, Federal Reserve has been deliberately reduced interest rates. And this has also percolated back to us. Also, Honorable Speaker, there have been deliberate investments in the agricultural sector in our country. The country now is food sufficient, and this has also led to the stability of our food prices. These two factors have helped us to tame the high inflation rates, and that's the reason why, Honorable Speaker, today we are celebrating that the economy is positively recovering. The other factor that has helped us, Honorable Speaker, is that there has been reduction in domestic borrowing. Over the last 1 year, the CBK rate, the rate at which central bank lends money to commercial banks, has also come down from a high rate of 13% to today 10.75%. Honorable Speaker, what this means is that now investors and households are able to access cheap credit. Now, when investors and households are able to access cheap credit, it means that they are able to invest. And if they invest, this is very positive for the economy. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank and to congratulate the managers of Central Bank, Dr. Kamau Thuge and Dr. Susan Koech. These two personalities have done a wonderful job, Honorable Speaker, in helping us to tame runaway interest rates. Honorable Speaker, the economy is expected to grow by about 5.3%, as compared to 4.6% in the last financial year. Honorable Speaker, again, this projection is pegged on the fact that we are still projecting to have a stable agricultural performance. Honorable Speaker, we are seeing favorable weather conditions across the country that is going to favor the performance of the agriculture sector. We are also, as a House, also, Honorable Speaker, we have continued to appropriate resources to fund fertilizer subsidy. Honorable Speaker, in the last supplementary budget that we just passed, I want to confirm to the House that the House appropriated about 10 billion to fund this fertilizer subsidies that is going to help us to grow the agricultural performance. Honorable Speaker, these factors are projected to help us to grow the economy even better. Other factors that are projected to help us to grow the economy, Honorable Speaker, include strong performance on the construction sector. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, the construction sector did not do well in the first half because of the fact that most of our contractors were not on site. And Honorable Speaker, as you are aware that most contractors are now back on site. So the sector is going to see some robust improvement. The other sector that we project to help us in improving our economy this coming year, is also the tourism sector. Honorable Speaker, the peace and tranquility that has been created following the formation of Broadway's government is going to give us results in the tourism sector. The other sector that is also going to help us, Honorable Speaker, is the housing sector. The affordable housing program, which is one of the biggest, better programs in this country, is doing extremely well, Honorable Speaker. And now, coupled with the lowering of interest rates that has happened, we are also seeing that the private sector is also going to up its investments in the housing sector. Honorable Sector, we cannot leave behind the services sector. And the services sector is also projected to grow heavily and help us in improving our economy, especially the reforms that have been instituted in the ICT sector. These reforms collectively will help in ensuring that our economy is up at the projected rate of 5.3%. Honorable Speaker, now let me take you through the fiscal situation of our country. Honorable Speaker, over the years, we have been over-projecting our revenues when we are making budgets. And this has given us a lot of problems, Honorable Speaker, because in the end, we normally have to resort to borrowing to be able to fill the gaps when there's revenue underperformance. Honorable Speaker, for example, in the last financial year, 2023-2024, we projected to raise 2.57 trillion in ordinary revenue. At the end of the year, we had a shortfall of about 170 billion. Honorable Speaker, as a consequence, we were able to borrow about 160 billion to be able to fill that gap. Honorable Speaker, the continuous overprojection of revenue is something that this House must be able to address. But Honorable Speaker, we do not have an option. Going forward, this economy is not going to rely on credit. As you are aware, what is happening in the global market, the multilateral and bilateral environment is not conducive for continuous borrowing, and also that we do not have sufficient physical space to continue to pile more credit. Honorable Speaker, there are many avenues that we propose can help this economy to grow revenues. And Honorable Speaker, let me repeat that going forward, it is not going to be easy for us to raise revenue through more taxes. Introducing more taxes is not going to help us, it's not going to be feasible, and that is an area that I would like to caution that going forward that will not work. There are areas, Honorable Speaker, that we should explore as a House. One of the areas that we need to explore as a House, Honorable Speaker, is that we lose a lot of revenues in the area of tax expenditures. For example, we project that the tax expenditures on VAT alone is going to constitute about 2% of our GDP. Honorable Speaker, 2% of our GDP is about 300 billion Kenya shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is money which, if we were able to save, this would be able to help us, Honorable Speaker, to raise additional revenues. Honorable Speaker, our economy, the size of our economy and the revenue that we collect does not match. An economy as big as ours, we should be able to collect upwards of 20% of our GDP as our ordinary revenue. But Honorable Speaker, what we are doing today, we are only collecting about 15%. If you compare this with South Africa, Honorable Speaker, South Africa is collecting 25% of their GDP as ordinary revenue. This means, Honorable Speaker, that we have room to be able to bring on board more people into our tax bracket. Honorable Speaker, the tax bracket today is majorly financed by people in the formal sector. We have professionals in the informal sector who do not pay taxes. We also have medium-sized enterprises that ideally have not been able to be brought into the tax bracket. We also have, Honorable Speaker, commercial farmers in agriculture. The agricultural sector, Honorable Speaker, does not contribute the resources that we need them to contribute in the area of revenue, or the area of taxation. So, Honorable Speaker, these are areas, these are low-hanging fruits that this House must be able to find so that we be able to meet our revenue deficits. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this year we are projecting to pay about 1.2 trillion as interest payment on our physical debt. Honorable Speaker, this has not just come. This is a consequence of deliberate borrowing from the year 2014 to the year 2023. In the year 2014, Honorable Speaker, our debt repayment was only 170 billion. This is when the President Uhuru Kenyatta took over. Honorable Speaker, when President Uhuru Kenyatta left, the debt repayment on interest, he left it at 840 billion. Honorable Speaker, this is a substantial growth. And this is the reason why to date, we are paying 1.2 trillion. The misnomer in this borrowing spree, Honorable Speaker, is that over the same period, investments in development expenditure has not grown. Development expenditure remained stagnant at 500 billion, while interest repayment on physical debt went up to 840 billion. It therefore means, Honorable Speaker, there are only two things that I've been able to deduce. That either the borrowing was not used appropriately to fund development, or that money got lost somewhere. So, Honorable Speaker, we must be brave and admit that we have mismanaged our fiscal space in the last 10 years. So this is the reason why today, Honorable Speaker, we have to fund interest payment at a tune of about 1.2 trillion. Honorable Speaker, I'm giving you this background because I'm trying to build a case for the county revenue sharing that we are going to present to the House. Honorable Speaker, consequently, I want to say that the Budget Committee has proposed an equitable share to counties of 405.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, this amount is based on predictable base grounded in projected revenue figures and considerations of national debt obligations. Honorable Speaker, when we met, when we did public participation, when we were processing this bill, we met many stakeholders. One of the stakeholders we met was a Commission of Revenue Allocation, we also met Council of Governors, we also met IXPAC. Honorable Speaker, all these institutions disagreed with us on this allocation that we are giving to counties. For example, Commission on Revenue Allocation had proposed that we allocate about 417 billion to counties as county share of revenue. While Council of Governors, Honorable Speaker, are asking us to give them about 536 billion as county share of revenue. Honorable Speaker, the Budget and Appropriations Committee is of the view that the appropriate amount to allocate to counties, based on the stress that we have from the fiscal deficits phase, is that we should allocate 405 billion, as I've said. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that you need to know is that in the last 2 financial years, at the end of every financial year, we close the financial year with deficits due to counties. And that when we start the new financial year, that is the first redemption that happens. For the last financial year, Honorable Speaker, we closed the year with about 30 billion that was owed to counties. Again, that shows, Honorable Speaker, that we are having a challenge in raising some of these revenues that we are giving to counties. Also, Honorable Speaker, you also must know that the law is very clear that even in case of revenue shortages, that shortage is borne by national government, not county government. So therefore, whatever the amount that we are proposing to give to counties, we are very sure this is what we can do. This is what our economy can do and can raise. And also, lastly, Honorable Speaker, you realize that if you read Article 203, it explains how the process of how the 405 billion is arrived at. First of all, it's a percentage of audited and approved revenues. As at now, we are dealing with revenues, approved and audited revenues of 2021 financial year. I think as a House also, we need to be able to process this auditing and approval as quickly as possible, because we are in the financial year, of 2025-2026, but approved revenues are still lagging behind. This is a concern from stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, that I would like to urge the committee that is in charge of auditing and approval to fast-track their engagements with the various government agencies so that we'll be able to quicken this process. Honorable Speaker, let me also speak on Equalization Fund. Honorable Speaker, Equalization Fund is also one of the items in this bill. And we have allocated 0.5% of audited revenues, approved audited revenues, which is about 7.6 billion. Honorable Speaker, you can see that this fund is lagging behind in arrears. As of now, the fund is in arrears of up to 46 billion. Honorable Speaker, as you know, this fund has a lifespan. So I'm not sure if in the next 5 years, with these huge arrears, we'll be able to meet. So I was going to propose that going forward, maybe the House needs to amend the law so that maybe we can be able to extend the life of the Equalization Fund. The other issue that has also come up with the Equalization Fund is the fact that the projects that are being run by Equalization Fund does not have impact. That was the idea in the Constitution. So we have challenged the CRA to be able to come up with a formula that is going to identify strategic areas and projects that should be done so that this fund has some impact. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude my submission, I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, that members of Budget and Appropriations Committee have assured me that they are going to work with the members of this House, and they are also going to ensure that we work as a team, and we are also asking the House to give us support so that we'll be able to meet your expectations as by the law. Honorable Speaker, allow me to invite my able deputy. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. And Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025 be now read a second time. I now call upon the Honorable Dr. Pukose, the Vice Chairman of Budget and Appropriations Committee, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I stand to second the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number National Assembly Bill 2025 for second reading. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chair for ably explaining the economics behind it. And what I want to say is that the Budget and Appropriation Committee, having looked at this bill and listened to the stakeholders, the CRA, the Council of Governors, IFPAC, and others, and looking at the Constitution in Article 203, which talks that a minimum of 15%, arriving at the 405.1 billion, that gives us 25.7%. That means that we are above the 15% on the last audited accounts, which was of 2020-2021. Honorable Speaker, the PSC of this House, I think when you look at the last budget, which was last division of revenue bill for the 2024, you'll realize that the last audited accounts were 2020-2021, meaning between the last division of revenue bill and this one, we are still using the same audited accounts, which is 3 years behind. And I think this calls on this House to move with speed, especially the committee on, or the PAC committee, so that they can be able to fast track and make sure that we are up to date in terms of last audited and approved accounts. Having looked at this amount might look small, but considering that we've been projecting figures of revenue-raising measures that KRA has not been able to meet, and often you find that the national budget is normally affected badly, so that at the end of the day, we have to do supplementary to be able to rationalize the budget. So we hope that with these figures that are reasonable, these figures that we think are able to be achievable, then we'll be able to give the share of 405.1 billion to the counties. Honorable Speaker, I think the other issue about the equalization fund is issues about what is it that is achieving on the ground. Because when you move around the country, the Constitution initially looked at the equalization fund as benefiting areas that were left behind following the sessional paper number 10 of 1965. These areas mainly are in arid and semi-arid areas. But when you look at the formula that has been done, you find that you are giving certain areas maybe very little amount of money, such that you have a project of even 1 million, 2 million, and that kind of thing. What shall we be able to achieve with that? And I think that is what we're calling back, that we need to look at the formula and see to it that it is able to benefit even those areas. When you look at the areas that initially the money was released, even in the arid and semi-arid areas, and you go to those areas, there is no tangible project that you'll be able to see that has been achieved with that money. And I think, again, we've spent a lot of time arguing about whether it should be implemented by the counties or it should be implemented at the constituency level, and even ending up in court to be able to resolve this matter. But when you read the Constitution very clearly, it talks about the national government being able to implement those projects through its other agencies. What the governors did is they took in clause 2, in Article 204, clause 2, clause 2, where it says the county government, the national government may utilize county governments, other agencies, and that kind of thing. And therefore, the may should not be something that should take other institutions to court in terms of implementation of the Equalization Fund, so that we can allow the Equalization Fund to be able to achieve its main objectives when the Constitution was enacted, the 2010 Constitution, to be able to bring back the areas that were neglected in terms of education, health, electricity, and water, so that they can also be in the same tandem area with the rest of the country. Honorable Speaker, in this division of revenue bill, one of the other areas that we would want to urge the county governments to be able to look at is the on-source revenue. Because as we speak today, many of the county governments are not able to raise their targets. And this is because of pilferages. This is because of losses or stealing, because of either they have not automated their systems, or they are not just being diligent in terms of on-source revenue collection. We've seen counties like Homa Bay, where they have digitized their systems and their revenue has risen very high. I think that's the county of the Speaker. And therefore, these are counties that we can be able to call out that they have done very well. Why are other counties also not digitizing their systems so that they can be able to enhance their revenue collection? Because if they are able to enhance the revenue collection, what it means is that even their budgets, they'll be able to meet their budget targets. Because one of the biggest challenges today is the issue about pending bills. Many of the county governments have pending bills of up to 179 billion. And these are business people. These are Kenyans who have even taken bank loans. They've invested in doing business within the counties. And you wonder, when are they going even to be paid? Some of those pending bills are as old as even the former governors who left. And therefore, you find that new governors who come in, they even don't want to honor those pending bills that were left by their predecessors. And they leave these Kenyans continuing to suffer because of the pending bills. And I think that brings us to the issue about that this House should be able to look at how can we be able to help counties through the Office of the Control of Budget to make sure that all the pending bills are actually sorted out. Because when you have pending bills clocking into activities of maybe even institutions, we have, for example, you have county governments who have refused to even pay KEMSA. And they owe KEMSA up to even 6 to 9 months. And they have refused to pay them, and they decide to go to other chemists or other suppliers to be able to get their supplies. I think that we should be able as a House to look at solutions that can be able to mitigate against such, so that whatever is collected, before counties are able to be released their money, then we can have the control of budget, make sure that the pending bills are sorted out. We've even had cases where you have counties requesting for control of budget that have a pending bill of A or a B. But at the end of the day, instead of paying A and B, he goes with that pending bill, he pays C and D. And the person who had been requested, the control of budget had been requested for a pending bill of A and B, still left to wait. And I think that is very wrong. And yet the control of budget has no mechanism to be able to enforce this. But I think being a law-making house, budget-making house, I think we'll, as a committee, will be coming with recommendations so that the House can be able to adopt and see ways in which a county that requests for a pending bill for A and B and decides to pay C and D can be taken action and be able to be penalized for that kind of misbehavior. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to second. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2025, be now read a second time. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill, the Revenue Division Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the Budget and Appropriations Committee for a good job, and I also want to commend and congratulate the Honorable Sama Tandi for assuming this position, and I call upon him to exercise fairness in his work so that Kenya can actually benefit, all Kenyans can benefit from his leadership of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. So congratulations. Also want to congratulate the Honorable Pokose for taking up the position of Vice Chair of that prestigious committee, and to continue to discharge their duties with fairness, without favor, and to steer the wheels of this very, very important. Honorable Speaker, Article 2018(2) of the Constitution and Section 191(5) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, indicates that the legislative proposal on the division of revenue should be accompanied by a memorandum that explains the following. The first thing that must do is the bill takes into account the criteria listed in Article 203(1) of the Constitution, the extent of the deviation from the Commission on Revenue Allocations recommendations, the extent, if any, of deviation from the recommendations of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council, and any assumptions and formulae used in arriving. It's very important, Honorable Speaker, to ensure these constitutional requirements are met so that we don't get into conflict with the Senate. Because this bill will go to Senate. The Senate, what they will try to winnow this bill in accordance to what the law says. How did we deviate from the budget and from the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic Council? How did we either align or deviate? They'll also check whether CRA, whether the formula that was given by CRA was followed. These are important things. To avoid conflict with the Senate, I just hope and wish that this committee looked at this bill in those aspects so that we don't get into conflict. Honorable Speaker, the criteria for determining the equitable shares to each level of government is exclusively provided for in Article 203. That's where it is anchored of the Constitution. The equitable share to county government is informed by the provisions of Article 203(2), where it is specified that for every financial year, the equitable share of the revenue raised nationally that is allocated to county governments shall be not less than 15%. Most recent audited accounts of revenue. And this, Honorable Speaker, speaks to what Honorable Atandi talked about. Which audited accounts are we using? And I want to call upon the committees that do audit to ensure that we fast track so that we use the most latest, the most recent audited accounts so that we can actually have real-time value for money. Because if the accounts are still behind, we are allocating in 2025 budget on approved accounts of 2021. Is it 2021? Yeah. 2021. We are actually 5 years behind. But I think the watchdog committees that deal with this must fast track their work so that we are at par. I would like a situation, Honorable Speaker, where we are dealing with a budget that is almost 3-point-something trillion. But we are allocating counties based on a 2-point-something or 1-point-something budget. That is not fair, Honorable Speaker. It is not fair for the development of this country. It is not fair for these counties. It is also not fair even for the national government. And the most important, the equalization fund, Honorable Speaker. Because if we must actually achieve what the Division of Revenue Bill really wants to achieve for this country, then the latest accounts must be used, not the accounts of 2020 and 2021. So those that are chairs of those audit committees and those watchdog committees have a duty
of care for this nation to ensure that we use the most recent audited accounts. Honorable Speaker, the Division Revenue Bill 2024 was published on 12 March 2025 and read at first time in the House on the 14th of March. The bill was subsequently committed to the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and we have their report. In analysis, Honorable Speaker, the projected total shareable revenue for the financial year 2025-2026 is 2.8 trillion. That is where we are, Honorable Speaker. Ordinary revenue has been depicting inconsistent growth over the year, while the performance of ordinary revenue surpassed targets in financial year by around 8% and 21.9%. In successive years, revenue fell short of targets by high margins, going beyond 100 billion, short. So, Honorable Speaker, this division of revenue bill requires everybody to work hard. KRA must work hard for us to realize the things that we want to realize. Ministry of Finance must work hard to ensure that expenditure and disbursement of funds. Today, Honorable Speaker, one of the most important things that will come even in the budget, because the Division of Revenue has said, is CDF. But today, 3 months to the end of the financial year, we still don't have money. We still don't have money. Why? Because probably somebody is not looking at the figures and working hard enough to ensure that we get the funds available. Tomorrow probably we'll answer that question that Dr. Makalimulu asked here yesterday. But it will be disheartening to realize that we are still at 14 billion CDF against a target that we must meet, and yet we are coming to the end of the financial year. So what I want to ask everybody as I support this bill, everybody needs to do his bit so that the Division of Revenue Bill makes sense at the end of the day. We can look at all these figures, do the hard work that Atande and his team are doing and all that. By the end of the day, we cannot realize even half of what has been put in the Division of Revenue Bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes to allocate 2.4 billion to the national government. Kenya shillings 405.1 billion to the county government and 10.6 billion to the Equalization Fund. Already, Honorable Speaker, the Equalization Fund, trillion, of course, trillion. The Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker, is actually short of a lot of money because it is in arrears. We have actually said these arrears be put in the budget so that we can compensate for the loss. But one of the things that we must discuss, Honorable, is this Equalization Fund having impact on the ground? There are people who sit in CRA, what are they called? The Commission for Revenue Allocation. They mutilated the formula that the Constitution provided. Completely mutilated, such that a constituency like mine, which has a lot of marginalized area, gets around 2 million shillings. 2 million, around 8 million. 8 million. What can you do with that to bring equalization? And yet areas that for many years were not even considered during the constitutional making have been dropped in and put in now. And you're told an area, for example, in Kiambu, where I received a lot of resources then, now becomes part of Equalization Fund. Areas that have benefited. There was a reason why Equalization Fund was put in the Constitution. There's a reason. And there was a big argument that we need to fast track these areas to be like others, and therefore we need to do equalization. But what the people at CRA did, they played into the politics of the Jubilee government then. That we want a share of this, and so that this thing could pass here in the House easily. Then we said, okay, put them in there. But what it has done, it has made Equalization Fund not to have sense. It doesn't make sense completely. You have a whole area. Ganze, for example, in Kilifi County, Ganze is one of the, even if you look at the statistics over the many years, you see that the poverty index in a place like Ganze and Kilifi County is one of the lowest. The highest, actually. The highest. They're the poorest. And yet, they will get, for example, 20 million. And other areas that have benefited from huge, colossal allocations get even more, just because of politics. We need to divorce politics from issues of development of this country and equalization of this country. And that's why I still insist the arrears that have been owed for those many years, because this is a fund. A fund is in such a way that all the money that is collected must be put in an account. It does not go back. It must be put in the Equalization Fund so that those areas that have been denied because of the prolonged long cases in court, the issues that we had in this House, can actually be fast-tracked. It is sad, Honorable, very sad, where you have a whole sub-location, a whole location with only one school. One school. Kids walk 10 kilometers. Kids, actually, if you look at the areas that were marginalized, Honorable Speaker, and I want to give you a graphic example of this. Areas that were marginalized in this country. If you look at what is happening in those areas, kids still walk 10 kilometers to find a school. Kids that do exams, national exams, are the oldest in age. A kid is in class 8 or grade 8 there, and he's 20 years. Because he could not access school. There was no kindergarten, there was no ECD, there was nothing. They could not walk. He started going to school when he was 12 years because that's the only time he could walk the 10 kilometers to access a school. And yet, we still want to hold the Equalization Fund, Honorable Speaker, and make the Equalization Fund look like it is a political tool. That we must divorce. There are areas in this country that are in dire need. There are areas in this country that still look for water. 10 kilometers, and a woman carries a barrel of water on her head. And yet that water is not even drinkable. It's still dirty water that has been collected from somewhere. And yet we are still saying here that, we want to hold the Equalization Fund and we want to do the kind of things that we want to do with it. Honorable Speaker, and I want to tell the implementation committee in this House, we have an implementation committee. An implementation committee in this House which must follow everything that is passed here. They have an obligation to follow up on the issues that, because this is a law that we pass in this House, the implementation committee needs to pick up. Have we properly disbursed the Equalization Fund to those areas as an important aspect of the implementation committee? But the implementation committee, Honorable Speaker, in this House looks at the small things and they want to follow. They don't want to follow the big billions that are set aside in the distribution, in the division of revenue bill. Honorable Speaker, if you look at one important thing that I may speak to, Honorable Speaker, we send a lot of money to counties. We send a lot of money to counties. But the new phenomena of pending bills keeps on growing. Keeps on growing. It is a new phenomenon. It was not there 10 years ago, around 8 years ago, pending bills. But now it has become a new concept, a new phenomena that has become acceptable, such that we are saying, okay, as we are budgeting, we must budget for pending bills. Something that was not there. But because of misbehavior and bad behavior of certain people, we have brought a new concept in budgeting in this country called pending bills. And it will continue to be there. But what does pending bill do to the economy? Young entrepreneurs are being killed. They are growing, they have mental diseases now. If you see a country running on pending bills, you have a country running on the wrong footing. That you are actually eating and spending what you cannot afford. Honorable Speaker, this division of revenue bill must take into account and kill this new concept of pending bills. And governors who are out there accumulating pending bills because they want to play politics. Ministries that are accumulating pending bills because you don't want to pay me because I've not come there to tell you, hey, take this 1 million, pay me. There's certain things that frustrate business people. Young business people are frustrated. Even big business people are collapsing because somebody deliberately, out of politics, says, you see, this one, in the last regime, he supported the former governor. Now I am the new governor. I won't pay his bills, and therefore, wachakai kando. This kind of mundane kind of thinking, a thinking that is so immature, such that perpetuating government is important. If I come in as governor, and somebody supplied to the county, I carry over. I pay, we move on. But now people are begging governors, they are begging PSS to be paid money which they supplied and constructed and did many things. And yet, here in this House, we actually approve this division of revenue bill. We approve budgets, we approve everything for people to go there and efficiently ensure that this country runs. And then, one individual, out of their own misbehavior, bad conduct, bad behavior, they accumulate pending bills on flimsy political grounds sometimes. I just don't want to pay you. Governors are not paying officers. They are not accountants. We have people given the responsibility to pay and to make payments. But then these days, you go and the governor is the one that has the list and says, I will pay you. You have to go to see the governor for you to be paid 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Bad behavior, bad manners that are accumulating to something called pending bills. These pending bills will ground this country one day. We need to be careful as members of this House and as leaders to ensure that this new concept called pending bills is removed from budgets and is removed from... If you accumulate pending bills, you must know how to pay. And it should be one of the grounds of impeachment of those guys there, to ensure that discipline is brought. If you're a governor, you actually move up to 4 billion pending bills, 4 billion. So why did we allocate money to you? Why did we sit here long hours to actually say, this is... If you allow me 1 minute.
Exactly 1 minute.
1 minute, Honorable Speaker. Why did we sit here long hours to do division of revenue bill if you're going to mutilate the budget and do things for yourself there that are not within the budget? Because a lot of these spending bills, Honorable Speaker, are not in budget. We give you a budget, then you go mutilate it, you do your things, you accumulate huge debt out there, and then you say, you know, I want money to pay pending bills, Honorable Speaker. Budgets are low. A budget is a law. When we approve it here, we approve this division. It's a law. It must be respected. Anybody who does not respect the law that we pass, there is consequence for it. They should be taken to court to explain why they did not implement the law or why they actually flagrantly, ignored the law. Because budget is a law. Anybody who goes outside the budget that we pass in this House should be held accountable and responsible for it. We must bring fiscal discipline in this country. Because if we pass...
The Honorable Didoras.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, let me thank the new chairman for Budget Appropriation Committee and also for his expose on this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, I decided to contribute to this bill because I come from Marsabit. I think we get an allocation of close to 9 billion. Maybe with other additional allocations, it could run to the tune of 11 billion. Today, the workers in the county government of Marsabit could run for 3 or 4 months without being paid. And I asked myself, what could be the problem? Is it about the allocation? Is it about the money arriving in those counties? Or people are diverting these resources? Honorable Speaker, when we look at this bill, I think the anchor is national interest. To have a prosperous, stable country that is able to govern itself and to run its own affairs. The absence of resources simply means that will be unattainable. When we look at things like debt burden, what could be exacerbating it? Because our debt, both internal and external, is not going low at any time. Is it because of seepage? Is it because of wastage? Or is it because of sheer mismanagement of our economy? Recently, there are Kenyans who are on the street, saying they are on the street because they are looking for employment. And yesterday, the doctors who are closing the gates of Parliament, demanding for more pay, additional pay, extra allowances, which if you look through it, I think they are among those workers who are underpaid, but they work long hours and they attend to emergencies. There are many things our doctors do, in even, not necessarily in Nairobi, but in far-flung places. So, unless we grow the tax base, then it is impossible to run this economy unless we borrow. The famous saying that when you are in a hole, don't dig. The more you dig, the more you sink. In this bill, the Treasury is saying, I am allocating this amount to the counties in shareable revenue. But the CRA is saying, no, you must give them additional. Are we running two governments in Kenya? Are we not running a holistic government that the left and the right understand each other? That they are able to understand, hey, we are not meeting our targets as the Treasury. We are not meeting our targets as the taxman. So that the guy who is allocating should not believe that it is the Constitution, it is a word that is written on a paper. When the chairman is saying that we are looking at financial year 2021-2022, and I think the leader of majority has addressed himself on that matter. I think as much as possible, although we cannot achieve 100%, we should attempt to give ourselves a timeline so that we should not be out of target by 2 years. Look at inflation. Look at the international money system. There are many things that will change in any country in the world in 2 years, let alone 4 or 5 years. So for that reason, we have to be fair to the counties, and we must be fair to ourselves as lawmakers and those who are allocating resources down the stream. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues have talked about equalization fund. Article 204 of our Constitution is very clear. It is to address inequality in this country. And it is to address only 4 major areas: electricity, water, roads, health. When honorable leader of majority from Kilifi is given 2 million in his constituency, among these, what is it supposed to address? If I'm given in the constituency of Saku 20 million, what am I supposed to do in terms of meeting that threshold called equality? So for that reason, without buttressing what honorable colleagues have said before me, we must begin to relook at the equalization fund because it has been diverted from the original thinking by framers of our Constitution. It is no longer about equalization. It is about penny pocketing. Give everybody something small so that everybody is happy. But those ones who in the first place the equalization was meant for them, they will still suffer and they will still lag behind. For those of us who come from arid and semi-arid lands, and also the pastoral communities from 15 counties, this equalization was meant to bring us to speed with the rest of Kenya, with the other 42 counties. We don't have enough schools, we don't have enough roads, we don't have enough health facilities. There are so many things that are still a burden to our people. But when you look at what is the current system of sharing equalization fund, somebody says, hey, give some to honorable member of Embakazi because Embakazi has Mukuru kwa Njenga. Give some to Kibera because there's Kibera slum. Give some to Muranga, because there is a pocket here where there is a slum. You know, Honorable Speaker, there's difference between planned, structured, and well-articulated marginalization and self-inflicted marginalization. In Nairobi, anybody who is talking about marginalization is talking about self-inflicted marginalization. Why would Mukuru kwa Njenga, that is next to estates, both to the east and to the south, of affluent people, why would we have a slum in our city? So, what I would advise the chair of budget, we need to cause a serious debate, particularly with those of us from the ASALs, so that we give our input and we tell you that, hey, this is really not helping us. Let this money remain in consolidated fund until and when we are able to agree on what is the way forward. Finally, the issue of pending bill. I am happy that the leader of majority talked about it. Honorable Speaker, what is going to kill devolution and counties is pending bills. Because people, I'm told, are paying air, and they are not paying those who actually do the real jobs. Many businesses are closing. People who borrow money from banks are actually being declared bankrupt.
Give him 1 minute to conclude.
People are losing their lifetime savings. Somebody retires from civil service, they get a contract with the county, they put up a facility, and then they cannot be paid. When they go back to the bank says, okay, we are going to hold back what you have invested. This particular issue, just like equalization fund, it should not be treated as a walk in the park. We must take the bull by the horns and address it. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, thank you for indulging me. I support.
The Honorable Dr. Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by appreciating my chairman, Honorable Atandi, and the Vice Chair for moving and seconding this important bill. Honorable Speaker, I would just want to restrict myself to the issues of the bill so that I also save time for others. The Division of Revenue Bill, Honorable Speaker, is a bill which is supposed to share revenue between the two levels of government. That is the national government and the county governments. And that's why I have my own reservations as to why equalization fund is appearing in this bill. It's purely sharing revenue between the two levels of government, but we can live with equalization. It's additional information, there's no problem. But, Honorable Speaker, the issue is sharing revenue. So it means then the key factor in determining the whole bill is revenue. And that's why I have concerns when I see in this bill that we are still discussing audited and approved accounts of 2020-21 financial year. That means, Honorable Speaker, we are in arrears by 3 years. The revenue we are discussing here, Honorable Speaker, is 1.57 trillion. But as at now, the last audited report put national revenue at around 2.8 trillion, Honorable Speaker. So we are already excluding about 1.3 trillion out of this important discussion. And the question I ask myself is, as a House, could we be doing this deliberately? Because if, Honorable Speaker, we are accused as a House that what we are doing is a deliberate move to make sure we don't give counties money, shall we be able to get out of that accusation as a House? So even as we talk about the counties down there, I think as a House, Honorable Speaker, we have a task to ensure that either we push the audited approved reports to only 1 year arrears, or we remove the word approved and retain audited. Because if we are to go by the Auditor General's report, Honorable Speaker, I can tell you for sure the 2023-2024 accounts are already audited. So if we were to execute approved, we would be discussing about last year about one revenue, and that might improve the figures. And that's why if you look at our own and just the figures given by Treasury, they're saying out of the revenue collected, add 17.6 billion. CRA is saying add 30 billion. A difference of about 2.4 billion, which we have not given the counties. But we know the economic situation. So let me look at, Honorable Speaker, some of the challenges we are facing as a country, that if we address them, we'll be able to help the counties and also the national government. The point number one is costing of functions, Honorable Speaker. These functions were costed in 2013, and not all of them. They costed part of the functions in 2013. Honorable Speaker, if you take the price of a unit of electricity in 2013 and today, it has increased by more than 4 times. But we are still using the figures of 2013. So can we as a House discuss an important issue of, can we make sure that all the functions are costed, devolved function, so that if I want to know how much it takes to provide health care to a Mr. Otieno in Homa Bay, Honorable Speaker, I can say it costs 10,000 shillings. And then I can multiply the population of Homa Bay by the unit cost and say, Homa Bay, you require this number of millions to provide health care effectively, so that we can identify the gaps. And if we identify the gaps, then deliberately, Honorable Speaker, can be saying, this year, we are not able to fund health function 100%, we will do 80%. Next year, we'll do 90%, and then by that year, we'll do 100%. In that case, we'll be helping our people in terms of provision of services. The other important component, Honorable Speaker, we must address is the issue of duplication of functions. The counties have come out and they have said the national government is still clinging to many functions which should have been pushed to the counties. If you look at the regional authorities, most of them, the functions they are doing, Honorable Speaker, are devolved functions. I'm asking myself, how much money would we be able to save if we are agreed that those functions be devolved, and we did away with the administrative costs, the recurrent expenditure of those authorities? In that case, we might be able to get additional 10 or 20 billion to push to the counties again. Another resource, without increasing the revenue. You could be able to push more resources to the counties by just doing a simple exercise of ensuring that we minimize duplication of functions at the national level and at the county level. The other important bit, Honorable Speaker, in a situation where we have not discretionary expenditure, for example, in the last 1 year, Honorable Speaker, this House has approved a number of taxes. We have approved SHA, 2.57%. We have approved the housing levy, 1.5%. We have allowed increase of NSSF by about, was it 6,000? Honorable Speaker, in a situation where we agree this increase has happened, and it is at the national level, does it not make sense to ensure that then we provide those budgets for the counties to cater for that expense? Because it's non-discretionary. They have no issue to say I can spend or I might not be able to spend. It is a statutory requirement. So in that case, this is another area we can say, in a situation where, as a result of our decisions at the national level, we have increased the expenditure for the counties, and they have no choice other than to pay, then I think it requires that we provide those resources, Honorable Speaker. In that case, we'll be helping the counties. The other important issue, Honorable Speaker, I remember the CS Treasury, was it about 2 weeks ago, when he said, the counties have a lot of money being held at the account in the central bank. So some accounts have zero balance, some accounts have billions. And I remember the example was Kisii County and another 2 counties which have money, billions, in the central bank account. And accounts like Nandi have 0 balance. So, Honorable Speaker, we ask ourselves, Is it not the time we made operational the treasury single account? So that if there is any government money anywhere, irrespective of the user, that money can be used by any other entity which requires money. That will reduce what we are facing, Honorable Speaker. It will reduce the issue of public debt. It is very unfortunate, you'll be surprised, Honorable Speaker, the government of Kenya is borrowing our own revenue and paying interest for our own revenue, while they should be using that money, zero interest. Why is that happening? Because we have said we will not be able to make operational the treasury single account. So in that case, I always say, if you are poor financial manager of your resources, you should not complain when you get broke, because you are the one who is initiating the brokenness in you, since you can't manage it as well. So this is another area, Honorable Speaker, I'm saying. In short, I'm saying, where we are now, we might not be able to provide more resources to the counties. But I think as we move to the future, can we look at some of these gray areas, where if we do slightly more work, we can be able to help. And that's why I was, personally, I believe, since we no longer have the transitional authority, which was transiting the counties, and we have CRA, which is a constitutional body, and which is staffed with serious researchers, is it no time this House gave CRA some time frame and tell CRA, within the next 6 months, even if it takes you hiring external support, we want all county government functions costed. And then we can engage in serious debate, Honorable Speaker. If we get to that level, I think we'll not be complaining about resources. We'll be talking about effective use of public resources. We'll be talking about efficiency. We'll be talking about effectiveness. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you so much for the time.
Honorable Naisula Lesuda, on account of gender balance.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Although I don't think it's on that account alone. If anything, you should have started with me so that I can rush home to the young babies. The men here, their wives are already at home. So anyway, thank you for this opportunity. And I rise to support the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. And I take this opportunity to congratulate my chair, able chair, Samuel Atandi, who has taken up the role as the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. And I must say that this and a few others being his first assignments, he has shown to be very capable as a chair. And also the vice chair, Honorable Pukose. Chair, I've listened to my colleagues, and I don't want to be repetitive on most of the things that they have discussed, but to just say that over time, we have continued to see dedication as a country of supporting devolution. Because if you look at the amount that were allocated in the last financial year, 2024-2025, and this financial year, there's an increase of 17.6 billion. And it's an adjustment for revenue growth, which I must commend us as a country, because devolution is something that is very important to us as a nation, and that is why it was passed overwhelmingly in the 2010 Constitution, because every corner of this country then gets services and resources go to the lowest level of our wards in the counties, Mr. Speaker. I do hope that this time, in case there will be a mediation, when this bill goes to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, there will not be a lot of pull and push just for the sake of it, or just to look like who is supporting the counties and who is not. It should be a matter that we are guided by the facts that are presented before us, Mr. Speaker. And I must commend the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Mbadi, who came before this committee, and he presented to us the many factors that have led to the shareable revenue being the way it is, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to say that as a house, we cannot be a house of lamentation. we have to take over, because every other time we're discussing the division of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker, we have been talking about the last audited reports. And it is this House that audits the reports. I think it's up to the leadership, or one of us, I think I'll take it up, Mr. Speaker, so that the relevant committee, the chairman, can address to this issue and tell us where is the challenge. Why are we not up to date with the audited accounts? Otherwise, it will just look like it is something that is done intentionally so that we are in the state that we are in as a country. And so that is a question that we must ask and should be answered to this House, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that has to be done, we also can't keep lamenting about the equalization fund, Mr. Speaker. We have to allocate money in this coming budget to CRA so that they can quickly and fast track the review of the second, because now they'll be working on the third policy, Mr. Speaker. We can't keep lamenting while that money of equalization fund, Mr. Speaker, is not serving the intent or the purpose that it was meant to serve. When you look at it, and there's always this thing we have as a nation, that if so-and-so is getting this, I also have to get it. And why is this person, without really understanding why or what was the intent, Mr. Speaker. There was a whole reason why it was 14 counties. Now we have shot up to, I don't know how many, we are 37 counties. And then we've gone even to the lowest level, the ward, where we're saying, to the sublocation, Mr. Speaker, where we are putting 1 million, 2 million worth of projects, Mr. Speaker, while the whole intention of the equalization fund was to move these 14 counties from where they were or where they are to reach the rest of the country. Don't forget that those same counties that are now receiving equalization fund, they're also getting their shareable, they're getting their county funds, they're also getting projects. If you also check, those are the same counties that are getting more money in the national budget, Mr. Speaker. And so we can also not continue lamenting about the equalization fund. CRA has to be funded to fast track the third policy that is going to revert. We are not even going to suggest anything else. And if as a House that will not happen, we can as well get rid of equalization fund. Because every time there is a debate about something, we are told, but you have equalization fund. You have equalization fund. We'd rather than not have it if it is not going to serve the intent that it was meant to do, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that we have to look at is the whole issue of revenues, because the collection of revenues by KRA, Mr. Speaker. And we asked that day, the CS, that because this is based on the projected revenues, are we over-projecting as a country? And what then leads to the shortfalls? And we have to know whether it's loopholes that we have to seal, corruption at KRA. And also, if we are over-projecting, we have to be realistic as a country, that this is what we foresee ourselves collecting, and we work hard towards ensuring that we collect those funds, Mr. Speaker, so that we can even see these numbers going up when we share the revenues as a country. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the then prudent use of these resources when they go to our counties, Mr. Speaker. We have to be those who are given the responsibility at the county level and also at the national level, Mr. Speaker, to be true to Kenyans by ensuring that the monies that are allocated to them then serve the purpose that were intended. This whole issue of pending bills, I always ask myself, by the time the county assembly and even this House has passed the budget, Mr. Speaker, you find a county that financial year has received its entire funds for that financial year. How again then do we have a pending bill? That means you either had a supplementary and a project was already ongoing, and if you've received your entire budget, just pay what you have committed and what you have requested, Mr. Speaker, because this whole issue of pending bills will cripple our business people, it will cripple our counties and even the national government, Mr. Speaker. And that whole issue of saying, I will pay this contractor, I will not pay the other contractor, or this contractor is no longer supporting me politically, so I will not pay them. I think, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we have to look at this issue of pending bills and ensure that there are tighter rules to ensure that pending bills are paid to the people who have been committed. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
The Honorable Ikomas Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I want to thank you because I approached the chair for priority to speak because I have an emergency and you have acceded to my request, and therefore I thank you most specially. Number two, I want to thank and congratulate the chair of the Budget Committee, a committee that I was recently nominated to, serving as one of the newest members in that committee, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, for the good stewardship of the committee thus far. Honorable Atandi and I come from a long way. We knew each other when we were in the university, him at Egerton and us at the University of Nairobi, and we participated in many public affairs. Him as a student leader, leading the students at Egerton University, and us leading the university students at the University of Nairobi. And therefore I know right from his youth, he had a lot of interest in public affairs and also in fairness. And that's why I have a lot of confidence in him chairing the Budget and Appropriations Committee of the August House, because I know through him and through the rest of us who are members of that committee, Kenya will see fairness in distribution of resources. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, allow me to delve a little bit into the historical path that has led us to where we are. Many Kenyans know that we went through a long period of struggle. First, to pluralize our politics from one-party dictatorship, and secondly, to agitate for constitutional reforms. And chiefly, why we were agitating for constitutional reforms were about two issues. Number one, to dismantle what had become the imperial presidency, so that power is shared and that power is dispersed. And number two, to also dismantle that imperial presidency so that resources that are raised nationally are also divided among the different parts of this country, regions, and the different communities fairly. And therefore, one of the most important things that happened to this country in the year 2010, having had many, many years of independence, was the creation of two levels of government so that the vertical division of our resources could be realized. This vertical division that I refer to is the division of revenue between the national and the county governments, the two levels of government as they are now popularly known under our Constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I say this because there is a notion that has been created in the country that the National Assembly is opposed to devolution. And I want to go on record that as the member for Kibwezi West, and speaking to many members of this August House, many of us support devolution as the number one thing that happened to this country in order to equalize the sharing of resources. And therefore, I contribute to the Division of Revenue Bill that has been tabled here in support because we support devolution and we want devolution to last. And one of the ways that was used in the ancient days to kill devolution was deny devolved levels of government finances. And I want to be on record that we will not be among the parliament that will deny our second level of government resources. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, allow me to go to the constitutional basis on which we are tabling the Division of Revenue Bill. And if you may protect me from the member of Nyando who has just walked in, that he may listen, he may listen to us. Mr. Speaker, one of the most contentious issues when it comes to division of revenue between the national and county governments is
the Honorable Member for Nyando. We will consult the Chair, Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Honorable Samuel Atandi, in low tones, particularly when we are transacting an important bill, such as the Division of Revenue Bill. And you cannot address him in that language not known to the House.
Thank
Proceed,
you.
Honorable Mutusi.
Thank you, Chair, for the protection and for the guidance. Mr. Chair, I was turning to the constitutional foundation on which we are discussing the Division of Revenue Bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to narrow myself to the most contentious, which is the quantum of monies that each level of government is to get. And Mr. Speaker, the basis for the arithmetical sharing of resources is to be found in Article 203, Sub-Article 2 of our Constitution. The operative words in that particular article are that the county governments will get not less than 15% of the revenue raised nationally in terms of the most recent audited accounts as approved by the National Assembly. I have ably listened to senior colleague, the member for Kitui Central, the Honorable Makali, who suggested that it is plausible to imagine that we can amend the Constitution to remove the part of that particular provision that talks about approval by the National Assembly. And I want to most respectfully disagree and urge the National Assembly that it will be a misnomer if revenue was shared without the involvement of the National Assembly, because we are the representatives of the people. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I also reckon that the most recent audited accounts of our revenues are those of 2020-2021 financial year. That means that we are 3 years behind. I have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee for the last 2 years, and I can speak from experience that the Public Accounts Committee is one of the committees that are committed to duty. And the reason why we are lagging behind has been because many of the accounting officers from the national government, when they are invited as witnesses before the Public Accounts Committee, many of the times they have excuses and did not provide the necessary documentation. And it has come to a time when the Office of the Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee, the entire House, and the witnesses being principal secretaries in the national government ministries begin to take this work seriously, because it forms the basis. The reports that are tabled by the Public Accounts Committee form the basis for revenue division. Having said, Mr. Speaker, allow me further to delve into the arithmetics. The Treasury, through the bill that has been presented by my able chair, is proposing that county governments get a share of revenue amounting to 405 billion. The last audited accounts put national revenue at about 2,830 million. If you did quick arithmetic, you will realize that this represents the revenue share going to county governments represents about 25.9% of the revenue raised nationally. And therefore, it is about 10%